The long legs of the beautiful nurse immediately changed Lin Hao's plans. He decided to go back to the clinic. The unshaven man was no longer hoping for a miracle after his foster daughter's words, and was lazily picking his nose while waiting for customers. Suddenly, he saw a young man carrying a large backpack with a white cross on it. The director was immediately delighted. Lin Hao absent-mindedly searched for the girl with his gaze. The man demanded her name and gender. The young man leaned close to him. Scratching his chin, the boy puzzledly asked the headmaster at what point he looked like a woman. Wu Zhenyao closed his eyes and exclaimed irritably that Lin Hao was being too eloquent. He inquired about what was bothering him. The young man raised his eyebrows upward in bewilderment and replied that he felt fine. He was perfectly fine. This guy was starting to seriously annoy the man. He angrily asked why Lin Hao had come to the clinic in the first place. Long legs wouldn't get out of the guy's head. He honestly admitted that he had come here to see the doctor. The principal jumped out from behind his desk and shouted that the young man himself had just said that he was perfectly fine. The boy felt foolish and smiled. He couldn't find a decent reason that would allow him to linger here. Suddenly, he saw a notebook with hiring records. A life-saving thought immediately popped into his head. Lin Hao smiled politely and said that he would like to work at this clinic. He really liked it here. In fact, he was only interested in the nurse's long legs. It was because of them that the young man entered this building. Wu Zhenyao smirked and said that their wages were low. It didn't even cover the cost of food and rent. The working day lasts at least 9 hours. In addition, the company does not provide employees with insurance or housing. Lin Hao thoughtfully said that their medical clinic provides terrible conditions for employees, but he agreed. The man folded his hands on the table in front of him and asked impatiently when the young man could begin his duties. The boy was just waiting for that. He straightened up and cheerfully replied that he was ready to start working right away. The director smirked and suggested that he start seeing patients, and in the meantime, he himself would get some sleep. Wu Zhenyao happily turned around to leave, and only realized at the last moment that there was something wrong here. The specialist would not agree to such conditions. He returned to the employee and angrily asked if he had a bachelor's degree in medicine. The young man surprisingly replied that he did not have a degree. To the principal's surprise, Lin Hao didn't have a diploma or even a medical school graduation certificate. The man got angry and shouted that he should not have cheated him. He sent the young man away to find another job. The guy sighed and admitted that he had traveled all over the village several times, but had never found a clinic better than this one. Suddenly he heard a thin girl's voice. The girl told her father that there were too many people outside. She noticed the handsome stranger and wondered who he was and why he was at their clinic. Lin Hao looked at the young beauty carefully. Their eyes met. A spark ran between the young people. Their faces involuntarily drew closer to each other. Each of them studied the other's pretty face, for such beauty was to be sought after. The girl was surprised to see the stranger reach down and begin to deify her long and slender legs. She bent down in embarrassment, trying to cover her knees at least a little, and exclaimed that he shouldn't have looked there. Seeing the nurse's large breasts so close, Lin Hao completely lost his mind. His nose started to bleed from excitement. Seeing the lustful and embarrassed face of the young professional who supposedly came to apply for a job, the father immediately understood everything. The principal became furious and demanded that the young man get away immediately before he was beaten to death. Lin Hao realized that things had gotten too serious. He didn't want to get into a fight and was about to leave the clinic. When they saw a young man in a medic's uniform come out of the nurse's station, the two men shouted in one voice that they needed help. A guy in a green shirt was gently carrying an unconscious tall girl in his arms. There was an object stuck in her leg. The man's face was bloody. He begged the doctor to help the unfortunate girl quickly. Lin Hao didn't know what to do. After all, he didn't come here for such occasions at all, but only because of the nurse's beautiful legs. The director heard voices outside and came out. He pushed the young man away and said firmly that he was ready to see the patient. It was clear from the first glance. The beauty had a sharp piece of wood stuck in her leg, and they wouldn't be able to help at the medical center. The young man watched the man out of the corner of his eye. He wondered what the clinic director would say about it. The receptionist said confidently that the wound was too serious to be treated here. We have to take her to the hospital. The young man in the green shirt stated that the ambulance crew was on their way. All they had to do was help the girl hold out until they arrived. Wu Zhenyao angrily said that he wasn't going to be responsible for this girl if something went wrong. The man shouted that the girl would simply die if she didn't get medical attention immediately. He looked at the unconscious girl in his arms and exclaimed that she would only have to die because of untreated help. The owner shouted angrily that they should wait outside. If someone died indoors, he would lose all his customers at once. The young man could not believe that this was really happening. He shouted and demanded that he repeat what he had said. Wu Zhenyao looked at the guy perplexedly and rolled up his sleeves. He said that he was willing to fight if the client so desired. The man turned red with anger. Every minute of arguing with this strange doctor could cost the girl her life. Lin Hao felt his pulse and authoritatively stated that with such serious wounds, one should prepare for a funeral instead of waiting for an ambulance. The young man couldn't stand it and roared. He was willing to give anything he was asked to do to keep the girl alive. The director quickly realized that this was very dangerous. He demanded to leave the clinic and wait outside for the paramedics. The nurse perplexedly asked the father how he could say such a thing. The administrator demanded that she not interfere. Lin Hao called the client over to him. He admitted that he knew a little about medicine and asked if he could take on the task of saving the patient. Not believing his luck, the man began to shake the young man by the shoulders and beg for help. Wu Renyao frowned, saying that it was not his employee. The clinic was not responsible for anything. The guy had to admit that he doesn't work here, but will do his best to get the girl back on her feet. The man was faced with a difficult choice. On the one hand, an unqualified medic, but if no help is given, the patient will die. The nurse raised her voice, and that made the difference. The girl said quietly that she trusted the boy. Lin Hao's heart hammered harder. The principal shouted angrily that Jolan was a nurse herself and should understand what was involved. The young man hurried the client along. He reminded that the girl wouldn't last long. A decision had to be made now. The man realized that the girl would die without help. Barely holding back tears, he agreed to give the patient into the hands of the guy. Lin Hao demanded to first lay the injured woman on the table. The client carefully complied with the doctor's request. The director angrily demanded that we stop immediately. This clinic belongs to him, so everyone has to get out of here. The visitor immediately ran up to him and grabbed him by the collar. He demanded that he shut up immediately, or the man would be beaten. Lin Hao turned to Jolan and asked if this clinic had an operating room. It turned out that there wasn't. Closing his eyes and putting his head down, the young man asked embarrassedly if there was a bed. The nurse blushed. There was no bed either. The boy stated that in that case, the only thing left was the table. The girl blushed even more and replied that everything was a bit shabby. Lin Hao turned his head to the others and demanded that all outsiders leave the room and not enter without his permission. 2 attendants led the director, who was desperately trying to break free and stay in the clinic, out under his arms. The young man noticed that the guy in the green shirt had not left the room and said that he was concerned too. The man replied that he was very worried. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows in surprise and assumed that the patient was the young man's girlfriend. The client confusedly replied that it wasn't like that at all. In fact, it was his sister and he was very worried about her. The doctor shrugged and opened the knife. If he wanted to stay indoors, no one would dissuade him. With a confident movement, the young man began to cut the clothes on his patient's chest. In his brother's opinion, this was too much. Turning purple with anger, the young man shouted indignantly that he didn't have to do that. The wound wasn't there at all. Meanwhile, the doctor used a folding knife to free the girl from her clothes. Only her black panties remained on. The doctor looked thoughtfully at the half-naked patient. There were many bruises and open wounds all over her body. The young man indignantly wailed that the medic was incompetent and cut all his clothes, even though the wound was only on his leg. Lin Hao replied that he just didn't understand anything. Clothes squeeze the body and impair blood circulation. He added that medics do not pay attention to the gender of the patient. Jolan was delighted with the doctor's quick movements. The guy screamed that his sister's life was in his hands, and if he lied, he wouldn't get away with it. Lin Hao put the knife to the girl's underwear and stated that he was going to take it off as well. He began to slowly cut the last piece of clothing. The guy immediately left the room. This was too much. The doctor demanded that the nurse close the door. He needed to concentrate. He quickly listed all the components that needed to be prepared. In addition, a large needle and a dropper were needed. Jolan was surprised at how quickly the medic became serious. She readily brought out a needle of saline. The embarrassed girl furtively watched over the doctor's shoulder to see what Lin Hao was going to do with the patient. The young man immediately turned to her and asked if there was anything unusual on his face. Jolan replied that it was normal. The guy assumed she wasn't feeling well. The girl shouted that she was fine. The medic demanded that the equipment be prepared quickly. The nurse readily brought the necessary medication and only now noticed the reddened spot on the patient's arm. She confusedly told Lin Hao that the needle insertion site was shattered. She didn't understand how to proceed now. The doctor smiled broadly and blushed. He liked that Jolan remembered his name, even though she had only heard it once. After securing the IV, the nurse looked thoughtfully at the naked patient and decided to cover her up so the doctor wouldn't be distracted. She found a small blue sheet and carefully covered the girl's body, covering her breasts and legs. Lin Hao was very unhappy that he would now not be able to face the beautiful naked patient. Running the syringe into the IV, the young man embarrassedly suggested that Jolan was simply jealous of their patient's beautiful figure. The girl involuntarily glanced at the victim's chest and exclaimed that it wasn't true. That wasn't the case at all. The doctor triumphantly declared that the patient's breasts were actually larger than the lovely nurse's bust. He told an embarrassed Jolan that she had wonderful proportions. With size 2 breasts, she had nothing to worry about. The girl took it as an attempt to harass him and angrily kicked him in the face. Clasping his nose with his hand, Lin Hao asked his assistant to bring 2 plaques. She asked in surprise as to why it was necessary. The doctor replied that he needed to set the patient's bones. Jolan was surprised that a doctor could do such a thing. She looked at the guy thoughtfully. Lin Hao turned around and exclaimed that she needed to find 2 planks. After setting the broken bones, the young man securely fastened the plaques to the patient's injured hand. He looked at the patient whose leg was still bleeding. At least the arm wasn't something to worry about. Lin Hao lifted the sheet on the girl's legs and said that the most difficult and important thing to do now. Jolan tried to figure out what the doctor was really doing. The medic opened up with a nosebleed. He stated that it was very bad. The nurse was very frightened and worriedly suggested that Lin Hao would not be able to save the patient's life. The young man explained that the girl might be left with a scar after the operation. Afterwards, she would no longer be able to wear a bikini. Jolan was angry. It was important for her to save her patient, and this crazy man was worrying about nothing. The doctor demanded that medical instruments be brought quickly, as well as betadine and saline. The girl watched in amazement as the instruments were in a deep dish in a thick cloud of steam. This was the doctor's way of trying to get rid of viruses. Lin Hao put his hand on the girl's wound. That broken branch was stuck in her leg too firmly. In addition, blood continued to ooze out. The young man frowned, calculating the risks to his patient's health. If he failed, the girl could die. Unfortunately, there was no other option. The doctor regretted that he would have to perform the operation under unsterile conditions. Jolan watched the doctor's actions apprehensively. He quickly pulled out the rest of the bloody branch. The wound immediately began to fountain. A few drops landed on the girl. When she felt the blood on her face, the nurse was even more frightened. She shouted that the patient would bleed out. Lin Hao's clothes were covered in blood. He calmly replied that a lot of blood wouldn't go away. The young man asked Jolan to stop yelling and take a closer look at the wound. He had already stopped the bleeding. The nurse clapped her hands together happily and said admiringly that he had managed to stop the bleeding through acupuncture. The doctor asked glumly for an anatoxin. Unfortunately, it turned out that the clinic didn't have any anatoxin or replacement acid. The young man said angrily that they had nothing. Jolan replied resentfully that they had a small clinic. Lin Hao sighed and assumed that they would at least have half a gram of disinone. The nurse cheerfully replied that they had such medicines. The young man asked to apply pressure to the wound so that the bleeding would not resume. The girl confusedly admitted that she did not know how to do it. The doctor suggested that she perform the operation herself, and he would stop the bleeding. Jolan sighed and walked over to the table. She asked to be shown what to do. The guy guided her hands and said it was very simple. Correcting the assistant's movements, the doctor pressed closer to her from behind. The nurse was very surprised by the doctor's behavior. The girl, embarrassed, stated that she clamped the wound. The young man can continue to carry out the operation. Despite the man's flirtation, he was deadly serious and asked her not to let go of the bleeding spot. Jolan couldn't understand what was really on his mind. She illuminated the wound with her phone screen. Lin Hao said irritably that there was no need to shine the light. He could already see everything. The girl was outraged. Despite the fact that the doctor was performing a complicated operation, he proudly refused to give her additional lighting. The young man smiled and said they were very lucky. The femur was intact. All they need to do is to find where the artery had ruptured. Staring at the surgery in progress, the nurse continued to shine the phone screen despite the doctor's request. Lin Hao turned to the assistant and looked angrily into her eyes. He demanded to turn off the phone immediately. Jolan was unhappy with the doctor's nasty character, but she couldn't help but note his high professionalism. In addition, a nurse called attention to the fact that the doctor was stitching the patient's arteries without equipment or lighting. Lin Hao seemed to sense her gaze and turned his head. The girl was ready to believe that she had met a real wizard. While she held the wound with her hand, the young man quickly and carefully stitched up the injured area. The doctor was relieved that it was all over. All that was left was a stitch. He asked me to wipe his sweat. The girl said angrily that he could do it himself. Lin Hao laughed and admitted that Jolan had figured him out right away. She should be more naive to avoid becoming like her father. The doctor stitched the stitches and went away to admire his work. Years of practice were not in vain. The stitches were smooth and hardly noticeable. The young man exclaimed proudly that he had finished his work. The girl would be perfectly fine now. Jolan placed her palm on the doctor's forehead. At that moment, he felt like the happiest man on the planet. The nurse felt that she had put her hand without a handkerchief and immediately pulled her hand away. She was embarrassed and reproached herself. Lin Hao found a handkerchief in his possession and put it to his forehead, furtively glancing at the embarrassed assistant. He checked the patient's pulse. Her heartbeat was returning to normal. He could only hope that the girl would get back on her feet quickly. The doctor looked at his watch and proudly told Jolan that not even 15 minutes had passed since the operation had begun. The girl said in surprise that for her time was dragging very slowly. It was as if a century had passed since the patient had been brought in. Lin Hao explained that the first time is always like this. When she tries it again, she will realize that it feels good. The nurse blushed and slapped the doctor indignantly. A young man in bloody clothes finally opened the clinic door and solemnly announced that the operation was over. The man began to ask how the operation had gone. The director watched their dialogue skeptically. He gloatingly stated that the kid couldn't be trusted. He couldn't perform the surgery. The kid probably just finished the patient off. The client shouted indignantly that there was no such thing. Lin Hao said that he had managed to restore the patient's life. The director gloatingly listed all the girl's symptoms and stated that it was impossible to save her. The young man could not believe that the old man knew everything and left her to die. At this moment, Jolan came out of the clinic and confirmed the doctor's words. The girl was fine. The administrator couldn't believe it. Lin Hao carelessly said that they could wait for the ambulance now, and he had nothing more to do here. The girl and her father looked at him with a puzzled expression. The nurse caught up with the young man and tugged on his sleeve. She asked him not to leave. The boy smiled and assumed that they wanted to keep him for dinner. Already in a serious tone, Lin Hao said that he was very hungry. He needed to find somewhere to eat as soon as possible. The girl offered to have dinner at her place. The interlocutor said embarrassedly that he had nowhere to sleep. Jolan said confusedly that he could stay with her. The boy immediately became cheerful and asked joyfully if she was joking. The girl immediately blushed and exclaimed that Lin Hao had misunderstood her, but he still shouldn't leave the clinic. Wu Zhenyao incredulously inquired how he managed to save the girl. The young man said that it was already getting dark. He had to go. The brother of the rescued girl shouted after him that he would give him any amount of money. The doctor turned his head and said that 30,000 would be enough. The young man began to frantically rummage through his backpack. He said that even 300,000 wouldn't be enough. Lin Hao thought that the client was very rich. The man bewilderedly pulled out some banknotes and admitted that he had lost his wallet. The doctor said that he could keep the money. At that moment, the administrator's hand intervened between them. He snatched the money and said that in that case he would get the money. Jolan felt ashamed of her father's greed. She exclaimed indignantly that he had no right to do that to other people's money. The man explained that the equipment belonged to him, so he deserved the money. The guy looked at the old man with resentment. Fortunately, an ambulance arrived. He turned to the doctor and introduced himself. He and his sister are from Guangzhou. If he needs anything, he can go to the doctor. Lin Hao shook his interlocutor's hand and gave his name. He was glad to meet the man. It might come in handy later. The young man remembered that time was going too fast and said goodbye. Jolan asked him not to leave. They needed him. The girl hugged the doctor's sleeve and asked her father to get the guy a job. Lin Hao asked confusedly why she wanted him to stay so much. The director roughly grabbed the first aid kit and dragged the stubborn boy behind him, with the nurse nudging him from behind. The young man raised his eyebrows upward in surprise. He couldn't understand what the man and his daughter were up to. Clearing his ear, Wu Zhenyao carelessly said that Lin Hao himself wanted to work here, so he decided to hire him. The young man gently reminded him that the director had recently kicked him out of the clinic and ordered him to find a job elsewhere. Jolan couldn't stand it and exclaimed that this place was the best fit. He should stay to work at the clinic. The principal scowled and told her daughter that she should behave with more restraint. The nurse apologized. The young man realized that no one was interested in his opinion. Just like in the morning, the receptionist glumly asked for the young man's full name. Lin Hao introduced himself and asked him to memorize his name. Wu Renyao said he accepts him on the same terms. The boy said he would not go for less than 5,000 yuan a month now. The man exclaimed that he thought too highly of himself just because he saved that girl with multiple wounds. Lin Hao frowned. Lowering the price was not in his plans. He said he agreed for 4,500, but that was the final price. The administrator was trying to buy it as cheaply as possible. He exclaimed that he was willing to pay 3,000. If he didn't like it, the guy could leave. The young man angrily remarked that the old man was very stingy. His salary should be at least 4,000. The man agreed to 3.5. The girl brought their hands together and declared that 3.5 was just the normal rate. The guy admired the girl's smooth skin. The man questioned whether she was his daughter. The nurse angrily replied that the birth certificate was in his desk. The administrator realized that Jolan knew about his CDs. The girl said that he was no longer young. It was bad for his health to watch such things. She wanted to add that it was all available on the internet, but she was frightened. Lin Hao immediately realized what she was talking about. He grinned and repeated the beginning of her sentence. Jolan excitedly said that she didn't mean anything like that. The man shouted so loudly that his hair stood on end. He told his daughter not to go through his things and reminded the young man that he would not get housing, food, or insurance. The boy calmly replied that this was too much. If he starved to death, the clinic would have no one to work and treat patients. The girl reminded them that they had enough chopsticks and bowls. The man exclaimed that he would not let them sleep in the same room. The young man said that was a great idea. The administrator turned to him angrily. Lin Hao stated that it would be much better if he was found a separate room. Grudgingly, Wu Zhenyao promised to give him a place in the clinic's warehouse and demanded that he be given a license with a diploma. The young man replied in surprise that he had neither. The director angrily asked if he had at least an ID card with him. The guy replied that he did not have such a document either. The administrator indignantly asked where he had come from without any documents at all. Lin Hao smiled enigmatically as he recalled his native scenery. He had come to this abandoned village after descending from the distant mountains. Wu Renyao angrily suggested that the boy was hiding from the police. Jolan asked her father not to make a scene and offered to help the young man clean the warehouse. The receptionist yelled that the guy might be a terrorist and would get them into big trouble. The nurse quietly replied that it was all nonsense. He'd better go home and make something to eat. The man exclaimed that he had never cooked. The girl leaned over to him and quietly said that you could look up information about this guy on the internet. The young man noticed that the two were acting very suspicious, as if they really suspected him of something bad. Meanwhile, Wu Renyao announced that he was going home. Lin Hao was overjoyed. Jolan had purposely sent him away to be alone with the doctor. The girl angrily asked why the boy was stuck on the doorstep. The young man shyly suggested that they start by getting to know each other better. Jolan wondered in surprise what this had to do with anything. Lin Hao could barely contain himself anymore and suggested closing the door. The nurse grabbed his arm roughly and dragged him behind her. She said indignantly that it was taking a long time to talk. He noticed that Jolan's whole body was shaking. He imagined her lying in bed and beckoning him to her. Unfortunately, the nurse rudely shattered all his fantasies and asked to see the equipment he needed. Lin Hao was indignant. He had never imagined that he had been called in just for this. Jolan replied in surprise that she had no other reason. The young man asked why she had escorted her father out. He thought it was because of money, so that he could pay less. The doctor asked why they didn't have an operating room. The nurse embarrassedly replied that her father only saw patients with headaches and colds. Lin Hao frowned, noting that their clinica provided few services. The girl admitted that it used to be different and suggested that they start cleaning. She set up a stool and climbed to the top shelf of the rack. Unfortunately, her heel slipped. Jolan flew downward with a scream. The young man immediately rushed to her rescue and tried to keep her from falling. He reached out his hand in a leap, intending to support the girl. All these actions caused the embarrassed Jolan to land painfully on her fifth point, and Lin Hao managed to fly his face between her legs. Moreover, the young man jabbed his nose into the girl's underwear. It was so unexpected that he himself blushed a lot. Of course, the nurse couldn't stand that and immediately punched him in the nose with her fist. The boy shouted that it was a misunderstanding. Jolan frowned and said she would only forgive him for trying to help and asked him to be careful with the equipment so she wouldn't have to pay. The girl pulled her dress lower and said quietly that all the misfortunes in their family had started on one ill-fated day. Lin Hao asked to tell the story already on the way. He was very hungry, so it was time to go to her place for dinner already. Jolan agreed. When the boy and girl arrived in the city, the young man was very surprised. He had no idea that Guangzhou was so big. It later turned out that the posh metropolis and its poor neighborhoods were separated only by a river with a pedestrian bridge. Lin Hao was surprised at such a strong contrast and wondered why the houses on this side of the river were so dilapidated. The girl only sighed heavily. After a while, Jolan quietly said that this was their dwelling. The young man couldn't believe it. This house was more like a barn. It was large and 2 stories high, but with peeling walls. There were deep cracks all over the house. The guy asked in surprise what really happened to the girl's family. She sat down on the steps and roared. Jolan admitted that her father used to be different. Lin Hao thoughtfully suggested that the old man had been more stingy before. The girl indignantly refuted his suspicions. She exclaimed resentfully that her father in the old days had always been happy to help other people. The young man at first thought he had misunderstood her, and clarified if she was really talking about the man who had hired him. Jolan recounted that the story of their downfall began when a friend of his father's sold him human serum albumin. That day, Uncle Gui bragged to the man that he had gotten a new shipment of albumin at a special price. Her father asked if the supplier was reliable. Lin Hao interrupted the girl and remarked that good medicines couldn't be cheap. His companion bitterly replied that it was easy for him to judge from the outside. The young man stared lustfully at the neckline in the girl's dress and stated authoritatively that he was very knowledgeable in some areas. Jolan blushed like a boiled cancer and angrily asked if he was listening to her at all. The guy hastily replied that he was all ears. The girl sadly continued her narrative. A batch of medicines had been purchased. Unfortunately, the medicine caused an allergic reaction in one elderly couple. At the time, her father was an attending physician, and her mother administered injections. Her parents were very concerned about the health of their patients, and their careers were hanging in the balance. An elderly old man was dying in their arms. Wu Renyao begged him to hold on just a little longer, and the ambulance was on its way. It was the first such case in 10 years. Gui immediately disappeared and left his parents to pay for the problematic medicine. The family of the deceased had to pay nearly 1 million yuan. To do so, the Wu family had to sell all their property. The girl couldn't stand it and burst into tears. She admitted that even now they still owed $200,000. Lin Hao pulled her to him. Jolan tearfully told her that her mother had died due to overwork, and her father had become irritable and started to go bald. Suddenly, the girl realized that her companion had hugged her, and she blushed. She angrily demanded to be released. The young man explained that Jolan had pressed herself against him. She didn't want to listen to any explanations. As soon as Lin Hao let go of the girl, she kicked him in the chin, demonstrating a stretch. At this time, an old man came in and glumly informed them that they had better go to the kitchen and finally prepare the food. Lin Hao continued to lie there unconscious. The man demanded that he get up immediately, or he would be left without food. When he heard about the food, the guy immediately came to his senses. He devoured the food the girl had prepared with gusto. Jolan said he could add more if he needed it. The master was not happy that the boy was eating so much. Lin Hao thanked the girl. The beef and celery are delicious, but the meat could have been a bit more. The man became furious and shouted that for 100 yuan a month, he can't have a banquet. No one is forcing him to eat so much. The young man humbly asked meekly to apologize for his silly remark. Of course, this food is simply wonderful and deserves praise. Wu Zhenyao was surprised that their guest didn't argue with him this time. He remembered well how the guy had desperately bargained for his wages. Lin Hao ate so much that his stomach immediately increased in volume. After putting down a pile of empty plates, the guy asked where their shower room was. The man immediately estimated that it would be very difficult to feed such a glutton. The young man wondered why they were looking at him so strangely. The old man took him to the bathroom and grumpily demanded that he return to the clinic immediately after showering. Barely closing the door behind him, Lin Hao danced with joy. He had finally managed to sneak into the holy place where the girl was bathing. The guy quickly undressed and armed himself with a towel. It was time to search for the beauty's personal belongings. As he plunged into the bathtub, the young man shamefully imagined that in the same bath, the embarrassed Jolan was wiping her face with the same towel. Suddenly, Lin Hao noticed a strange oblong object. He realized that the girl knew how to have fun. On close inspection, it turned out that the beauty's hair was still on this strange object. The young man immediately blushed. In addition, there were 2 buttons on the device. Pressing one of them made the object vibrate. The boy's heart beat harder. He sniffed at the divine artifact. Suddenly, the man shouted that he would deduct the cost of the leg razor from his paycheck if the kid broke it. Lin Hao couldn't believe that it was just a foot razor. Worst of all, it belonged to Wu Renyao himself, and not the girl. Making himself comfortable, the young man remembered that he was going to organize his own business, but instead he got a job at the clinic. While Lin Hao was pondering about the razor incident, Jolan walked into the room with a bag of food and said that it was time for breakfast. The boy glanced furtively at the nurse. The doctor found her so charming that he couldn't bear to say it out loud. Lin Hao embarrassedly exclaimed to the girl that he wanted to hug her and held out his arms to her. She blushed in embarrassment and lowered her eyes down. Not even a few seconds later, the angry Jolan straightened her arm and slapped him on the chin, causing him to lose his balance. The girl yelled that today was his first day on the job. He needed to behave appropriately. She opened the box of food. The aroma wafted across the room. The guy was so hungry that he just swallowed the food. Wu Renyao slowly chewed his food without paying attention to him. Suddenly, Lin Hao saw that the man had a steamed cake in his hands. He exclaimed that he wanted a baoji too. The old man immediately stuffed the rest of the pie in his mouth and turned away. He declared that he would not give the boy anything. The young man immediately took the entire plate of pies from the director. The man indignantly demanded to give them back. Jolan barely restrained herself from smiling. They were both acting like children. Suddenly, someone outside the door called out to Wu Zhenyao. The father and daughter anxiously looked at each other. The receptionist immediately said that he felt sick after breakfast. He urgently needed to go to the bathroom. The young man looked at the nurse. The girl also quickly found herself and said that they needed to prepare the medical equipment. The door opened. A burly man with short yellow hair stood on the threshold and asked where Wu Renyao was. Lin Hao surprisingly replied that the man felt very sick, so he left to go to the restroom. Something about the visitor confused the guy. After a few seconds, the guy realized there was an eerie smell coming from a customer wearing a lilac t-shirt with sunflowers embroidered on it. The young man suggested that the guest first deal with himself. He listed to the indignant man all his symptoms of diseases. After listening to all the symptoms, which were absolutely true, the visitor asked in amazement how he knew this. Lin Hao proudly replied that he was a doctor, so he could easily determine a patient's condition by their appearance. The man did not believe that this was possible without tests. He incredulously asked the young man to tell him what was happening to him. The guy told me that the client had a common kidney problem. The man exclaimed that he actually had a prostate problem. Lin Hao complimented the diagnosis. He said that the visitor would get an erection, but it usually didn't last long. Jolan carefully looked out and saw that the men were talking about something. She didn't understand why Lin Hao wouldn't just escort the customer out. The man asked if it could be cured. The young man smiled and said that money was the only issue. The visitor raised an eyebrow in surprise. He realized it would cost a lot and asked angrily how much it would cost. The guy said he wouldn't charge too much. A complete cure would only cost the man 100,000 yuan. Wu Renyao carefully peeked through the slit of the door. He couldn't figure out what his co-worker was up to. The thug shouted that the guy was too young and had no skills. Lin Hao sighed and offered to demonstrate in practice. The man bowed and asked how the doctor planned to do this. The young man asked to put his hands up. The visitor irritatedly asked what it all meant. Lin Hao promised that he would be responsible for the treatment if things didn't work out. The client grudgingly threw his hands up in the air and muttered that he would see what such young doctors were good for. The odor from his armpits was so pungent that the young man couldn't breathe and stuck absorbent cotton in his nose. Moreover, even Jolan smelled the unpleasant stench. The man glanced unhappily at the boy who was trying to get closer through the dense veil of foul odor. Meanwhile, Lin Hao quickly took out an acupuncture needle and clasped it tightly in his left hand. He performed exactly the same operation with the second needle, and squeezed it with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. The young man stuck both needles into the big man's armpits at the same time. The man could barely stand, his face twisted in pain. The client irritably lifted the doctor by his collar and said that he was fed up with his life. Lin Hao promised that he wouldn't be bothered by the odor anymore. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked for clarification as to exactly what odor the doctor was referring to. The young man sneezed loudly. The cotton swabs flew out of his nostrils. He declared that now the visitor's armpits no longer smelled. The big man turned his elbow incredulously and sniffed. In his opinion, nothing had changed at all. The kid had lied. Lin Hao explained that he wouldn't understand anything this way. He asked the patient to first take off his shirt and wash himself. Wu Zhenyao was very displeased that the guy asked the man to go exactly where he was hiding. The ambal diligently washed himself up to his waist. Lin Hao said in surprise that the old man should be here. At this time, the headmaster cursed at the young man hiding behind the door. The thug shouted happily that the smell was gone. The guy only had to look at the man to vomit. The client was very happy with the operation and admired the doctor. Jolan had been peeking all this time and now thought that the young man had a magic needle. As soon as the bulky guy left, the girl confusedly asked if the guy had actually managed to pay off 100,000 of their debt. Lin Hao stated that he would have been able to request much more if he had known that it was a creditor who was owed 200,000. Wu Zhenyao incredulously asked how he managed to get that guy to agree to such an amount. Jolan was almost jumping for joy. The young man turned to the director and explained that their dialogue had started with something that all people were concerned about. The conversation was about the patient's health. After the odor problem was solved, the bulky man believed it, but asked for a price reduction. The doctor said that as the price goes down, the quality of treatment will also go down. The man knew that surgery was usually needed to remove the bad odor, and the guy did it quickly. He asked how to cure everything else. Lin Hao showed the patient 3 fingers and assumed that his lovemaking lasted no more than 3 minutes. The man was amazed. The doctor had hit the mark again. He asked angrily how the young man had managed to find out. That's exactly what he had yesterday. The guy thought about it and said it was better to eat a proper diet and try to keep his sanity. The big guy asked what could be done. Lin Hao felt like a rescue angel at that moment and began to quickly dictate the ingredients that would help the patient. The doctor said that medical supplements should not be abused. Like the stock market, there are ups and downs. The man was amazed. He was really speculating on stocks. The young man smiled and added that his treatment is unique. There is nowhere like it. In 3 days, you have to bring 100,000 yuan. The man cheerfully said that he would come for all the drugs in 3 days, but he was not going to pay for the treatment. Lin Hao was not prepared for this turn of events. He wiggled his eyebrows in surprise and asked what was wrong. The patient waved his shirt carelessly and explained that even with the treatment, Wu Zhenyao would still owe him over 100,000. To clarify, the man introduced himself. His name is Fang Tong, and Wu Renyao owes him a decent amount of money. Lin Hao became angry, because the guy turned out to be the boss's creditor. He had only wasted his time and wouldn't earn anything. The young man grimaced and said that he would have taken the whole 200,000 if he had known about it beforehand. Jolan said cheerfully that he had helped a lot as it was. The man turned around and walked off in the other direction. The girl asked in surprise where he was going. Zhen Yao proudly said that he was going for food, and there would be meat for dinner. The nurse couldn't bear it from the excess of feelings, and threw herself into Lin Hao's arms, never failing to thank him sincerely. Lin Hao enjoyed Jolan's tight embrace. He assured her not to worry, saying that it was all small things. She felt something solid in her embrace with him, and asked why he was horny again. Hao didn't answer that question and said he wanted to cuddle. Jolan angrily pushed him away from her, calling him shameless. She asked, "Where is the needle he used to cure his armpit odor?" Lin, in response, smiled slyly, and said that he couldn't tell her that since everyone had their own secrets. Jolan asked how he knew the lender was involved in stock trading. Hao said he would answer if she gave him a kiss. The girl was angry at this behavior. She called him a little rascal. Lin said he was a grown man. He began to tell me that when he and the lender were talking about kidney treatment, the lender kept his eyes on the stock report in the newspaper, so it was easy to understand. Jolan looked at the guy with admiration, for he not only had excellent medical skills, but also great observation. Their discussion was interrupted by Zhen Yao telling them to go to the mountains with him. He said they were going there to gather medicinal herbs. The boy was surprised at such words. The old man asked why he was staring at him. He said there was no money for herbs. The Trinity set out to collect medicinal herbs. They traveled a long way. The scenery was mesmerizingly beautiful. Lin Hao walked along the path and thought about the old man traveling such a long way for the sake of saving some money. He was speechless. Jolan told Hao that there was one thing that still bothered her. She asked where did he come from after all. He replied that curiosity had killed the cat. Sis said she wasn't a cat, so she asked him to tell her where he learned such a skill. Lin began to tell me that he came from the mountains overseas. His life didn't change much with the move, but he still takes care of patients the same way. Suddenly, Lin Hao spotted a plant called false ginseng. He was surprised that there were so many herbs growing on this mountain. Lin, in an instant, felt something soft pressing against his back. He was shocked, but it felt really good. Jolan gently hugged Hao, pressing her breasts against him. She carefully watched the plants he was collecting. She was stunned and asked why he was frozen. Lin felt the warmth of her body and was ecstatic. He was receiving indescribable pleasure. Jolan became indignant at this disgusting behavior. Her ears felt like they were steaming with rage. She kicked Lin Hao's groin with all her might as she was unwilling to tolerate being treated like this anymore. The guy was thrown into shock as he had not expected such a blow from the girl at all. He fell face first into the leaves. He shook himself off and asked his sister not to freak out like that. Jolan asked him to be quiet, and he asked her to take her time and be careful. The girl continued to walk forward without waiting for Hao. She told him that she had no desire to communicate with him. She accidentally stepped on a snake. As soon as the girl realized what she had stepped on, she began to understand what was happening. Her eyes filled with fear and horror at what she saw, and it was as if she had goosebumps on her skin. Jolan started screaming at the top of her voice and begged Lin Hao for help. He didn't understand what had happened. The guy calmly put his arm around the girl and told her that she had no reason to worry. He said he would protect her. The girl jumped into his arms as she was very scared. Hao was aroused by this and said that she was perfectly safe with him. Jolan whispered in his ear that the snake was just a turtle's claw. The boy's cheeks flushed red with pleasure. The girl angrily told him to let her go while calling her a pervert. Lin Hao was embarrassed. He emphasized that she had jumped on it herself. Jolan asked him to shut up and help the turtle. Lin Hao didn't think for long and grabbed the first stick he could find and gave a sharp blow to the snake's head. The turtle turned green as it was poisoned by the poison. Lin said that turtles with golden shells are rare. Jolan took the stunned snake in her hands. She suggested that the boy take it with him because it could be used in medicine. Jolan asked enthusiastically, since Lin Hao is such a master at curing people, could he also save the turtle? Lin didn't doubt himself for a moment and said that he could do it without any problem. The girl said that it was time for them to go back as it was getting late. The sun was already setting. There was a beautiful sunset. The weather was warm. Trinity had already returned to the clinic. Zhen Yao was approached by an acquaintance who came to ask for some herbs for rheumatism. The man looked into the basket and saw a turtle with a golden shell in it. He was surprised, as it was rarely seen. He determined it was a male. He said it was very rare to find such a turtle, and a male too. Zhen Yao asked the man how much such a turtle was worth. The chief said that if it wasn't poisoned, it would be at least 200,000 yuan. Zhen Yao was very surprised by this price. He decided that he should sell the turtle. Jolan didn't like this. She ran to help the turtle and elbowed Lin Hao. She ran as hard as she could, screaming for her father not to dare sell the turtle. The father asked his daughter to calm down. Zhen Yao shouted for Lin Hao to stop the girl from doing something stupid and interfering with the deal. Hao accepted the boss's order, saying that he would gladly do his errand. He smiled at the boss. With a smile on his face, he gently and unexpectedly grabbed Jolan's waist, saying that she had no reason to worry. The girl sadly asked not to sell the turtle, After all, they had only saved her. Hao asked her to think about her family's situation and not to get emotional. Zhen Yao was enthusiastic. He said that this was the first time Lin Hao was saying something sensible. He was pleasantly surprised. The chief interrupted their discussion by shouting out that the turtle was not worth 200,000 yuan because it was poisoned. Zhen Yao grabbed him and told him not to even try to cheat him. He was angry because he was afraid that the turtle would not be sold. The man said she could be saved with a serum, but if she wasn't healed, she would remain ill. The chief asked in a calm tone of voice, "Aren't they doctors?" He added that all they had to do was remove the poison from the turtle's system. Zhoulan was excited and asked if they could really help the turtle. Lin Hao took advantage of the moment and smoothly moved his hand to her chest. He said that Zhoulan could leave the matter to him, as he would be able to save the turtle. The girl at that moment felt his hand on her breast. The girl was angry. She immediately hit the guy in the face with her fist. She called him a rascal. Zhen Yao asked if Hao would definitely be up to the task. Lin replied that it is the easiest thing to do, but the clinic does not have the right equipment and funds for the surgery. Zhoulan asked Lin Hao to write a list of what he needed, and she would go to Guangzhou and buy what he needed. He asked her to kiss him so he could get up. The girl grabbed his head with both hands. She started yelling at him to stop fooling around and just write the damn list. Lin Hao was frightened by the girl's nerves and immediately started writing the letter. He was rapidly writing a list. He finished writing the list and handed it to the girl. Zhen Yao, seeing the volume of this list, was stunned. His eyes bulged. Lin began to reassure him and asked him to think hard. He said that although he would have to spend a little, he would be rewarded with 200,000 yuan. Zhen Yao said he would go get the medicine and told the guy and girl to take care of the turtle. Lin Hao held the list to Zhoulan's face, telling her to prepare these medicines on a slow fire. She looked at him with surprise and a share of fright and asked if they wouldn't wait for their father and start doing everything themselves. Lin Hao confidently stated that he was afraid that the turtle might not live at all before Zhen Yao returned. The girl asked why then he had sent his father to get all this stuff. He replied that if it weren't for these circumstances, Zhen Yao would never have bought the missing medicine for the clinic. The chief suddenly said that if Lin Hao managed to cure this turtle, he would be willing to trade it for a car. The car stood outside the window. Zhoulan asked, "Is the man really willing to trade the car for a skull?" After all, it had been purchased by his son for 500,000 yuan. Lin Hao had an incentive to cure the turtle. He realized that this turtle was really special. The man said he already had several females and needed one male. He added that if they cured him, he would not even bargain. Lin Hao said that in that case there was nothing to lose a minute. Zhoulan thought admiringly that he looked very reliable when serious. She gets nervous since she can't find the turtle's veins. Hao tells her to look at the list. All it says are Chinese remedies that will draw out the poison. Zhoulan looked at Lin Hao in surprise, and was surprised. He said that they could even use the herbs they had gathered today. Lin Hao began to mix the medicinal plants in a bowl to prepare them for use. He also put the turtle in the bowl and put the bowl on the fire. Zhoulan was surprised. She asked if he was going to cook her. Hao told her not to worry. He said he was controlling the temperature. He asked Zhoulan to open the turtle's mouth and pour the medicine into it, then put a moistened towel under it. The chief watched all this and was amazed at the method of removing the poison. He asked Zhoulan if this guy was definitely a doctor and not an intern. She said, "Can't he see for himself?" Suddenly Zhen Yao came home. He said he knew that the bastard had lied to him about the medicine. He told Zhoulan that he had already looked at the list at the pharmacy, but there were only the usual antibiotics. He said he almost had a heart attack. The chief said that he was fine now. He also said that since Zhen Yao had come, there was something he wanted to ask him. He asked him with great surprise where he had dug up this doctor. Zhen Yao said he couldn't tell him that. The chief asked, how would he rate the young lad's skills compared to his own? His mouth was wide open. Zhen Yao thought for a moment, and confidently said that he had to admit that the young doctor was superior to himself. The man approached Lin Hao and began to ask him where he had studied medicine. Hao told him not to beat around the bush. If something was bothering him, he would take a look. The chief told him to ignore it, because it was a foregone conclusion. He told him to just sell him the turtle. He looked very sad. Lin Hao confidently said that under no circumstances would he sell him the turtle. It was as if he was plotting something. The chief looked at Zhen Yao. He said that Hao had saved the turtle, so it was up to him. The guy said he wouldn't give the turtle back until the chief told him about his illness. The man said sadly that if he could cure him, he wouldn't spare $1 million. It was as if he was building up his courage before he told the story. There was a sudden pause in the conversation. Lin was wary, for the pause was not good. He wondered, perhaps it was cancer. Lin Hao thought to himself that silence spoke for itself. Apparently he had hit the mark. He asked the chief to show his x-ray. He showed the x-ray. The man said that he had been to the hospital many times already. He had no hope left, so even Lin couldn't cure him. Lin asked the chief. If he could cure him of this disease, would he agree to give him his 8 females instead of 1,000,000? He happily looked at the x-ray. Jolan asked Lin how not to joke like that. After all, he couldn't cure cancer. She was excited. He coldly said that she still didn't seem to believe in him. He offered her a bet that he could cure the cancer. She asked how on earth could they argue. Hao said that if he couldn't cure the cancer, he would work for nothing. But if he did succeed in curing him, Jolan would have to kiss him. He dreamed of kissing her. Zhenyo made up her mind for her, saying that it was the right arrangement for them. Jolan was surprised and couldn't say anything. She angrily asked her father what he was even doing. He answered his daughter that it was only a small sacrifice to save the chief. Hao asked Zhenyo to fetch a gourd from the backyard. He told him to stop thinking about food and take care of the village head. But Lin said he needed pumpkin seeds to cure this disease, so less words, more deeds. He also asked Jolan to bring him fresh fruit of Azetarak, to be done as soon as possible. The young doctor immediately began to prepare these potions on the fire. The young physician immediately began to prepare these potions on the fire. He prepared 2 plates with some obscure contents. It looked more like waste products. The father and daughter looked at this with amazement and asked if he was going to beat cancer with this. The chief asked, is that how Lin claims that if he eats it he will recover? He asked, isn't the Melia Azetarak poisonous? Lin Hao confidently told him not to worry as he would not die from such a dose. He said that it would be better if he drank it in a volley. The head of the village immediately began to drink the medicine. He decided to try it first, and then he drank it in 1 gulp. It was very bitter, and his eyes turned red. Trinity stood to the side and watched everything happen in panic. Zhenyao asked, what happened to him? Jolan asked Lin Hao to save the chief. The village chief asked for a bowl. He said he needed it. Lin immediately set the bowl down and the chief threw up. The man decided to look at the results of the vomit. He was horrified to see what was in the dish. There were incomprehensible parasites in it. Lin said the blackouts in his liver were not caused by a tumor, but by parasites. He told Jolan that she owed him a kiss and asked if she would pay now or later. She asked if that was all Hao was thinking about. And she also asked if he had really managed to cure the village head's illness. He said that he had. Jolan said that there would be no kiss until he followed through. She tapped him on the head. The surprised village head opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. He asked if Lin was sure it wasn't cancer. He held up the x-ray and asked, how about this? Lin Hao, with a smile on his face, looked at him and was confident. He said the secret is just in the x-ray. Most doctors would look at it and say it's cancer. Hao also said that if the chief took another x-ray, he would see that the blackout had changed its position. He said that the presence of parasites was given away by the corners of the eyes. The chief took his hand and asked in amazement, is his illness gone? Lin said that he would live for another 20 years or more. He asked the chief, since he had cured him, what about these 8 turtles? The chief replied that he had saved his life, so they belonged to him now. Evening came, and it became dark all around. The sun had long since set, but the rays of the sun in Lin Hao's soul were just rising. Lin sat with Jolan on the chair and watched with delight at the very marvelous picture. Jolan's astonishment had no limit. The turtles, which had been given to the young doctor by the head of the village, were mating in front of their owner. Zhenyao rejoiced and said that they were not turtles, but a gold mine. He said that in the future they would have turtles and they would be rich. He asked Lin Hao and Joy what he would like to eat for dinner. He replied that it was a big crab. The old man started picking his nose and said the guy's lip was not stupid, but agreed to his whims. He suggested that the chief stay with them and have dinner together. The chief thanked for the invitation but declined, saying it was very difficult for him to part with the turtles. As he left, he asked Zhenyao to come to him to discuss something. The old man did not refuse to do so. The village head said that his daughter was still unmarried. He asked what the old man thought of Lin Hao. He replied that his Jolan also still doesn't have a date yet. Jolan and Lin were left alone. She said she was very curious about what the men were talking about now. It seemed mysterious to her. Lin Hao coquettishly suggested that perhaps they were discussing their wedding. His eyes seemed to be filled with love. Jolan told him that she was the only one who could cook the crab, and if he wanted to eat it, the kissing arrangement was off. This alarmed Lin Hao, and he decided to take the initiative, because at this rate he would never get a kiss. He kissed Jolan's cheek. The girl got angry and started yelling that he was a fool. He started to run away from her, saying with a smile that he had just decided to act first. The weather outside was beautiful. The sky was clear and clear. The sun was warming the streets with its rays. Lin Hao was at the reception desk in the clinic and complained of boredom, because the attendance was very low. In front of the entrance to the clinic stood a young man of large build. He had obviously not come here to receive medical care. Lin greeted him and in a calm tone asked if something was bothering him. The young guy was very panting and nervous. He asked if Jolan was in the clinic at the moment. Hao replied that she had not arrived yet, so the man could contact him with any questions. The guy asked him for syringes, saying his pig needed a vaccination. He needed 8 syringes. Lin Hao didn't delay the man. He gave him the requested 8 syringes in his hands without any questions. The man immediately grabbed a pack of syringes and started running towards the exit. Lin shouted that he hadn't paid. The guy stopped and apologized, saying he had completely forgotten. He asked how much he owed for them. Sweat was dripping off him. Lin Hao said that he owed 32 yuan. The man put the money on the table and started to run away. Hao shouted that he didn't take the change. Zhoulan appeared at the clinic. After greeting Lin Hao, she asked why Liang Dan needed syringes. She looked adorable. Hao couldn't stop fantasizing. A wary Liang Dan walked back to the clinic. Zhoulan asked him why he had come back. He said the needles were too big and asked me to give him 1 milliliter each. He was sweating from nerves. The girl asked warily how he was going to inoculate the pigs with such small needles. She also asked if he had injected them last month. The guy started nervously yelling for her to stop this interrogation and give him needles and saline. His eyes were red with nerves. Lin Hao's gaze at this moment was serious and wary. He began to guess something. He, at the same moment, rolled up Liang Dan's sleeves to make sure of his guesses. He suspected the guy. There were injection marks on the guy's arm. 2 needle holes were clearly visible. Lin asked him, "What is it?" The guy, realizing that his intentions had been discovered, ran away. He shouted that he didn't want anything else. The angry and surprised Zhoulan said that he must have been sent here by the 8 demons. Lin didn't understand her. He suggested that perhaps this was a company that was addicted to drugs. His face was wary. The girl warily replied that these 8 rascals were terrorizing the village. But worst of all, they were encouraging the young ones to use drugs. Suddenly, unknown men entered the clinic. One of them had tattoos on his lower back and arms. He asked why she was being so rude about them. He said all they wanted was 8 syringes. They were 3 young guys. Their hair colors were bright. They were dressed casually. Lin Hao and Zhoulan interrupted the conversation and turned their attention to the drug addicts. They were wary of their appearance. The red-haired demon said that cousin Zhoulan was looking more and more beautiful every time. All 8 demons stood next to each other. The girl was angry at everything that was happening. She started yelling, "What is his cousin doing here?" The blue-haired demon told the companion that he had fallen in love with his cousin. Zhoulan threatened, saying that they had better leave while she was still in control. She shouted that they were not welcome here. The blue-haired junkie said he liked girls like her. He asked her to come over and hug him. The junkie didn't even realize he was imagining a girl. He walked over to Lin. He was standing with a serious look at that moment. Lin looked at him puzzled and said that he had very strange tastes. The junkie already wanted to kiss him. He realized in an instant that it wasn't a girl standing in front of him. He immediately began to ask, where did Hao come from? Lin stated that he will not sell syringes to anyone, and if they are not happy about something, he is at their service. He asked why intimidate the girl. Dune asked if the guy thought he was a hero. He said that if he couldn't wait to die, they were willing to help him. Lin Hao confidently said that enough of this idle chatter, and suggested that he go outside to sort things out. Zhoulan, seeing everything that was happening, began to panic. She shouted for Lin to stop and not to go anywhere with the drug addicts. The guy told her not to worry as they were incapable of doing anything to him. He was sure he would defeat them all. The drug addicts surrounded the guy. Lin said they had 2 choices. Either he would beat them all, or he would beat each of them. One of the drug addicts said he was too arrogant. Dong gave a command to the others, telling them to beat Lin Hao to death. The hyenas immediately swooped down on the guy. They pounced on Lin. Dong stood back and tauntingly shouted that he would beat the hell out of him. Hao tried to reach out to hit him. But in an instant, Lin Hao realized that there was a way in which he would defeat this entire gang of knuckleheads. He began to press a certain area of the body hard and briskly. The addicts immediately lost all their strength and could not move. He overpowered everyone and coldly told Dune that he was the only one left, so he could choose how he beat him. The others yelled out how much it hurt. The red-haired junkie stood puzzled. He couldn't understand. Was it really magic? He ordered his boys to stand up. Zhoulan watched from the side. She was delighted, saying that it looked like acupuncture points like in martial arts novels. Lin Hao told Dong that they, the little brats, weren't even enough to warm up, so they'd better run home to their mommies. Dune was enraged. While Lin's back was turned to him, he pulled out a sharp knife from his pocket. He swung it sharply at Hao. Zhoulan saw all of this. She panicked and started shouting for Lin Hao to turn around and save herself the blow. He realized that behind his back stood a junkie with a knife. His gaze was serious, filled with anger. He silently turned around and delivered a sharp, straight punch right to his opponent's jaw. The knife flew out of Dune's hands and he flew to the floor. Such an act from a guy like this mesmerized Zhoulan's heart. She admired him, saying that he was amazing, and she couldn't even think that such a thing could happen. Lin Hao coldly ordered Dong to take off his belt and give it to him. The junkie said he wouldn't do that, but as soon as Hao shifted his gaze to him, he immediately handed over the belt. He kneeled down and kindly gave the belt to Lin. The other junkies told their boss that he was embarrassing himself in this way. He got angry at them and ordered them to shut up. He said that if they were so clever, they should go and beat Lin. Lin Hao, meanwhile, decided not to waste precious time and swung his belt with all his might. The addict was thrown aside by the impact. Lin asked if anyone else wanted to try out the belt on themselves. The demons kneeled down and were afraid to open their mouths. Jolan asked why he was keeping these cretins here. Why not just chase them away? The junkies agreed with her, begging to be let go. Lin Hao immediately punched one of the drug addicts. He asked Jolan to call the village head as he had an idea on how to make money for the clinic. The girl enthusiastically inquired if he really wanted to cure them of their drug addiction. He said she was thinking right. She started yelling, calling him an idiot. She asked why he didn't consult her. He told her to calm down because he knew what he was doing. Suddenly, Ren Yao appeared. He shouted at Lin Hao with all his might, calling him a fool. He asked him what he was doing. He asked if he knew who these people even were. Lin Hao said that they seemed to be from the legendary Dead Love clan. The addicts gathered in one pile, and with a smile on their faces said they were from a clan of chrysanthemum lovers. Lin Hao and Jolan vomited from the nonsense they were not carrying. They asked them to shut up because it was impossible to listen to. Lin angrily swung his belt, asking who allowed them to get up. He said it was disgusting. Duong begged to be forgiven for it. Lin Hao threatened them, telling them that they had better not make a move until the village head came. Dong said to himself that this guy didn't know yet that the village head was his uncle. The village head at the door asked Hao what had happened that even he had to be summoned. He told him to take a look at everything himself. Yan Dong saw his uncle and looked at him upset. The chief asked who had beaten him up like that. Yan rushed to his uncle and hugged his legs. Tears streamed from his eyes as he complained that he had been terribly maimed. The drug addict started pointing his finger at Lin Hao. He shouted that he was the only one responsible for beating him. The village head, all of a sudden, delivered a kick to his nephew. Yan Dong, not expecting such a blow, fell from his knees to the floor. The chief started yelling that he wished Dune hadn't been beaten to death. He was angry at his drug-addicted nephew. Yan lay on the floor in tears and cried out, saying how could his uncle do such a thing, since he was his nephew. He replied that if he had not been his nephew, he would have died 800 times over. Jolin shyly walked up to the chief and interrupted him. She decided to confess to him what Yan was really about, but the village head interrupted her, saying that nothing needed to be said, as he could imagine for himself what they were doing here. The chief walked over to Lin Hao and nervously said that he unfortunately had to ask for his help. Lin told the village head that he understood everything he wanted to say, but first we need to get their parents here. They called the parents of a crowd of young addicts. They all gathered at the entrance to the clinic and waited for their children's rehabilitation to begin. One of the men told the chief that he knew the treatment wasn't working, didn't he? He asked how that doctor was going to do it. The chief said that he had cured even his hopeless disease. People were surprised. How could this be in a clinic without any equipment? One of the men said he didn't believe it. The head of the village started shouting for them all to shut up. He shouted that because of their carelessness, they had grown up like this. He began to say that as everyone knows, because of his illness, he gave up a prosperous life to become the head of the village in such a small village. He stated that Lin Hao was the one who had saved him from despair, for he had lost all hope and was living while waiting for death. He started yelling that the parents never cared about these kids, and even now they don't want to show any responsibility. He stated that he would take care of all the expenses. The parents began to say that since the chief was paying for everything, it was all right. One of the men said that in that case, he would agree to follow the advice of the head of the village clinic. Lin Hao asked the chief if he was sure he wanted to pay for everything. Treating 8 fools is not cheap. It will cost about 1,000,000 yuan. The village head of the clinic said it's not a problem. If 8 lives can be saved with that million, it's worth it. Zhen Yao stood in a complete stupor. He was stunned and couldn't find the right words to express his emotions. Greed was destroying his mind. Lin Hao coldly said that aside from this, there was one more thing that needed to be clarified. He vehemently declared that since everyone had agreed, no one else should interfere. And it didn't matter what he did, like hitting or humiliating them. The 8 dummies, after hearing this, panicked. They realized that there was no telling what the doctor would do to them. After all that was said, Lin asked to sign the agreement. He said it was obligatory as he didn't want any trouble in case of anything. All the parents signed the document. Lin Hao said that they could now be free. The parents were very frightened. One of the men said that if the doctor did not succeed, he would not blame him. A woman supported the man's words. Dr. Lin asked the chief why he was still here since everyone had already left the premises. The village chief replied that he and Zhen Yao would play chess for now. The doctor prepared some medicinal herbs. He gave the clumps made from the potions to Yandong's patient. The latter didn't understand what it was. Lin Hao said that they had two options. Either they would eat this medicine on their own, or he would beat them to a pulp and shove it in. The bestiality agreed unreservedly to drink the medicine, saying that if the bro says so, they'll take it, of course. They put the medicine in their mouths and swallowed it. The doctor told them not to even try to trick him by hiding the medicine under their tongue. Hao sat down on the chair and said whoever finished taking the medicine could leave. He reminded them that they should come again tomorrow at 3 o'clock. The addicts looked at him with great surprise and asked if they could really leave. He shouted that they could go and told them to remember to report at 3 o'clock tomorrow without tardiness. The bestial men obeyed him. Jolan entered the office and asked where the demons had disappeared to. Lin said he had let them go. She asked if he was sure they would return. Dr. Lin Hao said in a confident voice that they would certainly not come back here. The addicts asked their boss, "Are they really coming back here tomorrow?" He said that of course not. If anyone needed to go, let them go alone. Jolan asked in surprise, "In that case, why did he let them go?" Hao replied that it was to demonstrate what would happen if they did not return. The doctor asked Zhen Yao to go with him to Guangzhou as he wants to buy some equipment, but doesn't know where. The old man got angry at this. He said that the current equipment was enough, and besides, they didn't have any money. Lin pointed to the money bags from the chapter, which contained a total of 500,000 yuan, saying what could be taken from there. The old man was dumbfounded. He looked at the bag of money. They glittered brightly in his eyes. He wondered how he could have failed to notice this treasure. The chief said he was sending someone to pick them up, and there will be the other half of the money when it is completed. Instead of eyeballs, it was as if old man Zhen Yao had dollars appearing. He said that in that case, he was going to Guangzhou. Dr. Lin Hao said that he would go this time because if the old man went, he would buy low-grade equipment. The old man was angry at these words. The chief stopped him, saying that the youth should do as he saw fit. Jolan suggested stopping by the house beforehand. Lin Hao was delighted by this and thought, is she hinting at a date? Jolan complained about the heat and said it was a good time to go shopping. Suddenly, she stumbled. Stumbling, she rapidly began to fall forward. She tried with all her might to stop. Lin Hao shouted for her to be more careful, for it was possible to get injured this way. The girl couldn't stop and lightly flew into the guy. He tried to stop her and grabbed her lush breasts. She didn't realize it right away. The girl found herself in an awkward situation. The embarrassed Jolan asked Lin Hao to let her go. Lin abruptly let go of her breasts and began to apologize. The girl at this moment abruptly fell to the floor. Jolan screamed as she hit herself. Her head was right at the guy's feet. Hao didn't realize what was happening. He kept apologizing, making excuses that it was all accidental. She asked for help getting up. Hao praised the chairman's car. Jolan asked Hao to give her his ID card so that she could register him for Social Security. He replied that he didn't have one. She asked sarcastically, maybe he was a second child and they decided not to register him to avoid paying the fine? Lin laughed. Jolan asked why he didn't have an ID card. A guy and a girl drove by a gas station. He asked her to promise not to tell anyone. He said it all started with his kidnapping for sale. The girl interjected, was it really human trafficking? Lin replied that yes. He had been resold many times. He said he ended up being transported on a ship with other children like him. He went on to say that he had lost track of time. It was a living hell. Those who got sick, they didn't treat them. They just threw them into the sea. But he kept telling himself that he had to survive at all costs. Jolan took his hand. She listened to him carefully and asked what happened after he promised himself to survive. He replied that after they were transferred to the old castle, and he realized that his nightmare had just begun. They had to endure experiments every day that decided their fate. Their training was to kill each other. Originally, there were 100 children, but only 10 managed to survive in this absolute hell. Lin Hao continued to narrate. He said that after all this, he was assigned to a concentration camp specializing in human trials. He said it was a collection of madmen obsessed with medical research. They were obsessed with the terrible diseases of this world. Every day, several patients and sometimes even corpses were sent in. Lin said he had a chance to be an assistant. Later, the madmen realized that he could identify a patient's illness, so at 16, he could perform surgeries on his own. Jolan looked at him fearfully and listened intently. She asked, how did he manage to escape? Lin Hao menacingly stated that he had committed suicide to do so. He covered his face with his hand. Jolan was dumbfounded. These words threw her into a stupor, and she couldn't find the right words to express her emotions. Hao said he was exhausted. Sometimes he had to take care of 140 patients a day. The girl's face turned blue with fear. She asked what she meant by suicide. He said it was a fake death. A year later, Lin discovered a drug that could temporarily stop his heart from working, and because of his tight schedule, they thought he died of overwork. Lin Hao said that it was risky, and he really almost died. Jolan asked in surprise, how come? He said he didn't know why, but they had a burial ceremony for him, and if they had decided to cremate him, he was indeed dead. After a while, the effects of the drug wore off, and if they had checked on him longer, they would have realized he was still alive. He said he was lucky he had a scalpel with him to crack open the coffin, and if it hadn't been for him, Hao would have died of suffocation. He told me that he hid on a cargo ship and returned to China 3 months later, and the rest is already known to the girl. Jolan asked in surprise if all this was true. Lin said he had no need to lie to her, and said he hoped she would keep it a secret. The girl said he could not worry and she would not give away the secret even under threat of death. He said he didn't want to put her in danger. Lin stood by the car and said that it was time for them to go because it was getting late and it would soon get dark. There was an unpleasant situation on the road. Hao tried to overtake another driver, but she shouted that dreaming is not harmful. Lin was annoyed by this behavior of the other driver. He did not understand how he dared to overtake him. After all, he is the king of the road here. Jolan asked him to stop racing as he doesn't have a driver's license or even an ID card. Lin Hao's eyes seemed to be on fire. He said that he didn't care about any of this. His goal was to overtake the red Porsche. The driver of a red Porsche was suddenly involved in a traffic accident. He collided with another car. Lin Hao was astonished. He looked out of the window and shouted that that guy had just lost his mind. Both cars were wrecked. The door of the perpetrator of the accident was kicked open with a sharp kick. A man began to break out of it. The man had a scratched face. People were shouting that he was drunk out of his mind. The guy could barely stand on his feet, but he managed to walk. He started yelling, "Who here dares to stop him from passing?" He had scratches all over his face. People were outraged because he was not only drunk behind the wheel, but also rude to others. Someone shouted that there was a girl in the car besides him. A charming black-haired girl with lush breasts stuck her leg out of the auto. She was wearing stockings. She asked her man what was wrong. The drunk driver of the red Porsche began beating the black car with his feet, asking how dare the driver prevent him from passing. People were screaming that this idiot kept causing problems. Everyone thought he was disgusting and reckless. Lin told himself that no one knew his identity right now and he shouldn't stand out, but these people could only talk idly. Jolin shouted and asked where he was going. Hao replied that the most important thing now was to save the people, and the rest was not important. He suddenly walked up to the drunk driver and grabbed him by the hair and started yelling at him to get the hell out of here. The driver's companion started yelling at him. She asked how dare he touch him, and did he even know who he was. Lin Hao wasn't afraid, and walked up to the girl and slapped her. He shouted for her to get out of here as well. Lin, at one point, noticed that gasoline was leaking from the car. This threatened to cause more problems. He asked the guys to help, but the men didn't want to do that. One of them asked, "What if the car explodes?" They decided to wait for the police. Lin Hao noticed a pregnant woman in a black car. She was unconscious. He immediately began to panic. Jolan was in a stupor. She asked Lin Hao what had happened. Was someone injured? He shouted at her with all his might to stand still and not to dare approach him. Lin started to open the door of the wrecked car. He pulled the door handle as hard as he could, but nothing worked. He didn't give up trying. He kept pulling the doorknob. At one point, he flew away with the door, but it was too late. Suddenly, a nice girl appeared. She said he would save the pregnant woman and she would take care of the rest. We had to hurry. The car could explode at any moment. Hao carefully pulled the woman out of the car. At an inopportune moment, the gasoline began to ignite. Lin Hao lifted the woman into his arms. He began to run away from the furnace with the woman in his arms. He ran as hard as he could, telling himself that he could not die here. Jolan cried out fearfully. She was afraid for Lin Hao's life. The stranger calmly asked, "Did the car explode?" Lin managed to run away and save the pregnant woman. He expended all his strength and fell to his knees. He was tense as he had suffered a very great deal of stress. He could barely keep his emotions in check to keep from screaming. He yelled for the miss to get the first aid kit from the car. The girl immediately rushed to the car. Lin was examining the woman. He said that fortunately the waters had not broken. The drunk driver stood behind him with a bat. He was preparing to hit Hao. The masked girl asked what the scum was up to. She swung her foot. Lin Hao was lucky enough to see her main feminine asset. He was embarrassed. A girl hit a drunk driver in the face with her heel. His face flattened from the impact. Lin was amazed that a stranger had helped him in his fight against the drunken beast. He realized that she was good. He continued to examine the pregnant woman and said that he would have to take a risk to save the baby. Everyone around him was stunned. Hao asked Jolan to put a respirator on the woman. He was preparing to start the operation. The charming policewoman asked the doctor how she could help. He replied that she was a traffic cop, not a doctor. She took his hint and said she'd make sure the ambulance could get through here without any problems. There are Baihui, Shenting, Fengqi, Juwei, Guanyuan, Intermediate, Chugu points. If handled correctly, you can save a life. A policewoman was near the body of an injured civilian. She shouted to the doctor that he was not stopping bleeding and asked to see him. Lin Hao looked over the injured man's body. He didn't know what to do since there was no equipment near him. He said he could keep him alive for 20 minutes, but where's the ambulance? The nice policewoman said he could count on her and an ambulance would arrive in the allotted 20 minutes. She started yelling to everyone watching to disperse immediately. She was yelling that an ambulance was coming and to get out of the way. People in the crowd shouted that the policewoman was beautiful and didn't want to leave. Someone asked if she wanted to be his girlfriend. The girl took a gun out of her holster and fired several shots into the sky. She said that they were interfering with police work. Lin Hao said it was a funny act on her part. Maybe she was just an intern. Jolan said the woman stood up and wanted to talk to him. The crying woman begged the doctor to save her sister-in-law and husband. Lin told her not to worry. He asked her to wait for an ambulance. The traffic cop was yelling for people to hurry up and spread out to give way for the ambulance. The paramedics were loading the girl-pregnant woman into the car. Lin told Jolan that it was time for them to go. The drunk driver woke up and asked who had hit him so hard. His companion rejoiced that he was finally awake. The policewoman approached them and told them to follow her to the station. The girl called her a stupid police girl and told her not to get cocky. The police officer showed her identification, saying the man was charged with drunk driving and causing injury to others. The driver's companion asked if she had heard who his father was. He said that when his father let him out, he would give the policewoman a sweet life. The policewoman called them just arrogant losers. She didn't understand how anyone could be like that. She laughed at them. The girl was surprised as the doctor disappeared. She wondered if, having done good, he had not even given his name. Jolan told Lin that the method he used to save was complicated. She had only read about it in a book. She was surprised. She asked if he hurt his knees when he was saving the woman. Lin said it was no big deal. He added that he would treat them when he arrived. The pain in his knees was sharp and sudden. Lin Hao wondered, who were the two girls standing outside the clinic? Gage was nervous. She wanted to kill that poor doctor. Her friend reassured her, saying that he was the only one who could save them now. He realized why he felt so strange, for he had hit the jackpot. He was in a flirtatious mood. Jolan asked why he was staring like that. He also asked what they would do with this company on the ground. Lin Hao didn't quite understand what she was talking about, but it was about the gang of drug addicts he had promised to cure. He calmly walked to the clinic and told them that they were a whole day late, and if they didn't want to die, they should follow him. Gage angrily asked the doctor how dare he talk to patients like that. Her friend asked her to calm down. The addicts complained of pain. Gage stepped in and asked for something to be done, because they were in pain. The doctor said they should wait for the chief. The girl was angry. The doctor's indifference to the patient's condition was driving her mad. She was furious. Jolan began to treat Lin Hao's wounded knees. She dripped liquid on the wound. Hao immediately started screaming in pain. The girl said it might hurt, but the wound still needed to be treated to prevent infection. He thanked her. In an instant, Jolan applied an ointment that cooled his wounded knees. He began to moan with pleasure. It felt really good. The girls who were watching were surprised. The sound seemed very strange to them. They were ashamed of him. The chief was surprised by the presence of Gege and Yan Su. He asked why Lin Hao had called him. Yan Dong complained to his uncle that the doctor had drugged him with substances. Gage told her uncle that they should leave, as this was not a doctor but a quack. The chief said there was no need to jump to conclusions. Lin Hao said that it would be more difficult this time. Girls in general are difficult. Plus, they have quite a lot of needle marks. Yan Su became agitated and asked what was he talking about. She asked, did they really conspire to lure them here? Gage started shouting to Yan Su in a panic that it was time for them to run away from the clinic. The girls were frightened by the doctor's behavior. Dr. Lin Hao decided that he needed to stop the girls before they ran away from the clinic. He immediately pressed sharply on the acupuncture points on the girls' bodies. Both of them fell to the floor and were exhausted. Lin told the chief that since it's more difficult with girls, the price is doubled, and they also have to stay here. The chief said he was relying on him. Jolan was stunned by what she heard. She asked, did they really have to stay here? She said it would only happen over her dead body. The girls, too, expressed their disagreement with the doctor's decision. Gege began to resist. He ordered to give the medicine to Yan Dong and his cronies, and their diarrhea would go away. He also asked the girls to follow him so he could examine them. The girls were agitated when he called them to check on them. Gege said she didn't want it, and Yan Su asked why she was shaking. Dr. Lin Hao said seriously and confidently that the reason she was shaking was because she was going through withdrawal. He grabbed the nervous Gege and held her tightly in his arms. She screamed that she felt sick and asked Yan Su to carry her home. Yan yelled for her not to worry. She was very cold and scared. She was in a panic. She cried out in tears that it was unbearable. Her behavior was indescribably strange. The doctor put his arm around her and asked her to calm down. He asked Jolan to prepare the medicine he had written in the morning. Gege was crying and wiping her tears, shouting that she felt sick and wanted to go home. Lin asked to bring them here. He yelled for her to close the doors and undress them. She didn't understand what he meant. He asked her to take off their clothes and rub the remedy on their backs. He yelled for her to not waste a minute and do it faster before the girls lost their minds. Jolan said that there was only enough medicine for one person. She asked what to do with Yansu. He said she would have to endure the pain. The head of the village knocked on the door and shouted, "What was going on?" The girl's belongings were lying on the floor. Hao told Yansu that he would do his best to ease her pain, but she must overcome this desire on her own. Yansu immediately slapped his face with her palm. His cheek turned red. She shouted that she wanted her dose. Jolan became nervous. Lin Hao shouted that everything was fine and asked her to take care of Gega. Yang tearfully begged for illegal substances. She shouted that they were all liars. She asked them to kill her. She couldn't find a place for herself, she screamed. Why should she suffer? She asked to be killed. The pain was unbearable. Lin Hao hugged her out of pity, telling her not to give up. She bit him. Jolan shouted that it must be painful. Dr. Lin was sweating. He was very nervous. He continued to hug Yansu tightly and said that everything would be fine. The doctor finally came out of the office. The chief was surprised and asked what was going on in there. Dune asked what happened to the girls. Hao punched him in the jaw. He called him a lowlife and asked why he dragged the girls away with him. The chief tried to calm Lin Hao down, saying that everything had already happened and beating him up wouldn't change anything. They just needed to think of something. Hao told the other junkies to forget everything that had gone before and asked them to come in for a checkup. They wondered why he had become sad. They were immediately alert, their faces filled with fear. They wondered why he had become sad. He asked them to take off their clothes and lie down on the medical bed. Yan Dong didn't want to take off his clothes since Jolan was still indoors. Dr. Lin Hao threatened him with a belt and asked if he would still refuse or would he still undress. He agreed to undress and asked not to be beaten. Jolan said that in that case she should go out. The doctor said no, the gender of the patient doesn't matter, and if she can't take it, she'll have to quit. Hao said he would go to the backyard to set up some tents, and Jolan would have to examine the patients. She was very uncomfortable, screaming at them not to get close to her. The addicts yelled that it was embarrassing, but that's what the doctor ordered. One of the guys said that to take the tests, you have to open your eyes first. Jolan accidentally pricked him in the buttock. He started screaming in pain. The addicts shouted that they would never molest her again. They begged to be let out. Their friends outside the door became nervous. Dr. Lin Hao told Gega and Yansu that he needed to examine them. His gaze was stern. Gaija said that was enough of all that. Su was already weakened. She asked, why would he still need to examine them? He said they would have to live here for 2 months so he could make sure they didn't have any diseases. Yansu said that you can't give up. Yan Dong and his buddy ran away in tears. Dong shouted that they had been seen naked. His associate said that their clan's reputation was now ruined. Dr. Lin Hao called them idiots. He looked at the girls angrily and told them to undress. They looked at him angrily and asked if they had heard him. They did not understand why they had to take off their clothes. Gage stated that she would not undress in front of a man. The doctor said that if he had not been asked by the head, he would not have wasted his time on her. The girl said that she didn't think she was sick, and especially not in that way. Hao replied that he needed to make sure, since she was a drug addict. She started screaming that she didn't even have a boyfriend. She couldn't be sick. The doctor still argued that she was a drug addict. Gage got angry and asked him if he could not repeat this phrase time after time. He replied that he could, but then she would have to undress so he could examine her. Gage did not resist as it was useless. She began to take off her underwear. She stripped down to her full nakedness. She felt very uncomfortable, embarrassed by it all. The doctor asked the nurse to take Gage's blood for analysis. The girl asked for a quicker examination. She also said that as long as the nurse is here, Hao can do whatever he wants. He told her to do the analysis and he would read the report afterward. He asked Gege to move his hair to the side. He exclaimed that there was no trace of allergy on his skin. Jolan drew blood for analysis. Lin Hao said that the inspection was over and called for the next one. He crossed Gege off the list. Gage realized that it looked like her imagination had been playing too much, and it wasn't all that scary. Yansu walked into the office and asked if she needed to undress like the previous girl. Hao replied that it was only for a few minutes. The girl stripped naked. She asked to begin the examination sooner rather than later. Lin asked the nurse to take her blood. Jolan was astonished because Yansu had such snow-white skin, and she was still young. Her body was perfect. Lin Hao read the report with a serious face. He thought about it and realized that people with weak bodies were the most vulnerable. Jolan didn't understand what was wrong. The nurse began to fantasize. In her fantasy, the doctor asked her to let him take care of her. Lin Hao asked, what was she daydreaming about? He asked, sending them to the backyard when they were done. All the young addicts were taken out to the backyard. Dr. Lin pointed them to the bucket. and told them that there were many worms in the area. He told them that now it was their mission to dig up the worms and collect them in a bucket, and until the bucket was full, no one would be allowed to eat. Gage asked, how could he make her do something so hard when she was already barely alive after everything? Dr. Lin Hao bowed to the girl, saying that in that case, there would be a special assignment for her. He tossed her a basin and told her to wash those clothes and sheets. His look was serious. Gage picked up the dirty clothes. They stank horribly. The girl said that picking worms would be much better. The doctor said he thought she would get through this task quickly and then she could eat afterward. The girl could barely contain her vomiting. Yansu noticed the turtles in the aquarium. She was surprised because if they were sold, they would make 1,000,000 yuan. The blue-haired junkie said he was very tired, but he almost made it to the roots of the tree. Dune said frustratedly that they hadn't even harvested half of it. One of them said the doctor won't let them leave the confines of the clinic. They can't even dig for worms outside. Dune, looking at the moon, said that they used to have a beautiful life, but now he was collecting worms. The poor people were still given something to eat. One of them turned to Yandong. He told them to leave him alone. He said it was all because of Litten. But Dr. Lin told him that there was food prepared for them. Yan said he was in no mood to eat. Dong became sharply wary. He turned around abruptly and asked when the doctor had time to show up here. Hao replied to shut up and eat. He recalled the bucket full of worms. Yandong could barely hold back his tears and called his comrades idiots since they didn't even call out to him. But one of them said that he had called out to him. Nurse Jolan told Lin Hao that he had had a hard day and asked him to eat a little. He looked into the bowl of dinner the girl had served him. He said it looked amazing and asked if it was just for him. Jolan said that yes, it was for him. She also added that she had purposely added more eggs to it. She asked admiringly if Hao liked the food. He greedily ate his dinner and said he had never eaten anything better than those noodles. Suddenly a young guy came in. He told the doctor that the Dune family had a problem. He asked if he was here. Yan asked, "What's wrong?" The guy said that Dune's house was surrounded by 30 people, and their leader was a woman. She asked about his location. Yan's associate said they would go after him. Dong told the doctor he had to go as he was having a bad time. Hao said he would go with them. Yan Dong's enemies smashed the blue car that belonged to his family. They did it without pity. The girl said that although Yan hid himself, he could not hide his house, and ordered him to destroy the place. She said she would burn down his house. Yandong and Lin Hao were astonished by this girl's presence. They couldn't believe their eyes. Hao asked the guy, did he really know who she was too? He looked at him angrily. The girl asked if Dune was tired of hiding. He asked how she had the nerve to follow him after all she had done to him. Hao asked if he was addicted to drugs because of her. Yan replied that she broke up with him, and he couldn't bear it. He began to tell that the girl gave him a pack of cigarettes, which he shared with others, but they were laced with illegal substances. Yan Dong angrily asked her why she had brought so many people to his house. He didn't understand her intentions. He asked, is this really all about beating him up? He also asked if he was really that important to her. She asked what made him think people were brought in to beat him up. Who did he think he was? The girl pointed her finger at Lin Hao and threatened that he would pay for what happened in Guangzhou today. Lin said confidently and unafraid that he wasn't interested in courtesans like her. He mocked her. The girl was really pissed off about it. She ordered her subordinates to beat the crap out of him, and she didn't care if she died. Lin got into a fighting stance and was ready to fight. He asked the patients to stand back and protect the girls. The girls' mercenaries were dressed in black. They angrily told the wretched doctor to prepare for death. A merciless duel began. One of the guards swung his fist sharply at the doctor. Lin Hao immediately dodged and counterattacked his opponent with a sharp yet brutal leg kick. The rest of the mercenaries realized that the enemy wasn't that easy, so they needed to work together. But teamwork didn't solve anything at all in a fight against Lin Hao. He dodged and counterattacked. That was his tactic. He dodged the blows with the speed of the wind and continued to roll his opponents to the floor. The mercenaries had no time to resist as the doctor's speed was overwhelming. Lin Hao decided that he needed to capture the leader first before dealing with the others. One of the girl's mercenaries shouted for her to be careful, for the enemy was running straight at her. The girl was frightened. Hao walked closely to the girl and said that he had never hit a girl before, but he would make an exception for her. The girl was amazed at the doctor's fighting help, for even 30 men could do nothing to him. She pulled out a gun with a sharp movement and, pointing it at Lin Hao, told him not to move or else he would be killed. She yelled that if he moved, she would really shoot him. Hao looked at her coldly and thought, does she really want to intimidate him? He suddenly shouted that the police were already here. He pretended that panic had taken over his mind. The girl panicked because she was afraid of the police. She turned around, which played into the doctor's hands, and he grabbed the gun out of her hands. He held her hand tightly and whispered in her ear that she would have to go to jail for a while. The head of the village stood with the police officer by the car. He apologized for being late. Lin Hao said that they were not late at all and asked the officer to arrest this gang. But unexpectedly, the policeman handcuffed not only the girl, but also Lin Hao himself. The boy couldn't understand why he was tied up too. The girl mocked him, saying that apparently his past was no better than hers. The village head was dumbfounded and wondered, why was Dr. Lin Hao also arrested? He told himself that he would get him out. A gang of drug addicts watched the whole thing. Yandong said that Uncle was unreliable, even though he had tons of money. The girls were in a panic. Jolan said that she believed that Lin Hao was special and would be able to handle it. By then, Lin had already been taken to the police station for identification and further clarification. The guy said it was that girl's gun, not his. The officer said they know everything, but the problem is that they can't identify Hao's identity. He started asking who he was because they had no fingerprints or any information to prove his identity. He asked if he was a spy. These words shocked young Lin Hao. The suspicion that he was a terrorist or a spy hit him. He began to cry and proved that it was all a misunderstanding, and he was not a spy, but a simple village doctor. The police officer realized that the guy looked like the man his boss was looking for. Hao was the one in the photo who rescued the woman. The cop told his coworker that this guy is the one the boss was looking for. He was the one who saved the boss's family in that accident. The officer exclaimed that it was Lin who saved all those people 10 days ago. Hao said that since he was the benefactor of their boss, let them bring him here. The police officers kindly agreed to call the boss. Lin Hao rode with the boss in the police car. He told the supervisor that he was fine and he could walk home safely on his own. But the boss said he couldn't let him walk because he was his sister's savior and he had been looking for him for a long time. Lin nervously asked if his sister was unharmed and how was the baby. The boss replied that they were safe and his sister asked him to find him and thank him. Dr. Lin Hao replied that there was no need to worry as it was his duty as a doctor. He asked what was the surname of the supervisor. He said his name was Shen Jingbin, and said that if the guy needed anything, he could go to him. Hao said in his mind that the man's name was very funny. He asked him if it would be difficult to get an ID card. The policeman replied that it was the easiest thing to do and asked me to leave it all to him. The boss drove Lin home and said he would go to his sister's house for a couple of days and then bring the documents. Hao told him to mail them. The doctor got out of the car. The policeman said that he was satisfied with this arrangement and drove off. Lin Hao thought, is this really it? After all, he thought that he had offered something valuable, but documents weren't bad either. Cholan was glad to see him arrive. Hao turned around and wondered if she was still at the clinic. She immediately hugged him and clung to him tightly. She was very happy to see him. She hugged him tightly, and in tears asked him if he knew how worried she was about him. Lin said he was fine and asked how his patients were doing. The girl said that while he was away, they were quiet. A confused Hao said that was all well and good, but if she continued to hug him like that, he couldn't find the words. Jolan lowered her eyes below his waist and realized he was overly aroused from the embrace. She immediately got angry and yelled that he was a pervert. She slapped him and pushed him away from her. Jolan took the boy's hand and told him they should go home. She promised to cook something delicious. Lin asked, "What's wrong?" They came home. Zhenyao shouted nervously to pick up his patients as he was tired of them. Gege was surprised at Hao's return. The doctor told the patients that they really surprised him, as they didn't even try to hide during his absence. Gege, Yansu, and Yandong frowned, asking how could he think such a thing about them. They declared that they were unshakable. Dong, barely holding back tears, asked the doctor to help him, complaining about his poor condition. Hao said he would take the case seriously. He slapped the guy lightly and asked the nurse to find some rope and then tie him to a tree. Dune got angry and asked, "Is he crazy?" He shouted, "Why did they do this to him?" The doctor said they were short of drugs and there were a lot of patients, so they would have to be patient. Dune said that acupuncture would help him. Lin replied that acupuncture would not work right now as such. We would have to be patient. He told the nurse that if anyone got sick, she would have to tie them to a tree and put wormwood next to them. Eventually, all the patients were tied to the tree. Gege wondered what the hell was going on. She began to shout and resent her. Why did they tie her to the tree? Dune asked her to be quiet, for the doctor had fought 30 men yesterday. The nurse said they were all tired these days, but the doctor had the most trouble and asked to let him rest. She said he may seem easygoing, but he's actually the most responsible doctor she's ever known. She went on to say that he, more than anyone else, deserves to be called a doctor. Suddenly, a man in a police uniform knocked on the door. Jolan was immediately frightened and ran to wake up the doctor. Lin Hao was sleeping soundly at his desk. The nurse started to wake him up. She yelled for him to get up as someone was looking for him. The man was still waiting outside the door. Lin Hao was saying through his sleep that Jolan's feet were cute. He said that they were very soft. He was drooling. Jolan grabbed his face with anger and yelled at him to wake up. She angrily asked, "What is this idiot dreaming about?" Lin clutched his face as he was in pain. He came out of sleep and asked her to be gentle, and asked who else was looking for him. It turned out to be the woman he had saved. She was happy to meet Dr. Lin Hao. Jingbin was with her and said he was happy to meet her too. Lin rejoiced, telling them to take a seat. He congratulated the woman on the birth of her child. He asked, "Who is the man with glasses?" Shen Jingbin said that it was his sister's husband, and they came today to hand something over. He handed Lin Hao a folder of documents that was tied with white threads. In the packet were documents such as graduation certificate, driver's license, high school diploma, Idaho card, and even health insurance. Lin was pleasantly surprised and told Shen that he didn't expect to get anything but an ID card. Shen replied that his son-in-law had helped him with all this. Hao said that it looks like his son-in-law has a high position. Jingbin replied that it was not something he could spread about. The officer unexpectedly to Lin Hao kneeled down in front of him. The doctor was dumbfounded. He asked what he was doing here since it was different times and he shouldn't be doing this. The woman said they really wanted to thank him for saving them. Lin replied that it was his duty as a doctor, and he did not want them to kneel, but some sort of reward would not be refused. The policeman apologized and said he was in a great hurry. He said he didn't have a few million yuan and apologized again. Lin said he appreciated Mrs. Shen coming all the way here, and the documents are already a big price to pay for the treatment. He said the newborn had jaundice and handed over a medicine that would help. Everyone was amazed, for he had recognized the disease by sight. Lin told Miss that it was already getting dark and she should go home and not make such a journey as today. After all, she had recently given birth. The man with glasses said that if there were any problems, Hao should call his phone number and gave him some paper. Lin looked at the man and thanked him, but in his mind he told himself that this man looked so old, as if from Mr. Shen's father. Lin Hao took the piece of paper and unfolded it. He was very curious as to what it contained. Unfolding the piece of paper, Lin was shocked. It contained the car keys. Just then, Jolan entered the office. She told the doctor that they had left, but the BMW X6 was still there. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Had they really paid for his help with a car and a phone number? Jolan said that this car is even better than the chairman. Hao said that a piece of paper and a car in exchange for 3 lives is good. He unfolded the piece of paper and noticed that it said, "Green Gang to come. You just need to call if you need help." Lin Hao gave it some serious thought and realized that Zi Liding's father's gang. He realized that it looked like these people wouldn't just give up. He clutched the leaf tightly. Jolan warily asked, "Is this really about Zhenxiang?" She was frightened. Lin Hao asked, "Did she really know him?" His faces were just as wary. The nurse replied that he was the deputy mayor of Guangzhou. He said he now realized why he was so arrogant. Gage and Yansu were admiring the doctor's new car, they said. Lin Hao shouted to the girl that if word of this got out, he would punish her. Lin started to leave. The nurse asked him where he was going. He said it was nothing. He just needed to make a phone call. He stood behind a tree and hastily dialed the phone number on his push-button phone. In the course of the phone conversation, he asked Mr. Shen what to do about the BMW. He was wary. Mr. replied that it was his sister's idea, since Hao's past car was worthless. He said the car was bought with their family's savings, so Lin could not worry, because everything is legal. Shen also added that it's registered to his sister's company, so there's no need to worry. Lin said that it was too expensive a gift. Mr. replied that compared to saving their lives, it was all a small thing. That's what his sister said. Lastly, he said that Zi Liding's father is the leader of the Green Gang, and the drunk driver is out on bail, so the doctor needs to be careful. Lin Hao told himself that he had gotten too many problems after he returned to the village. Gage began to shout and call out to Lin Hao. He shouted for the warden to pay attention to her. The doctor turned around and she said she was sick of digging for worms because it was boring. Yansu said that being locked up will not cure addiction. Lin Hao said that they would have to be patient until next Wednesday. He realized that the Green Gang would not wait. They would make a move this week. Yansu was overjoyed because they would be able to visit the Lost Soul Hills. There was no limit to her joy. The doctor said that in their condition, a hike to the village would be enough. Yan said she wanted to see if there were any golden turtles. Lin Hao asked in surprise. Was she really interested in turtles? Yansu said that after rehabilitation, she planned to start breeding them. Her peers were surprised and said it was cool because she had already decided what she wanted to do in life. The others squatted down and began discussing what they would do after rehab. An exhausted Lin Hao passed out and fell into a deep sleep right behind the desk. Jolan was surprised, saying that he was very exhausted lately. She asked the patients to help her carry him to his bed. Lin Hao was sleeping in the bed. He was once again highly aroused. Through his sleep, he asked Jolan to scratch his ass. The nurse was outraged by this and wondered what kind of obscenities he was dreaming about. She shouted for him to get up. She warily told him that there were no more worms left that they wouldn't dig up and asked him to find something to do to cheer them up. The doctor got out of bed and walked out into the corridor, yawning. He looked at his patients and thought about the task at hand. He asked the nurse to take the patients to the barber shop because he was cutting his eyes with those colors. Yandong angrily said that he spent a lot of time to make such a hairstyle. The doctor asked, did he really not want to go? He said confidently that those who did not wish to leave could stay and enjoy the belt. The patients immediately started running away as hard as they could because they were frightened. Hao shouted for them to buy new clothes. Lin Hao was bored, as he hadn't had any patients lately. He decided to see what books old man Zhen Yao had. He discovered an erotic magazine that had an adorable girl on the cover. At the same time, a beige-colored car approached the clinic. An unknown man stuck his foot out of it. One of the men asked if this clinic was here and if they had the wrong address. The unknown men were standing right in front of the entrance of the clinic where Dr. Lin Hao was. The formidable long-haired man told his subordinates to follow him, for they were to find out who the damn doctor was. They quietly walked into the clinic. Lin Hao was looking at an erotic magazine and told the man to take a seat. He politely asked if the man was for an appointment or some other matter. The man replied that yes, he was for an appointment. Dr. Lin Hao asked him to extend his arm so he could feel his pulse. The man complied with his request. He said with a serious face that the man had a serious illness. He paid attention to the guards and realized that it would not be so easy to deal with them. The man became wary and with a serious face asked what the doctor had detected and what disease he had. Hao said it was hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and hyperglycemia. He suggested that the man had a heart attack a month ago. The man was pleasantly surprised and said the guy was a very savvy professional. Lin Hao calculated everything in his head and said that it would take 3 months to completely cure the disease. He also said that if the patient doesn't believe, he can give the medication right away so that he can feel the effects himself. The man started scratching his ear and said he thought the kid guessed he wasn't here for medical help at all. Lin Hao continued to fill out the form and said that anyone who enters this door becomes his patient. He asked what the man's name was. The man replied that his name was Pomeshchik. Lin said he asked for a name, not a nickname. The man said roughly and confidently that his real name was Zi Chengde. He looked at the doctor with a serious gaze. The doctor collected the medicine and handed the box to the man. He said it should be taken twice a day, 2.5 hours after meals. Lin coldly looked at the patient and asked his age. The man replied that he was 50 years old. Hao said that he looked older than 60. He emphasized that a man better not overwork himself. The man said enough of this nonsense. It was time to talk business. Lin said he knew he came because of Z lighting. Lin Hao suggested to talk first, and if that didn't help, then he would move on to the fight. He was sure that there were more than 3 of them. One of the guards asked why not just finish the guy off. The other ordered him not to do anything without a command from the boss. The man was wary, for it was as if the boy had read his mind. He asked Hao not to misunderstand him, but he addresses him like a father. Lin Hao said that his daughter was overly defiant and this would be a big lesson for her. He said that he wouldn't be able to get her out. The man smiled slyly and asked, how about he gives the doctor 100,000 yuan? He said that Zhenxian would not refuse Ling if he asked for Li Ding to be released. After all, he is his family's benefactor. Lin Hao thought about the old man's suggestion and said that if he asked, she would indeed be released. The old man asked if he agreed. Lin Hao slung the sack on his shoulder and coldly asked, would the old man agree to such a deal? The old man was astonished. He asked, since that was not enough, what amount of money did the fellow wish to get for this favor? Lin Hao smiled slyly and asked, how much money did the man even have available? The old man replied with a smile that he had worked hard for many years, so he would have 2 or 3 billion. Hao was dumbfounded. The sly guy said if he gave him everything, he'd be doing him a favor. It would also prove that he cared about his daughter. The angry man asked if he knew he was in charge of the area and killing the kid would be nothing to him. Lin Hao immediately swung his fist at him. The man was dumbfounded as he had not expected such an outcome. The man's body was tightly wrapped around the doctor's arms. He didn't understand what was even happening. He nervously asked, did the pathetic kid really think of killing him? Lin stared fearlessly into his eyes. The old man's guards were watching everything that was going on and asked what this ignoramus was allowing himself. Lin Hao continued to strangle the old man and coldly told them to stay back or else he would snap his neck. The guards were wary and extremely agitated. They asked him to do something stupid. The old man shouted that he was choking. Lin told him that he didn't care who he was, a landowner or the head of a green gang. He asked him to speak politely, and then he would have a conversation with him, and to threaten him was to seek his death. Lin Hao let go of the old man's neck. The bandit had already almost passed out from suffocation. He fell to his knees with helplessness, his eyes red and bulging. He tried to catch his breath. The old man's chain dogs immediately swooped down on the doctor, wanting him dead. They were ready to wipe him off the face of the earth. The 2 bodyguards immediately began to swing their fists at Lin Hao, who was alone. Lin Hao realized that the enemies were advancing. He urgently needed to come up with a plan of action to defeat the enemies. The nimble and unruly doctor immediately brushed aside the blows of his opponents and deftly slipped from the encirclement. He shouted that if they wanted to fight him, it would be better to do it outside as it was crowded indoors. One of the bodyguards yelled to the guy that if he had guts, he should stop and fight. He asked, "Is he really going to run away like that?" Lin asked. "Are they planning to pounce on him in twos or one at a time?" The cocky guard with the bandaged head confidently declared that he would be first. Lin realized that if the two of them attacked together, he would lose. The bodyguard told him not to expect to win even if they fought one-on-one. He said it was nothing personal, it was just his job. Hao realized that judging from his physique, he was in the special forces. He realized that he needed to finish with these ignoramuses as soon as possible, as he would be able to fight for a long time. The guard asked him to show what he could do. Lin moved very nimbly and swiftly approached his opponent. He struck in a sneak attack, something his opponent had not expected. He fell backwards, confused. He praised the guy's punch, saying that it looked like he wasn't exactly a regular doctor. His jaw ached after the blow. The man was enraged. He shouted that he would not allow himself to be defeated. He announced a second round. Lin Hao realized that with this man's abilities, he could not be allowed to punch him in the face. The bodyguard shouted that the guy could no longer avoid being hit. He started trying to surround him. He shouted that it was time for the guy to go to hell and swung his fist in a sharp motion. This time, Lin Hao did not have time to react and evade the blow. The force of the blow threw him into the wall. The second bodyguard watched everything with a smile and said that he apparently wouldn't even have to do anything. The bodyguard approached the lying Lin Hao and asked, "Can't he even move?" The guy at this moment took a stone in his hand. He jumped up sharply from the ground and struck his face with a rock. He asked the guard if his face was stronger than the stone. The second bodyguard was dumbfounded by such an act. He asked if he had acted like a rat and hit him with a stone. Lin exclaimed that all means are good in war, and this was not a gentleman's duel, but a battle for survival. The green-haired guard looked at his comrade and realized that the blow was hard because he was not moving. He decided to fight the guy. There was the sound of lightning. The bodyguard accelerated to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Lin Hao was stunned and watched with his mouth open. He didn't know what would happen next. The opponent delivered a deft right kick, which the guy managed to dodge. Lin Hao was nervous. He realized it was a Muay Thai kick. He realized that he had to be more careful. Suddenly, the opponent delivered another kick to the guy's body. The force of the blow was incredibly powerful. Lin Hao tried to counterattack his opponent, but he knocked him down with his forceful punch. Lin was stunned by his incredibly powerful attack. The impact made his fist go numb. He was in shock. The enemy was running at him and yelling that the guy's dirty tricks wouldn't work on him. And now he was going to get his ass kicked. The face of the fleeing enemy was incandescent with fear. His face was fierce and ferocious, ready to rip and throw. But Lin Hao was not one of the cowardly ones. He shouted that he shouldn't underestimate him and told his enemy to accept death with dignity. The opponent was ferocious. He didn't waste a moment talking and struck with his fist. Lin Hao deftly dodged the blow. The bodyguard tried to throw another series of punches. Lin realized that he kept hitting without stopping. He decided that he would strike when he paused to rest. As his opponent was about to deliver a final sharp punch with his fist, the unexpected happened. Lin intercepted his arm on impact. The man realized that normal attacks weren't working, so he decided to use acupuncture. He was alert, sweat dripping from his face. He couldn't understand what was happening to his shoulder, for it was twitching nonstop. Lin Hao decided to take the chance and deliver a finishing blow to his opponent while he was powerless. The guy launched a successful series of attacks. The opponent fell to his knees as he lost his coordination. The man fell to the floor, unconscious, foam flowing out of his mouth. Lin mocked him, for he couldn't even stand up. The old man watched the fight from the sidelines. He told himself that he never thought this guy could handle his bodyguards. The sun was setting over the horizon. A blue sign appeared in the orange sky. It was a signal that help was needed. Lin Hao acted coolly. He wondered how many others were still willing to fight him. A huge crowd of people were running towards him. They were the old man's mercenaries who had come to avenge their comrades. The old man mockingly said that it seemed the boy was ready to fight 100 more opponents, and he had just that many. Lin looked angrily at his enemy and advised him to be ashamed. He asked if he really wanted to sick 100 men on him. Hao laughed in his opponent's face. He said sarcastically that he was scared and his legs were shaking. He realized that he had wasted a lot of energy in the past fights, and couldn't handle 100 people. The only thing he can do is to take Zeech and I hostage. A girl in a black coat asked the guy standing with her if this was the village they wanted. She said it looked lively. She rejoiced and told herself that today was the day she would finally meet Dr. Lin. The guards glared angrily at the enemy and prepared to fight. One of them said that they should attack together so that he would be exhausted. Lin wondered, would he really end his life so ignominiously in this fight? The man exclaimed, "Is that really the landlord?" He asked, What was he doing here in the first place? The old man turned around as he was stunned. He asked who was there calling him. Lin also wondered who it was that was calling for the old man. The guards parted. It was a charming girl in a black coat, and her colleague, a man in a green jacket. The girl asked the old man that in the few days of her absence, had he acquired the nerve to speak in her presence in such a tone? Lin wondered what those two were doing. He remembered that he had seen them somewhere before. Old man Shi Cheng-dae turned around and was shocked by the appearance of Mr. and Mrs. Xia. He asked what had brought them here. Mr. Xia shouted to Lin Hao that he was very happy to see him since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He asked if he remembered him. Hao's eyes filled with joy as he remembered these people. He rejoiced immediately. He looked at Miss Xia coquettishly. He said that of course he remembered, because a body as beautiful as Miss Xia's was impossible to forget. The girl immediately slapped his face with the palm of her hand, telling him to shut up. She called him an asshole. One of the guards asked who they were, and how dare they behave so boldly in front of the Green Gang. Mr. Xia's gun was immediately put to his forehead. The guard immediately closed his mouth and began to sweat in fear. Xia asked the landowner if his man was so ignorant that he decided to interrupt their conversation. The old man asked to have mercy on the fool. Lin Hao watched all of this from the side. He was trying to figure out what was going on, because the landlord was afraid of them. Mr. Xia lit his cigarette beautifully with his lighter pistol. He said that Lin could rest and he would handle all of this. Hao was astonished, since the guy was threatening with an ordinary lighter. He thought that he must have a strong backing. Xia said that Dr. Lin saved his sister's life. Now he is under the protection of the Junitang gang. From now on, his enemies are the enemies of the gang. Xia said that there was no need to explain the relationship between their gangs, but still instructed the landlord to do so. Finished talking, he told the Green Gang to get the hell out of here. He said the sight of them made him sick. The landlord and his men were already walking away, but Lin Hao stopped him, asking for a moment of his attention. The old man immediately turned around and kindly asked, what was wrong with Dr. Lin Hao? The doctor approached him and said in a calm tone that he had forgotten to take his medicine. He held it out to him. But here Lin said that he would even discount the old man, eventually charging him 9,999 for the admission. The old man looked at him with eyes wide with surprise. He was stunned by such a huge sum. Si Cheng-dae didn't argue and threw a wad of money on the table. He said that it contained 10,000 for medicine. Lin asked him to stop. The old man asked what else he needed from him. The guy handed him one bill, saying that he didn't need other people's money. Angry Z could barely contain his emotions. He wanted to pounce on the guy, but he had to restrain himself and thank the doctor. After that, he ordered his bodyguards to follow him. They began to leave. Mr. Xia said there was no need to worry as this little ganga would not bother the doctor again. Lin asked, are they really from Juntang's gang? He eyed them warily. Miss Xia replied that of course they were from this gang, otherwise why would this old man be so scared? Xia said that their intervention today could be seen as payment for saving his sister. Hao replied that he could have done it himself. Miss Xia asked, does he really mean to say that he would have handled these people by himself? Hao said that he alone would be enough for 100 people. Miss wondered, would he really be able to do everything himself? Lin told her to follow him as she needed to be examined once. She asked why because she was already fine. Mr. Xia got nervous as his sister started to lose her temper. He made a decision to go somewhere else. Dr. Lin was affectionate with the girl. He asked her to let him check if she still had any scars on her thigh. The girl did not tolerate such behavior and immediately put a gun to his temple. She asked him to guess if it was a lighter. Hoa was dumbfounded. She continued to hold the gun to his head and belabored him for undressing her. He replied that it was an emergency. She yelled that she didn't care about that. The fact remained he had completely undressed her. Dr. Lin Hao was not afraid of the gun at his temple. He coldly said that he had saved her with this action. He said that for a doctor, the gender of the patient didn't matter. He only wanted to save her life. Miss Xia didn't listen to him. She was ready to let the hook down. Dr. Lin didn't take kindly to such behavior. He lost his temper and started shouting that yes, he had undressed her. Would she really kill him now? Xia was wary. The girl loaded the gun. The doctor admitted he was wrong and promised not to undress her again. The apology worked on the girl. She said that was where she should have started. Lin Hao said that he should have let her die back then, and he wouldn't have a situation like this now. These words hurt Miss Xia. She became angry and insulted the doctor, calling him a cretin. Hao said that if he knew she was so ungrateful, he wouldn't have saved her. He asked, did she really think he was happy to be undressed? He said he could see her big breasts and shapely legs without her. And unless there was an urgent need to help her, he wouldn't waste his time. Miss Xia warily asked if she even had a conscience. She said that he had taken advantage of the opportunity, and now pretended that nothing had happened. The doctor said that if she felt that way, he could take off his clothes, so she could look at his body all she wanted. Miss Xia was angry about these words and this kind of behavior of the doctor. She put the gun to his body. He started asking her not to point the gun at him anymore. He was admitting his guilt. Lin asked the girl to lift her skirt to look at her wound. Sia replied that there was no need to do so, as it was already healed. He said she better not use the gun anyway, or her ulna and ligaments will suffer. Mr. Sia was surprised that his sister didn't freak out. He asked if they were done. Hao said yes, and asked what was on the table. Sia said it was compensation for medical expenses. The doctor asked, "What would be the amount if you add up 20,000 and 30,000? Mr. Sia said he will add another 20,000 since his sister gave birth with a silver spoon. She is worth it. Lin Hao said that it was still not enough. He reminded about the lighter that Sia used to fool people. Mr. laughed, saying the doctor was greedy. He did not refuse to give him the lighter as a courtesy. Lin Hao rejoiced, for he had once again earned something with his strength. Nurse Jolan shouted that they had already returned. The doctor told the nurse the whole story that had happened to him. He said there was 50,000 on the table for medical care. He said he was fine. He also told the guys that they had changed a lot. He was delighted with them. The doctor said he couldn't even recognize them. The trio of former drug addicts were transformed. They became more well-groomed. Lin said they looked much better now and also asked where were the others. A woman's voice shouted for the minder to pay attention. The doctor couldn't understand what was happening. Yansu said she didn't understand why they went to the barber shop with the guys. Gage said it wouldn't be long before they could leave, so she wanted to dress up to leave a good impression. The doctor was stunned and remembered that they had already recovered from drug addiction. He asked if they had decided what they were going to do. Gage happily stated that when she gets out, she wants to be a singing actress. The doctor said that was a great idea. Hao asked the boys what they were going to do. Dong replied that Uncle wanted them to join the army and he had already registered 5 of them. Lin Hao said that he was very happy that they were all starting a new life. Gege was angry because he kept asking the others, forgetting about her. She immediately shouted that she was leaving tomorrow. She asked the doctor if he had anything to tell her. The doctor asked in bewilderment, what is it that he has to tell her? Gege angrily shouted that he was pissing her off. Yandong asked what Yansu thought about it. She said she would stay at the clinic for another month, but she wanted to breed golden turtles. Nurse Jolan was amazed that the girl wanted to stay here for another month. Hao said she is very weakened and may need more treatment. Is something wrong? The nurse said there was nothing wrong. Gege asked why she needed these injections. Wasn't she cured? Lin Hao replied that only one was needed, and it was only for her. It made her happy that he was just for her. One of the guys said she seemed to like the doctor. He asked his friend if he had a chance. Dr. Lin wondered if the last injection was so effective, since the girl's face had turned so red. Yandong walked over to the doctor and thanked him for showing them another way. Suddenly, something happened that he didn't expect at all. The boys knelt down in front of him. He shouted, "What are they doing?" The boys continued to worship him, for to them he was the man who had saved them. The doctor started yelling for them to stand up. He said they should not kneel to anyone but their parents. Yandong said that they wouldn't have been able to reach this far without him. He said it was unnecessary. They could just give him a treat sometime. Yansun smiled sweetly and suggested a barbecue to thank the doctor. The guys supported the idea. They set a sumptuous table for their esteemed doctor. Everyone sat down to eat. Dr. Lin Hao praised them, saying that the barbecue was excellent. It was very tasty to him. Gage gently pressed herself against him and asked if he could feed her. The doctor was surprised. Nurse Jolan became jealous of the doctor. He wondered if Gege had fallen ill again. Everyone looked at her. Dune thought she really liked the doctor. The nurse thought that she didn't like that kind of girl, did she? A frustrated Gege asked the doctor if he really felt nothing for her. He only asked her to help him, saying that she was drunk. Lin Hao affectionately whispered in the cute girl's ear to fall asleep. She immediately fell into a dream state. Lin told himself that if he had grown up here since childhood, he would have been very happy. The day of parting had come. The doctor looked at Gege, who was sitting on the steps. He couldn't figure out who it was. Yansu said that they had come to say goodbye. Everyone was packed and ready to enter a new life. Dr. Lin was happy to see the boys. He said that since they were leaving to join the army, he wished them good luck. Gage called him over to her, saying she had something to tell him. He wished her luck and told her not to forget him, being famous. The girl took his cheeks and thanked him for everything. She asked him to give her a hug before they left. Lin Hao happily hugged the cute girl. She, feeling the warmth of his embrace, decided to kiss him. She began to kiss his lips gently. Lin was astonished by the girl's action. He had not expected such an outcome. Gage said she initially thought they had a doctor-patient relationship. But now that it was necessary to leave, she realized she had fallen in love with him. Lin Hao was stunned by Yan Gege's confession. He couldn't find the words to express his emotions and asked her not to joke around like that. Everyone else was as amazed as the doctor. Their words of surprise were different, but the meaning was the same. Dong yelled that she likes to make fun of people. Hao said that if she didn't stop joking around like that, He would torture her. Gage said she's already used to it, and even if he tortures her, she'll still love him. Lin Hao's surprise was unbounded. He couldn't believe that she had fallen in love with him. Gage admitted that she had made a joke and was called to play the second heroine in one movie. She asked him how he liked her acting. Dr. Lin Hao praised the girl's acting, saying that she had almost fooled him. He realized her words made him feel lost. He said it was time and the boys had to go. Yan Gege smiled at the doctor and said goodbye to him. She told him not to forget her. Lin Hao sat in his room and recalled the scene of saying goodbye to Yan Gege. He remembered her shouting from the car for him not to forget about her. He sat at the desk in the study and did not raise his head. Jolan sensed something wrong. Suddenly, Zhenyao opened the door and beckoned his daughter over, saying that he wanted to talk to her about something. Lin Hao slept at the table. His sleep was very sound, and he was not disturbed at all by the conversation between father and daughter. Jolan asked her father what he wanted. He asked her how is it going with Lin Hao. She replied that it was pretty good and he was like a brother to her. This answer infuriated Zhenyao, and he asked if she had even considered starting a relationship with him. She didn't understand what her father was even talking about. After all, she was older than Hao by a full 5 years. Zhenyao said that she would be able to make love longer. Jolan shouted for him to stop. The girl got angry about it and said she didn't want to talk about it. She left the premises. Her father tried to stop her. The father began to tell his daughter that although he didn't like Lin, he was an outstanding person and perfectly suited to be a husband. Jolan was frustrated thinking about all this. She realized that Hao was very talented. She was sure that many girls would like him. She watched the sunset frustratedly. She was completely depressed. At one point, the girl was surprised, for she noticed that there was some construction going on again. Someone yelled at her to be careful as a construction material that was on a crane almost fell on her. Jolan, after reflecting on her personal life, decided to return back to the clinic building. Upon entering, she found that her father wasn't here, which meant she could rest in peace. She heard Yansu's voice, so she decided to go to the door. She opened the door slightly to see what Lin Hao and Su were doing. Yan was having a heated discussion with the doctor. The girl asked why they don't mate anymore. Lin said that the turtles are shy because they are looking at them. Jolan was watching this. She said that they look good together, and she could only be something like a sister to him. Yansu asked the doctor to sell her all her turtles. He replied that it would cost her a fortune. Jolan warily watched everything going on outside the door. She was jealous of the doctor. Yansu said that she had accumulated about 30 million over the years, and if she asked for more from Uncle Yan, it should be enough. Lin said it wasn't a problem if she bought them all, but how long did she plan to breed them? The girl replied that for the rest of her life. Lin Hao realized that she was business savvy, as turtle breeding was a lucrative business. Jolan disturbed the doctor by asking if he could give her a moment of his attention and approach her. He asked her what was wrong. She asked him to walk her home tonight. He asked why, if she always went home alone. Jolan warned him to watch what he ate or it would be unpleasant. Lin laughed off this warning, saying that he wasn't very picky about food, and it couldn't happen to him since he was a doctor. Jolan immediately started yelling for him to become picky about his food from now on, and not to eat anything he couldn't digest. Lin Hao was astonished and asked what was wrong with her. Was she sick or had her critical days come? She said that none of this happened, and asked him to remember her words and think about his personal life. Hao didn't understand anything. He walked into the room with the turtles and told Yansu to stop following them and come over to him. Lin told her that she wasn't sleeping in the tent tonight and asked her to move in with him. Yan was flabbergasted. Hao said he was joking and there would be no one in the treatment room today so she could sleep there. Yansu seemed upset that it was a joke. She said there was some noise coming from the turtles' room again and went to see if they were laying eggs. Lin Hao realized that it looked like the girl was seriously into turtles. He looked into the room and was dumbfounded. Yansu stood in a seductive pose and literally tempted Dr. Lin Hao. He couldn't control his body. The girl noticed the doctor looking at her perversely. She covered herself and wondered where he was staring. Lin Hao asked not to be misunderstood. He had just come to see what she was doing here. Yansu said she was thinking about a turtle factory. She also said that the doctor's nose was bleeding and asked if everything was okay. Suddenly, the girl lost consciousness and began to fall to the floor. Lin Hao was stunned. He wondered why she suddenly fainted. Was it because of low blood sugar? He immediately went with her to the room to help her. The girl was making unintelligible noises. Yansu was put on an IV, and all that was left was to wait for her to regain consciousness. The girl woke up and asked what was wrong. Had she once again passed out? Lin said that her body was still weakened, and she had stood under the sun for too long by all accounts. It was all due to severe hypoglycemia. She asked warily, why had he pulled the needle out if there was still solution in the IV? Lin Hao firmly grabbed the girl's body to flip her onto her stomach. He was determined. The girl was stunned as she did not understand his intentions. She did not resist, as she did not know what was happening. She asked why on earth did he turn her over. She told him to stop or she would scream. Lin said no one would hear her. The girl was embarrassed, but she said she had speed, so he better not go near her. Lin Hao said that he was her doctor. How could it be that he couldn't notice her illness? Yan realized that this wouldn't work with him. He sternly told her to lie still, otherwise she would be in a lot of pain. The doctor held the girl tightly. She didn't know what to do, because in this position she wouldn't be able to resist him if he decided to do something. The girl tried to resist with every curve of her body, but she wasn't very good at it. She wondered what he was doing. She didn't know what he was doing, but it made her feel good. Lin Hao began to rub and gently massage the girl's skin. Yan Su enjoyed every movement of the doctor. His hands were very gentle. It was very pleasant for her. The girl felt as if every muscle in her body had relaxed. Lin told himself that now she knew what kind of massage technique he possessed. He finished giving the massage and asked how she would appreciate his skills. He complimented that it was only for VIP clients. He unfortunately did not get an answer to his question. Yan Su relaxed so much that she fell asleep. Lin Hao was surprised after all. It was his massage that made her fall asleep. Blood was flowing from his nose again. Yan Su continued to sleep. Her posture seduced Dr. Lin. She was really arousing him. Lin realized what Jolan meant when she told him to watch what he ate. It turned out to be a test of his will. The doctor decided to take a chance and started to feel Yan Su's butt. But he stopped as he realized he was losing control. He decided to take a cold shower to ward off those thoughts. He decided to take a cold shower to get those thoughts out of his head. Morning came. The weather was gorgeous. Yan Su shouted to the doctor that 4 more turtles had been born. Lin, yawning, said what is called hatching, not birth. He wondered how she got up so early. She replied that it was because of the massage. She replied that thanks to his massage, she went to bed early, so she woke up early too. Lin Hao held in his hand a full basin of clothes that had been arranged to be washed. Yan Su saw the basin in his hands and offered to help do the laundry. The doctor nervously replied that he could do it himself. Lin told himself that this was the 2nd time in a month. If she kept seducing him like this, he would be able to hold back. The door to the clinic was ajar, and someone asked in a calm voice if anyone was there. Dr. Lin Hao was happy that the clinic finally had new customers at last. Lin walked out into the lobby of the clinic and was amazed. Had all these people really come to see a doctor? The old gruff grandfather asked if he knew what time it was, why the clinic was still closed. The doctor replied that it was only 7 o'clock in the morning. He told the old man that he was looking for trouble. Nurse Jolin congratulated the doctor on a good morning, asking if he had had breakfast. She was surprised to see so many people. She was surprised at Uncle Fang and asked if he was here for an appointment. She told Lin Hao to be careful, for the old man had a terrible temper. The old man shouted for her not to speak behind his back as he was neither blind nor deaf. He shouted to the doctor that he had heard that he had cured the 8 demons in Fantong, but his illness was much more serious. He said that there was nothing the doctor could do, so he asked him to give him 2 injections of painkiller. Lin Hao was infuriated by this kind of behavior. The nurse said with horror that his nickname was Fan Sanda. He was a brigadier general in the Vietnam War, and even Uncle Yan respects him. She added that he is the only person in the village who receives government allowance, and whoever offends him will regret it. Lin concluded that this was just a testy old man taking advantage of age. He said that his specialty was communicating with such. He told the old man that his bullet wound to his shoulder had caused atrophy of the joint tissue, and asked, "Is that supposed to hurt?" The man was amazed. He said that even without hearing about the problem, the doctor was able to diagnose the problem. Lin said that even experts in large hospitals can help, so he asked for painkillers so as to insult him. The old man told him not to be too arrogant, and if he didn't cure him, he would be banished from the village. Lin Hao confidently asked what would happen if he could cure him. The man said that if he did manage to cure him, he would put up memorial plaques for him. He also promised that he would pray for him every year in festival. Lin called him crazy after hearing that. The old man indignantly interrogated the young doctor. "How dare he call him that?" Jolan asked Lin to agree with him. After all, he was older. But he replied that he had already allowed the old man a lot. The other one he would have beaten up by now. The old man started shouting, "How did the guy have the guts to talk to his elders like that?" Lin shouted without fear, shouting back. The man said he would give him a silk scroll if he cured him. Hao didn't argue because he realized that he wouldn't offer anything good. He told the man to lie down on a medical couch for examination. The old man lay down and asked the doctor why he had to lie down on a medical bed. The doctor smiled wryly and said it would be very quick, without any injections or medication. He told himself he would pull on the left and pull on the right and make the old man into a baby. He began to apply pressure to certain parts of his body. The old man screamed with pleasure. He was indescribably pleased. He hadn't felt such pleasure in a long time. The nurse asked if everything was all right. Lin Hao replied that she shouldn't worry because the old man was having a good time. One of the patients standing outside the door said the eerie sounds gave him goosebumps. Yan Su became wary and wondered, Who is it that is making these sounds and shouting at the top of his voice? She carefully looked out the window and was surprised as she saw Sandu's grandfather. She didn't expect to see him at all. Dr. Hao continued to massage the old man's rough back. He tried his best to heal him. Lin Hao was sweating profusely. Sweat flowed in streams without stopping for a moment. Steam flew out of his mouth. Jolin wanted to say something to the doctor, but he interrupted her, telling her to save the talking for later. He asked her to wipe his sweat. The nurse wondered. Lin Hao had already been massaging the old man for 20 minutes, and the screaming had stopped. What kind of methods were these anyway? The old man lay silently on the couch. The doctor asked the nurse to bring him a silver needle. He performed a series of actions and finally finished the medical procedures. He sat down on the floor and said that the treatment was over. Jolanne began to wipe the sweat from the doctor's forehead, saying it was pouring off him. She asked, "Are these procedures so exhausting?" The old man said the doctor is weak, a little wrinkled and already tired, although the body is still famously sore. Lin Hao told himself that he was more excited to treat the old chicken than him. He didn't say this to the old man since he knew his reaction ahead of time. The doctor pulled the silver needle out of the old man's back and told him he could go. He also reminded him not to forget to send the scroll. The old man said he asked for a shot of painkiller and he started giving him a massage. Does he take him for a fool? The doctor exhaled and told him to try lifting his arm up and tell me if it hurt. The man followed his request and was stunned. He exclaimed joyfully that his arm really didn't hurt anymore. He said that now his blood vessels seemed to have cleared up too. The doctor said that his head was not so good, but his eyesight was fine. The boy's words made the old man angry and he became indignant because he thought he was smart. Lin Hao said that he had cured the old man 80%, and if he wanted to heal himself to the end, he should cooperate with him. The old man happily agreed to this deal, asking what he should do. Lin replied that he should be polite to those around him and not be rude. He also advised the old man to play mahjong regularly to keep his brain sharp. He sternly emphasized that he shouldn't watch TV as he was already old. Yansu and Jolan watched and didn't understand what he was saying. The doctor asked the man to trust his words. The old man said he hoped he was telling the truth. The old man exclaimed, needless to say, if he cured him, he would personally hand him the scroll. The old man left. Lin told himself that he had exhausted him, but he would tell everyone about their clinic. He decided that now it was time to deal with all the remaining patients. One of the men said they had nothing serious, just kidney failure. Dr. Lin Hao finished with his patients and decided to enjoy a cup of strong coffee. He was glad to finally be able to rest. Suddenly he was disturbed by a woman wearing pink glasses and a hat. She asked if anyone was here. Nurse Jolan wondered what today was like. All the misfortunes had fallen on their head. Lin Hao considered the appearance of this charming girl to be no misfortune at all. He asked who was she. Jolan replied to him that it was Liu Shiqi, Fan Tong's wife, who was also a vicious and conniving person. Lin told the nurse, curious to see just how grumpy this woman could be. Jolan said you can't judge a person by their looks, because the doctor seems nice, and then it turns out he's a pretty mean guy. The nurse also confessed that she had never seen a guy who was both bad and good like Lin before. Jolan said that Fan Tong just wants to pay back the money they owe him, but his wife wants to take away their house. Lin was surprised. The girl had a devilish look at the woman, and asked Lin Hao to make her suffer. The guy was astonished. He asked if she was sure she wanted to do that. Jolan asked if he wanted to eat crab for dinner tonight, right? Lin was salivating and agreed to do the favor. Fantun asked his wife what she was doing here, since she was going to the hospital. Shishi said that it was his third uncle who told her to come here, or else he threatened to break her leg. Fang said Dr. Hao is a great doctor. His wife started yelling at him, saying that he had spent $100,000 to get rid of the stench. She was very angry with her husband. Sisi began to feel pain. Jolan told Fang that his wife didn't seem to be feeling well. The woman sat down in a chair and asked the doctor not to say anything and just examine her. Lin Hao was wary. He was trying to figure out why she had come here if she didn't trust him at all. The girl looked at him angrily and asked him to write her a prescription. Lin looked at her with bewilderment. He said she didn't need medication. Sisi became angry as he did not even name her symptoms. She called him a common quack. Lin said she was having intermittent pains in her lower abdomen. He pointed her to the exit and told her that when the pains of hell started, it wouldn't be too late to go back. The woman was dumbfounded and asked how he knew about it. Lin Hao replied that as a doctor it was easy for him to understand such a thing. He smiled slyly and said to himself that he had succeeded in getting the fish on the hook. The girl had taken the bait. The doctor told Sisa that if she followed all the instructions, they would soon get to the bottom of it. The woman looked at him unhappily and asked why should she believe him. He took a piece of paper and said that he had to test her urine with it first to rule out the possibility of an ectopic pregnancy. The doctor told the girl that if 2 stripes appear, then she is pregnant, and if 1, then there is no ectopic pregnancy. Cheese took a test and said it only showed one stripe, so she's not pregnant. Lin Hao said that appendicitis could also be ruled out. Before he could say anything, the nurse pinched him. She corrected him, telling him that the appendix needed to be thoroughly checked. The doctor was in shock from the pain. He told himself that female enmity is a very terrible thing. He looked unhappily at the nurse. Lin asked Sisa to undress, saying he needed to examine her stomach. The woman started screaming. How dare he try to molest her? A dumbfounded Jolan told the woman that she didn't need to take everything off, just lift up her blouse. Lin said it was a simple illness, but if she didn't want to cooperate, let her look for someone else. Fan Tong shouted that there was no need to undress. Sisi looked angrily at her husband and told him to shut up because it wasn't really any of his business. She told him to get out and not interfere with her examination. The doctor was pleased, even though she was only cooperating to spite her husband. Sisi began unbuttoning her adorable blouse. She grudgingly asked the doctor to examine her faster. Lin Hao looked at her charmingly and said to himself that she wasn't as young as Jolan, but she had a beautiful body. Sisi lay down on the couch and pulled her skirt down seductively. She asked why he was standing there, doing nothing. A furious Jolan said she would pay today for making their family sell the house. The doctor asked the woman to turn around so he could examine her side as nothing was clear. The girl asked why she should take this pose. The doctor told her not to ask a lot of questions if she didn't know. Jolan was watching all of this from the side. She said that the woman even had charming panties. She told Lin Hao to teach her a lesson. The doctor felt the girl and said she had a lump in the lower left side of her abdomen. Sisi immediately became wary and asked what was wrong with the seal. She began to tremble with fear. The woman immediately jumped up from the couch and asked the doctor to help her. Her eyes opened wide with fear. Lin Hao said that it was just a sigmoid intestinal blockage, so one injection and she would be fine in 3 days. Sisi began to shout that it was too much and asked if it could be cured in 1 day. Lin said then he would have to give an enema. The woman immediately became alert and afraid. She was very afraid to have an enema. The nurse started yelling at the doctor. She said that she would have to undress for the enema. Is he really such an impudent lecher? Sisi made up her mind and said it didn't matter, because the sooner the better. Lin asked the nurse if she knew how to give an enema. She said she would take the patient away and told him not to dare enter. Jolin gave her an enema and said that retribution was over. She asked Sisa to stop thinking about all sorts of nasty things. Fang Tong excitedly asked his wife how she was feeling, and what was she doing in the bathroom for so long. Sisa was feeling nauseous. She nervously answered him that she would live, and he could ask the doctor about the rest. Lin Hao said that she was now healthy, and she would only be charged 2,500 yuan for the treatment. Jolan was dumbfounded by this amount. Fan Tong was surprised and said that it was very cheap. Sisi asked, wasn't he happy about it? Dr. Lin Hao added that a woman should not make love after eating because, in addition to relapse, it can lead to infertility. She yelled at her husband, saying it was all because he couldn't stand it every time after eating. Fan Tong said frustratedly that they had been unable to have a child for many years and asked if he could help them. Lin Hao replied that he could help. Jolan began to understand why he had set such a small price. After all, it was a bait to lure their attention for the future. The doctor said that all the problems with conception were due to making love after eating. He asked if there was no other time to do it. Fang Tong said that if they had a child, 80 square meters of uncle's land would belong to them. The doctor told them to go home, get a good night's rest, and come back to him in a couple days. The woman said there was one but. She was wary and a little perplexed. Lin Hao said there was no buts and asked them to leave as he wanted to enjoy the crabs that Jolan had prepared. Fan Tong asked his wife to forget what she wanted and leave at the doctor's request. Yansu didn't understand what was going on. She started yelling. How could they start eating on their own and yet not call her? She was offended. Jolan Yihao was enjoying the crabs. Lin said that her body was still weakened and she could not have crabs. He asked to see the healthy Jolan, saying she could have crabs. Yansu said with disgust and anger that the nurse was all makeup. Jolan wondered, how could she say such a thing out loud? Lin Hao realized that he was once again in the middle of a female feud, and he had better stay away. The nurse proved that she didn't use makeup. Yan didn't believe her. Jolan asked the doctor not to run away and prove her right. Lin Hao's phone suddenly received a notification. He decided to read the message. He was surprised, for it was a message from Mr. Shen. The girls were fighting behind his back. The master wrote to him that Zi Litten has been released for health reasons. The medical report says she is pregnant, but something is not right here. Suddenly, someone called the landline. Lin wondered who could have called it. It had never happened before. Jolan picked up the phone and asked the man to speak more slowly. She was wary. She was thrown into shock. Her eyes filled with fear and tears. She said her father had crashed into someone. Lin Hao grabbed his head and realized that he should have known better. He began to humble himself. Lin immediately went to investigate the situation. He was driving his car and shouted that he saw them. The man with the mohawk said that Zhen Yao ran over their friend. He began to demand 500,000 yuan for damages. Suddenly, Lin intervened and said to let the old man go. The man asked, "Who is he anyway?" The doctor grabbed the man's hand that was holding the old man. He began to apply pressure. The man let go of his arm in pain. He started yelling that this old man had run over his friend and asked who he even was. Lin Hao gave the man a serious look and said that this was his family. He told the man not to dare to touch him. Zhen Yao was both surprised and told himself that he was a loser. And this was the first time someone had helped him, and it looked like Lin would be a good match for Jolan. Jolin asked Uncle Yan what had happened. He said that they were coming back from fishing, and suddenly this guy threw them under the car. The guy threw himself under the wheels of the car and started screaming that his leg was broken. He was screaming for help as hard as he could. Yan said that a bunch of people immediately came out from behind the trees and started demanding compensation. But her father told them that it looked like cheating. The man told Lin Hao that no matter who he was, injuring one of them would make him pay for it. Lin menacingly asked him what would happen if he refused to pay. His gaze was brave. The man nervously asked him where did he come from. Lin replied that it was from the village of Stone. Bandit asked, "So that means he is not in a gang?" Lin asked, "Which means they're in some kind of gang." One of the bandits exclaimed and pointed a finger that Lin had no idea what they could do. Lin Hao didn't tolerate his antics and grabbed his index finger. The boy immediately blushed in pain. He said there was no one else in the Minju area except the Green Gang, so where else would they be from? He threatened that the man had better behave himself, or he would dislocate his associate's finger, then set it right and dislocate it again. The guy with the dislocated finger asked, "Does he really know about the Green Gang?" Lin replied that he also knew the landlord and Xia Shu. The green-haired bandit didn't believe that he knew the young leader Junie Tang. He asked him not to talk nonsense. The guy yelled for him to stop provoking Lin Hao, because he would dislocate his finger. The man said that no one cared about that. He said that no one walks here, and there are no security cameras. So even if he blackmails him, Hao won't be able to prove anything. Lin Hao was cold-blooded. Hearing this even pleased him in a way. He said that since there are no cameras, it means that he is also free and can do whatever he wants. The red-haired bandit asked him, did he really think he could handle everyone? Lin Hao decided not to waste time on idle talk. He delivered a sharp fist strike to the green-haired guy's jaw. He also launched a series of successful attacks on the remaining bandits. They were weak, and after a few minutes they were lying on the pavement. One of the bandits said that they should call for help. This did not scare Lin Hao. He said that he was ready to kill all of them, and preferably even the landlord at once. A frightened Jalan asked the guy to leave while the bandits escaped. The green-haired man shouted that he had memorized their numbers and would find them. Lin Hao stepped on his head and told him to shut up. The bandit was passed out. I asked the boss of the bandits if they couldn't handle such an easy case. He was angry. One of the bandits shouted into the phone that it wasn't their fault, and the enemy was too strong and they couldn't handle him. The boss was huge. His back was broad. He told his subordinates to take their guns and follow him. Lin Hao looked at his opponents with a smile on the outside and said that he had finally waited for them. The boss asked the red-haired cowardly kid who was the strong guy. Lin realized that this black guy was their ringleader. The ringleader menacingly said that he was unlucky to meet him. He told Lin Hao to prepare to say goodbye with at least one leg. Hao wasn't scared and said that he would only use one arm and one leg. And if that one could touch him, then he had won. The big guy was angry at the kid and didn't waste any time. He immediately tried to strike with his fist. Lin Hao was as agile as ever. He sharply dodged the blow and swung at the big man with his fist. He struck a powerful and lightning-fast blow at the bandit leader. He was unable to defend himself and fell unconscious. Lin Hao, after defeating his opponent, coldly asked, "Who wants to be next?" The other bandits were dumbfounded because their boss had been defeated in a couple of seconds. One of them said that his wife was in labor and ran away in fear. But behind Lin Hao's back was a big man who had come to his senses. He called him too arrogant. The young doctor coldly took his hand and squeezed it. The thug's eyeballs nearly popped out from the pain. Lin told the bandit to call the landlord and tell him to bring 500,000. The bandit asked if he was threatening their gang. Hao said that yes, he was right. He asked if he could make the call now. He twisted the big guy's finger. The latter could barely hold back tears of pain. The bandit leader told Lin not to even think about being scared of him. The guy started to right himself and dislocated his finger. The bandit screamed in pain and said that this guy was the real devil. Lin said he knew how to show people fear and could do it forever. Suddenly, a loud police siren began to wail. It was clearly audible. Lin Hao warily asked, who had called the police? He began to feel nervous. Zhen Yao showed his phone with a smile, which had the number of the police dialed. Lin asked, could he have done something normal for once? The bandits were glad the police had arrived. The charming policewoman asked who had called her. She was complaining about the heat. Lin Hao recognized her and asked if she remembered her. He remembered that they had saved a pregnant woman together. The girl took off her sunglasses, trying to recognize the guy. He asked, wondering if she didn't remember him. He cheerfully said that she was the traffic police girl who settled the accident situation. One of the thugs nervously told the boss that it looked like the guy knew the policewoman. The boss said it wasn't a problem, and he wouldn't run away. Jianyao watched all of this from the sidelines. He wondered how Lin could be familiar with so many people after all. He was always at home. Jolan recognized the policewoman. Her father said that she should keep an eye on Lin Hao and not let other girls seduce him. The girl immediately started yelling at her father. She asked what he was even talking about, and maybe it would be better to solve the current issue first. The bandit ringleader was asking the cop for help, saying that this guy is a thug who bullied him and broke his arm many times. The policewoman looked at him in surprise and asked him how he was doing it if his arm was fine. Lin Hao was acting innocent. The bandit claimed that he had dislocated his fingers and set them right. The policewoman said that first of all, there was no evidence, and secondly, she was from the traffic police. The girl said she was only here to investigate the accident. The wide-eyed bandit said he was ready to tell her everything. She asked if he was a victim. The bandit replied that he was not a victim, but he knew something. The girl told him to get out of here and called the injured man. Jianyao said he was driving and asked to be allowed to explain everything. It was a hot day. The sun was really warming the ground. The investigation continued. Lin Hao said to himself, "There are no cameras here. Everyone has their own story. This is bad for them." The policewoman told him that there was no evidence that he was guilty. Hao suggested sending the victim to the hospital, because that's the rule. The policewoman heeded the guy's advice. They took the victim to a hospital in Guangzhou City. The girl asked Dr. Lin what was he going to do. She was wary. Lin asked, how did she know his name? He was surprised, for they didn't know each other. The girl said she had been looking for him for over a month until Mr. Shen told her about him. Hao realized that he shouldn't underestimate the police officers. Suddenly, Mr. Shen appeared. He asked Dr. Lin what he was doing here. Hao greeted him and said he was glad to meet him. One of the thugs told the leader that the guy had a lot of friends among the cops, and he was nervous. The leader told him not to worry. It didn't matter how many people were on his side. The main thing was that his brother had a broken leg. Shen asked Black Bear if he could stop causing him problems. The bandit leader told the gentleman that his friend had a broken leg. He declared that Shen couldn't ignore it because he was a policeman. Shen said that they could decide things legally or privately. Lin asked him to do his job. The master and Black Bear looked at Dr. Lin Hao with great bewilderment. Shen asked why he was doing this, since he was trying to help him. The nurse asked who would pay the medical expenses. Black Bear started pointing his finger at Lin Hao and declared that he would be the one to pay. The nurse asked the boy to follow her. Lin fell in love with him at first sight and wondered, what would they name the baby? The girl asked why he was frozen in place. Hao asked if he could look at the x-ray. He'd scrutinized the picture and said it happened just as he thought it would. He asked the girl if it was an old fracture. The girl frightenedly replied that yes, and it was not the first time this man had come to them. Lin Hao said that if the fracture didn't heal properly, there would be spasms, and the guy's leg had already been broken for half a month. Black Bear was proving that the leg was broken because of this accident. The nurse said Lin is right and the leg was broken even before that. The bandit said that since the old one hadn't healed yet, their hit and run had only made things worse, so the 500,000 compensation was justified. Lin Hao was prepared for these words. He took out a phone from his pocket that had the conversation recorded on it. The bandits were immediately in a stupor. The bandit with the mohawk immediately became angry. He asked how dare he record the conversation. Shen said that the deception was exposed, so they would have to follow him to the station. Lin Hao said that it was very funny to hear a rogue say something like that. Bear told the guy that he wouldn't feel good when the landlord found out about it. The policewoman said Lin beat them splendidly. Mr. Shen told the doctor that he was taking the criminals to the station for investigation. They said goodbye. The nice policewoman asked the doctor if he would like to have a bite to eat at her house. Hao suggested another time, since he had business at the clinic. She said she was going to pull his car out, but then she'd have to do it next time if he was busy. She asked mockingly, maybe he didn't want to leave his nurse? Lin said that was nonsense. He looked into the policewoman's eyes and boldly said he was ready to go with her right now. Lin Hao told Jianyao standing in front of him that he would go get the car. The old man looked at him angrily. He told the guy not to get hot about the girl flirting with him. That blew the guy's mind. He asked what the old man was even talking about. Jianyao asked him to look at her and asked, wasn't it obvious? The girl said that she would wait for Lin Hao outside. He asked the old man not to think anything of it, saying he would just take the car and go home. Jianyao shouted that he shouldn't stay out late, and he and Jolan would wait for him. The girl asked her father to stop. It was a warm, sunny day. The policewoman told Lin Hao that they had finally arrived. She called the elevator. Lin said the house is big, she must be rich. The girl replied that rich people drive a BMW X6. Lin Hao got embarrassed and said that he didn't even know what to say to that. The girl made him feel shy. The guy said she had a very cozy place, and it was an example for other houses. The girl said she would take a shower, and he could look around. She asked him where he was going. He said that she had given him permission to look around. The girl said they had just met and asked him not to act as if. He asked as if they were together. The girl was embarrassed and said yes without thinking. She came to her senses and said he was fooling her again. Lin asked to leave it at that, and told the girl to go swimming. She said she liked the way he was trying to be cool. The girl began to take a shower. She did it for an interminably long time. It was as if time had stopped for the guy. Lin Hao told himself that it was very difficult to wait for the girl from the shower, because it was as if she was sleeping there. He told himself that he was not God, but only a helpless man. He did not know how he could bear such a trial. The girl's wet feet stepped on the floor. She abruptly finished her water treatment. The girl asked what was the matter, and if Lin Hao was hungry. She said that she would prepare something right away. The boy was mesmerized by her beauty. She was wearing a dazzling house dress. It was very short. Lin recognized that she was very tempting. He had almost fallen into this trap. He could barely contain himself. A cute girl asked what her guest would like to eat for lunch. She looked gorgeous. Lin Hao didn't think about the question. He said without any hesitation that he wanted the crab. The girl said he had high demands and she only had noodles. Lin asked, did she really invite him for that? On the table were 2 sausages, 2 eggs, and 2 packs of instant noodles. Lin Hao said that he was about to show her how to properly cook instant noodles. She wondered, could eggs really be fried? Guy said he had finished cooking. The kitchen smelled really good. It was fried noodles with egg and sausages. The girl immediately tasted the dish he had prepared. She enjoyed it to the fullest. Her face was more than satisfied. She enthusiastically asked how the guy managed to make ordinary noodles so delicious. Lin calmly told her to take her time and eat calmly. He also said that she could have his portion. The girl ate and said with a smile that she was very sleepy on an empty stomach. Hao told her to rest and he would be on his way. When the guy was already walking towards the exit, the charming girl shouted at him to stay. He asked why he should stay since she was tired. She replied that it was the first time she had invited a man, so he could not leave so easily. Lin Hao looked at her seriously and said to himself that she seemed to be a policewoman, but in reality, she was a brigand. The guy held his head and asked the girl if she didn't have a boyfriend yet. The girl smiled sweetly at him and told him he had hit the mark. She really doesn't have a boyfriend. Lin said he couldn't believe that such beauty was disappearing. He asked what about him. The girl said his noodles are amazing. The guy gave her a sly smile and told her she was a prankster. The girl was puzzled. She asked what she had said. He said that now that she knew how good he was, would she deign to give him his car back? The girl said it was too early for that, and until he made her feel good, she wouldn't let him go, Lin warned her, saying that he was only selling his body, not his skills. The girl was angry because she didn't understand what he meant at all. Lin Hao had made a mistake. He corrected himself by saying that he was only selling his skills but not his body. The girl asked not to fool around. She asked the guy if he could give her a massage. Lin looked at her breasts and said to himself that although Jolin's breasts were bigger, she had a nice one too. He immediately said that she had found the right guy for this, and he would do anything to give her maximum pleasure. The girl was immediately excited. She was delighted, as she had wanted a pleasant massage for a long time. She couldn't wait for the procedures to start. Out of joy, she accidentally fell on the guy. He said he didn't expect her to be so eager. The madam asked him to give her a head massage. Lin Hao said he would do it without any problem. He rubbed his hands together and told her to just lay there and he would take care of everything else. The girl said she was in pain. She asked the guy to be more gentle. A little later, she asked him to massage her harder. She was delighted. Her pleasure was indescribable. She said it hurt, but at the same time, it was very pleasant. Her behavior was turning the guy on too much, he wondered. Did she really enjoy it that much? He said with a smile that her reaction was so unusual. He asked if this was her first time. She said it was because of his skill. The girl also said she didn't realize that in addition to being a talented doctor and chef, he was also an excellent massage therapist. Lin Hao decided to brag and said that he didn't want to lie, but there was nothing he couldn't do. The girl fell asleep in his lap. He was a little worried that she had just fallen asleep and that she might catch a cold. He decided to feel her pulse. He realized that it was not surprising that she had this condition and realized that this problem had been bothering her for a long time. Lin Hao was surprised at the girl's sound sleep, for he had not expected her to trust him so much at all. At one point, he wondered if things were slightly different and she was just giving him a chance. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. The boy exclaimed that she was finally awake. She immediately began apologizing for falling asleep on his legs, and now they were wet. The guy was uncomfortable. He said the main thing was that she had slept well and it didn't matter if she had wet them. The girl said it was the best dream she'd had in a while and suggested next time. But Hao said there would be no next time. The girl immediately exclaimed in surprise and asked why there would be no next time. He said he didn't know if he could hold back the next time she slept like that. She asked what he wanted to do. Lin took his eyes off her and decided to confess that while she was sleeping, he had secretly done something. The girl immediately asked warily, what did he do while she slept? He asked her to calm down and said he had checked her pulse. He said it must be annoying to her that her critical days are twice a month. The girl was completely amazed. She asked him in amazement how he had managed to find out about it. She admitted that it had been bothering her for a long time. Lin Hao said that it was no wonder she didn't have a boyfriend. The girl asked how could it have anything to do with not having a boyfriend. He asked how could he survive half a month without lovemaking. The girl immediately became wary and asked what was even in his head, and how could he be thinking about that? Lin asked with a serious face. She must be having chest pain on top of everything else. He asked her to let him touch her to make sure. The girl started yelling at him to stay away from her. The girl asked the guy frustratedly, was he really leaving already? She gently held his hand. Lin Hao said that she could come to the clinic any time, but now it was late and he had to go. She asked if he wouldn't stay the night. He asked if she really wanted him to spend the night. Would he really be able to lose his virginity? The girl sweetly told him that she too was still a virgin. He asked, why don't they share their first experience together? But she just threw the keys to the door in his face, telling him to hurry up and leave. Lin Hao said he was leaving in such a case and asked him not to miss him. The girl told him to leave as long as he could walk. He laughed at her, telling himself that the old virgin was angry and it was time to leave. He said goodbye to her and left. There was a mesmerizing and wonderful sunset in the city. The sky was a purple hue. Lin was on his way home. He was puzzled as to where in the stone village there might be people with his surname. He decided to ask Uncle Yan about it. Lin Hao finally returned to the clinic. Jolin greeted him and asked if he had had dinner. He said to himself that Sophie had eaten all his wonderful pasta. He replied that he hadn't had dinner. The village head greeted Lin Hao. He invited him to the table, saying that he was also dining with them tonight. Lin told Uncle Yan that he wanted to ask him something. The head asked if he was the lost child of the Lin family. Uncle Yan was shocked. He said that he knew it, otherwise why would a guy stay in this wilderness with such talent? Lin Hao with a serious face asked him to keep this information secret, saying that he trusted the head. The head promised not to tell anyone, and said that the Lin family's ancestral estate had been destroyed, and most of the family had emigrated. He continued the story, saying that there weren't many people with that surname left in the village. Lin was stunned. Yansu suddenly called out to him. Dr. Lin Hao withdrew. He looked at the girl in surprise and waited for her to say what she wanted to say. Yansu walked up to him and said that she heard what they were talking about with the village head. Lin was immediately wary. He told her that no one could know about it, and if she blabbed, he threatened to drag her up the mountain and rape her. Yansu calmly said that she didn't need to threaten. After all, she knows how to keep her mouth shut. She said that now that she knew the doctor's secret, she understood why he was acting so strangely. Lin asked what conclusion she had drawn. She said his childhood trauma was to blame. The turmoil he experienced as a child left an imprint on his psyche. Lin Hao asked, in that case, why isn't she scared to be alone with him? And wasn't she afraid that he would do something terrible to her? Yansu gave him a sly smile and told him to just let him try. She said that not only men can rape. Lin Hao immediately stood in a stupor. He wondered, how could it be that a man could be raped by a woman? He decided to provoke the girl by saying that he didn't believe in her blabberings. He accused her of bluffing. The girl offered him a bet, and if he dared to sleep with her, he would be with her for the rest of his life until he died. Lin Hao was immediately wary and wondered if he should agree. Yansu asked, was he really scared? Lin said that enough of all this idle talk, after all. Arguing wouldn't benefit him. Yansu immediately said that the guy didn't have any courage. Lin Hao replied that you can't feed yourself with courage. He said she could do what she wanted, and he would go to his place. The girl told herself that she would not let him escape. Lin Hao opened the door to his room and was shocked. On his bed lay Yansu. He asked warily what she was doing in his room and why she was lying on his bed. The girl started complaining that she had spent the whole day at the clinic and now her whole body ached. Dr. Lin said he had warned her earlier to exercise. Yansu said that she had a very good time last time. She asked if he could do it again today. Lin was pleased in his heart. The girl asked him if he didn't want to give her a massage. It was like she was up to something. Lin Hao told himself that he shouldn't fall for the provocation. He couldn't fall into her trap so easily. He said he didn't want that because he would have to work and she would have to rest. The girl said that this was the original plan. She called him pathetic and asked him to name his price. Lin said that for less than 80 yuan, he wouldn't do anything. Yansu agreed to his request. She said that she was now his mistress and asked him to satisfy her as soon as possible. The doctor started to massage Mistress and asked if she liked it. She said that she did not like this position very much. He made concessions to her and got his knees on the bed, hoping it would be better. The girl said it still wasn't. She stated that he had to sit on top of her, or she would simply continue to be uncomfortable. The doctor pretended he was not happy about what he was hearing. The girl told him to stop pretending and get on top of her. Jan said that during his drug treatment, he touched her everywhere. How can he be embarrassed now? Lin Hao replied to her that it was completely different. After all, gender was irrelevant to a doctor. He said that Yandong and Gege didn't complain about it. He asked why they all had the same last name. Yansu replied that they were all from the same family. She added that they were from different generations. She was from the 15th and they were from the 16th, and technically they should call her aunt. Yansu exclaimed for the guy to stop changing the subject and started massaging her body. Dr. Lin asked why at some unknown point had the girl become so harmful. He carefully massaged her body and asked her if she liked it. Yan replied that it was pretty good. She asked not to push hard as it hurt. Lin told himself that it was easier to please her than Sophie. Suddenly, from fright, Dr. Lin Hao almost fell off the girl. Someone started calling out with shouts. They were wary. Yan seemed familiar with that voice, and the doctor wondered who could have come at this hour. It turned out to be the little boy Xiaolong. Yansu asked him to speak more slowly so that she could understand what was wrong. He was in a panic. His eyes were in tears. The boy was screaming that she should look at everything herself. He said his aunt was bleeding. They traveled to the place the boy had led them to. Lin realized that it was not far from Zhoulan's house at all. He was very surprised, for he had brought them to a pregnant woman. The woman was screaming in pain. Lin Hao realized that the woman's water had broken and it was urgent to deliver her baby. He asked her why she had not called an ambulance. The woman replied that she had no money to go to the hospital. The boy said that yesterday their uncle took the last 200 yuan from them. Yansu yelled that she needed to go to the hospital, and Hao said it was too late. A frightened Su asked the doctor if he could deliver the baby. He asked who, if not him, would do it. Zhoulan said it was bad luck to deliver a baby without being married. She was scared. He replied that it was not a time for superstition as a man's life had to be saved. He asked for warm water and scissors. The doctor told the woman that he would now have to remove her underwear to locate the infant. Suddenly, the woman's husband appeared and started screaming and asking what this creep was doing to his wife. He didn't bother to look into the situation and struck a blow to the doctor's jaw without warning. Lin asked, "Where did that idiot come from?" A man sat down beside his wife and asked how she was feeling. She asked what he was doing here, and why did he hit the doctor. The man was amazed and asked if this lowly man was the doctor who would deliver his wife's baby. He said they didn't need his help and started kicking him out. The woman told him to leave and asked the doctor to ignore him. Lin Hao said that if they dragged on a little longer, the woman and child would die. The man agreed to get out and stay out of the way. The doctor yelled at him to get out of the office, saying he was only making them lose time. He nervously began to deliver the woman's baby. The woman was pushing as hard as she could. The doctor was nervous because you can't do a C-section in this position. The only thing left to do is an external rotation. Dr. Lin Hao was getting more and more nervous. He said that this kind of effort was not enough. A husband was holding his pregnant wife. The doctor yelled at her to bite him and keep pushing. The woman was screaming as hard as she could. She was biting her husband's hand. Blood was already gushing from it, but her husband told her to go on because it was all his fault. Sweat from stress dripped from the doctor's face nonstop. Finally, he said that she had given birth and praised her. The loud crying of a newborn baby was heard throughout the house. The baby's cries could be heard even outside the house. Lin Hao said that they had a baby boy. The man congratulated his wife, and the woman thanked the doctor. The doctor calmly exhaled and told the new parents to wait for the ambulance to arrive. The next day, the unexpected happened. Lin Hao's sound sleep was interrupted by Nurse Zhoulan's shout. Lin jumped out of bed and ran out into the lobby of the clinic. The nurse asked why he was up so late. He apologized. Lin Hao sat down at the table and began to work with the patients. He told the woman to follow the instructions and everything would be fine. The doctor told himself that he had never gone to bed this late before. He complained of fatigue. Suddenly, he remembered that he had some one thing planned for today. He told Zhoulan that he promised Uncle Yan to come to the village committee yesterday and asked her to take care of the clinic. In her mind, she said that she hoped he would be able to find his family. Lin was surprised to see such a luxurious committee building in such a poor village. The head of the village was negotiating with his subordinates. Suddenly, he saw Lin Hao and rejoiced. Lin said that if he was still in a meeting, he could wait outside. Village head Yan said that he wasn't interrupting them since the meeting was already over. He decided to seize the opportunity. The head introduced Lin Hao to the staff. He said that he had impressive skills in medicine and had managed to cure his illness. Fan Qiang, the deputy head, turned to the head, saying that if nothing else, he would leave. Yan replied for him to take care of his personal matters. Lin Hao was a little angry since the deputy head was ignoring him. He looked at him angrily. Fan Qiang condescendingly looked him in the eyes, saying to himself that this guy looked very insolent. Lin calmly said that if Qiang goes to eat, he had better give up alcohol, or his liver might not be able to take it. The man became angry. He immediately turned around and told him that it was none of his business, and asked who was he to even point. Lin asked him not to get angry. Lin asked, because he often had pain in his lower abdomen, loss of appetite and weight, and constant fatigue plagued him. The man was stunned and asked how did he know. Lin said that his love of drinking led to liver steatosis. Deputy Melian said that the doctor is excellent at what he does. She asked if he could determine if she had a problem with her body. He said it was a simple thing to do. In his mind, he said to himself, "The woman looks rich, so it's time to make some money." He said she has abdominal bloating, hiccups, heartburn, and constipation, and she is often hungry because if she overeats, she gets a stomachache. The woman was amazed and said to herself that this young man really knows his business. She asked if it could be cured. The doctor said it was just a minor stomach problem and asked her to come to the clinic. The woman calmed down and said she would come over as soon as possible. Yan said that all health problems can be solved by Hao's talents. The village head said that everyone could disperse, and he had something to discuss with Lin Hao. Lin asked Uncle Yan if he had found anything. He replied that he could tell that they had already found a clue. He asked the kid to be patient as he would tell everything a little later. Lin told him to take his time. He thanked the head of the village, saying that he was now indebted to him. His uncle asked him if he had had lunch yet. He suggested we eat first, since he had bought food, and then he would show the 2 Lin families who stayed in the village. Lin happily agreed. The head of the village asked Mrs. Chun if she was really taking care of Senior Lin again. The woman asked the head what brought him here. He said it was nothing serious. He just wanted to know if a child had gone missing from their family about 14 or 15 years ago. Miss Chun replied that she wasn't sure about that, and promised to ask her husband when he returned. Lin asked if Uncle Lin knew anything about it. Miss replied that he knows more than her husband, but he suffered a stroke and now he can't even take care of himself, and they don't have the money to treat him. Lin Hao said that she didn't have to worry, and he would cure the old man for free. The woman was surprised. She asked who he was. Yan introduced him as Lin Hao, the village's new doctor. He said that his medical skills were amazing, and since he promised, he would do it. Hao asked Miss Chun if the headaches and tinnitus had been bothering her lately. She was surprised to say that she had, and asked how he knew. The doctor said the symptoms were quite noticeable, and asked if he could check her pulse. The woman gave him the opportunity. Auntie Chun extended her hand to the young specialist so that he could diagnose her. He diagnosed a duodenal ulcer. He told her to come to the clinic with Senior Lin, where he would take care of their illnesses. Lin didn't bother the woman any further, since he and his uncle still had business to attend to. The woman said she would come as soon as she could. Yan asked, since when did the guy start treating people for free? Lin replied that although he liked money, he still had principles. He asked the village head if it was a mistake. Uncle Yan said it's not a mistake. It's the last family with the surname Lin. Hao said that yesterday in this house, he helped a woman give birth to a baby, and they never paid. Yan said that was too rash an act. The head said that the owner of the house is called Lin Shitian and his wife is Su Qing. His family was the most famous in the village. Hao said that he was an alcoholic. Uncle was surprised because Shichen was different before. He said that it was very sad, but Su Qing was still loyal to him. He said Lin Shitian had been a talented artist since childhood and became famous early on, but his prosperity came to an end after a terrible accident. There were 11 people in the families, but after the accident, only 3 remained: Lin, Su, and her brother Su Lun. Moreover, Shitian's hands were injured. Entering the room, Lin Hao asked Madame Su Qing how did she feel after giving birth. She was glad to see the doctor and thanked him for visiting her. She said she seemed to have forgotten to pay for his help. He told her not to worry about the money and said he came to talk to Mr. Lin. Su frustratedly replied that he had gotten drunk again. Qing said that since he quit painting, he has been drinking all day long. She truly believes that he will pull himself together, so she is loyal to him. She said with a sad face that in the end, it was the best thing she could do for him. Lin said that the head told him his story. Dr. Lin Hao said that he thought Mr. Lin no longer loved Su, so he was obsessed with drinking and gambling. She yelled that none of this was true, because they made a vow to always love each other. Hao said it was obvious that the man was only thinking about himself. The girl cried in tears that it was nonsense, but Lin proved her wrong, saying that her husband had been missing during the birth. He shouted that Lin was just feeling sorry for himself since he couldn't paint, and if he loved her, he would do anything to make her feel good. The girl said in tears that maybe he was right. Lin Hao said he was glad that he finally realized it. He said that if her husband would pull himself together, let him come to the clinic, and he would help him with his hands. The girl said she believed in her husband. Drunken Lin woke up and started calling for his dear wife to come to him. Su Qing said she could no longer tolerate his constant drinking and did not want to live like this. She demanded a divorce. The man panicked and started begging his wife not to leave him. He promised to provide a better life and asked if she believed in him. She screamed that he'd been turning into nothing since he quit painting, and if it wasn't for her, he'd have died a long time ago. She said an irresponsible man like him didn't deserve her. How could she believe in him after that? The man started crying. He tearfully asked to be given another 3 months. Su Qing agreed, saying that Dr. Lin had promised to help him with his hands. Shit-yun cried, and kneeling on his knees promised that she would do her best for her. She told herself that she hoped he would really change his life. Suddenly, the deputy head came into the clinic. He called for the doctor and asked to see him. Lin Hao, at the same time, was chatting with Nurse Jolan. He was happy to see Mr. Fang. Fans started to say that last time Hao diagnosed him with liver stenosis and he went to the hospital to check. Lin asked to be calmer. He was frightened and said he had severe stenosis, and if not operated on it, could progress to cirrhosis. He asked for help. Lin said that it was a trifling matter, but Fang needed to stop drinking first. He angrily replied that he definitely wouldn't do that because alcohol was his life. The doctor said that in such a case he could not help. The frightened man promised to quit drinking if there was no other solution. Lin asked the nurse if Fan Cheng was rich. She replied that he was even richer than Uncle Yan. She also added that in fact he was just a regular rich cretin. She asked, "Is he really up to something?" Lin replied that she had guessed. The doctor said that the disease could be cured, but it would cost Fan Yu 100,000. The man was angry because the hospital was much cheaper. Hao said that he is not forcing him and he can go to the hospital. He also said that 100,000 for the sake of a healthy liver is pennies. Fan Cheng agreed to discuss it. He said that 100,000 was an acceptable amount and asked if he would definitely be cured. Lin said it was certain. Lin Hao had him sign a contract so that he wouldn't be tempted to run away after being cured without paying. Fan signed the contract and started to leave. In his mind, he said that if the doctor screwed up, his life would be turned into hell. Lin Hao watched the nurse admiringly. He told himself that she was beautiful as she concentrated on doing the medicine. He was very scared for Jolan as she had unintentionally cut her finger in the process. He immediately took her finger and put it in his mouth to stop the bleeding. He sucked her finger nicely. The girl was stunned by his action. She didn't know what to say to him. Lin asked her if her finger hurt. Jolan said that her finger didn't hurt. Lin Hao immediately took her cheek and decided to kiss her on the lips. Suddenly, their enjoyment was interrupted by Lin Shitian, who shouted to the doctor that he had realized everything. The doctor immediately became angry and wondered who dares spoil such a beautiful moment. Shitian said his wife taught him a lesson and he had an epiphany. He declared that he couldn't live like that anymore. He said he had heard that Dr. Lin could cure his hands. He said he didn't have the money now, but he would give it back later. Lin looked at him and said to himself that it looks like he still has a conscience. Since that's the case, let the past be the past. Hao said he would help as long as the man had the desire to change his life. Jolan asked if he would really help. Zhenyao intervened and said that he was against it since Shitian's hands couldn't heal even overseas. He threatened that if the doctor failed, it would affect his reputation. Shitian said he wouldn't blame him if he failed. Jolan asked if his father didn't trust them. Zhenyao replied that he did, but this chick doesn't know how dangerous human gossip is. Lin Hao said that he would take responsibility if he failed. He said he would do his best. Lin Shichen began to cry, saying that he must have been blessed in his past life. He said Dr. Hao was his savior. The doctor told Jolin that there would need to be surgery on his hands, so they would go and buy some instruments later. Zhenyao said that young people are very reckless. He said he hoped nothing bad would happen. The evening came, and it was already dark outside. Lin Hao said that it had been a busy day and decided to rest in the courtyard. Yansu sat in the courtyard and pondered. She didn't know what to do. Should she tell him? Lin Hao was fascinated by her beauty. He said that she looked sad and asked if she was thinking about her lover. She nervously told him to cut the crap. She said she didn't know how to tell him. She frustratedly admitted that she had actually accidentally broken his balls. Lin was shocked and asked how could she do such a thing. Lin Hao reached into his pocket to make sure. He said that she had deceived him because everything was in place. Yan sadly said that she had not deceived him. She confessed that she had accidentally broken the golden turtle eggs. Lin immediately became angry and asked what she was doing. He shouted that the eggs were worth a lot of money. She asked him not to get so angry and said she knew how expensive they were. She promised to pay him. The doctor's anger didn't stop. He said her apology sounded insincere. Yansu said she was admitting guilt. He angrily declared that she was so careless. He asked how she could be so careless if she wanted to raise turtles. He said that it looks like punishment for using illegal substances wasn't enough for her, so she needs to be taught a new lesson. Yansu started to be afraid of the doctor. She said he scares her when he shows that side of him. Furious, Lin Hao told her to stop talking nonsense, be obedient and lie down. Yansu obeyed and lay down on the bed. She was scared and asked the doctor not to be too rough. Lin was surprised in his heart. After all, he wanted to scare her. But who knew she would take it seriously? He wondered if she was willing to do that. Lin Hao was drooling as the girl took a seductive pose. He wondered if this was really his chance. He began to teach Yansu a lesson. He spanked her mercilessly. The girl let out moans. Lin finished and said he was done with the parenting and now he would give her a massage. He told her not to move, for he wanted to make her feel good. She said she didn't need a massage because she didn't want to wash her underwear again. Lin was dumbfounded and didn't know what she was talking about. She told him to go to bed because he had to have surgery tomorrow. She ran away. Lin Hao tried to stop her. He didn't understand anything at all. The girl ran away without explaining anything, although he only wanted to give her a massage. Dr. Lin Hao woke up and walked out of his bedroom. He yawned and was shocked by what he saw. There were many patients, all of them asking to be examined. Lin Hao was surprised by this influx of patients. He said he would help them all, but one by one. He decided to start with old Grandpa Pina. The patients respected the doctor's decision, so they didn't object. Everyone was willing to wait. Lin was surprised by the old man's problem. He asked the nurse to bring a set of acupuncture needles. Jolan brought him a set of games. The doctor immediately swung around and spread out a scroll of needles. He took the brain activation needle. Lin Hao skillfully inserted games into different points on Senior Lin's body. The old man's head was in needles. The doctor finally finished the procedure. He was even sweating, as he hadn't used this technique for a long time. Suddenly, the old grandfather woke up. He exclaimed when he saw the red-haired deputy head of the village. He called her sniveling Lian. The girl asked not to be called by that name. Miss Chun rejoiced, for her father could talk again. Lin asked her to take care of him as best she could. The doctor asked the others to get in line. He promised to examine everyone. Yansu reminded Jolan that the doctor had a surgery scheduled for today. The nurse remembered that he had to operate on Lin Shitian's arm. Jolan wondered why he hadn't come yet. Was he drinking and gambling again? Su said that it was quite possible. Lin Hao said that he believed that Shitian was serious about talking about wanting to start a new life. He said he would go to his house as he was wondering where he was. Lin asked the girls to prepare the operating room. Lin Shitian told Pang Da that he would pay back the 2 million he owed, but he needed a little more time. Pang Da wanted to take the painting and even pay 1 million extra on top. He said it was the perfect deal. Shitian said the painting wouldn't sell for any money. He said he had nothing left but his life. Su Qing asked Pang Da to leave them alone since they had nothing else. The bandit said that Shitian had a beautiful wife. He offered her to be his wife for the rest of her life, and leave the child to this invalid, and live happily with him. She didn't ask what he was talking about. Lin Shitian's head snapped up. He shouted and swore at the bandit to get out of their house and not to touch his wife. The bandit said he was the one who had to get out of here, and his wife now belonged to him. He ordered his bodyguards to capture Lin Shitian and then massacre him. Suddenly, Hao walked through the door. The bandit asked who he was, and why he was breaking into someone else's house. He answered him that he himself was in someone else's house. Lin Hao said that he seems to have understood everything, and this red-haired rascal is the villain. He called his men complete yucks as he interrupted every single one of them, even though he wasn't even fighting at full strength. The bandit became furious and threatened to make him suffer. He swung his fist, but Lin intercepted the blow. He said he would make him suffer. Lin Hao felt an unbearable pain. The young guy had hurt him a lot. The pain made him stick his tongue out. His arm was dislocated. The bandit said his cousin was the leader of the Green Gang, and now the guy is definitely dead. Lin Hao said that no one cared about his Green Gang, and even Xia Shu wouldn't have the guts to treat him with such disrespect. Lin said he advised him to go to the hospital quickly, and if he didn't cure his arm in 3 days, he would be an invalid for life. The bandit was enraged. Shitian said that he couldn't even think what a great fighter Hao was. Su Qing thanked him for helping their family. Lin Hao said that this underdog would soon come to ask for his help. Qing asked if the doctor had come to take her husband in for surgery. The doctor said he was really after Shitian. He said they had to hurry to the clinic. They sent him there without wasting any time. The doctor and the patient hurriedly reached the clinic. It was a warm and sunny day. Lin Hao said that the anesthesia was done. Now the operation could begin. Jolan admired because he even knows how to perform anesthesia. He said he wasn't talented at everything because he couldn't give birth. He asked if she would help him. She asked angrily if he could be serious. Lin agreed to be serious. He said that there was a very difficult matter to be dealt with now. He told himself that although the injury was serious, it would be okay if he could stitch up the nerve. And after that, he should stitch up the skin of the muscle. The doctor was intense and very attentive in his work, sewing up the patient's nerve. Sweat was streaming out of him as he was very nervous. He asked Jolan to let him wipe the sweat on her breasts. She immediately let him do so. Lin Hao asked Brother Shidian how he was feeling. He said that the injury to his right arm wasn't that serious, and the surgery was completed. Shityan nervously said he forgot to tell the doctor, but he is left-handed and paints pictures with his left hand. The angry doctor asked why he hadn't told him about it earlier. The nurse reassured him by saying that she had not warned him because she did not know. He calmed down and told the nurse that it wasn't her fault, because he was the one who hadn't checked everything beforehand. He pulled himself together and said that Lin's left arm was much more damaged and he would need her help. She agreed to help. Night had fallen and it was already dark outside. The operation had been long and arduous, but it was finally over. Jolan excused herself to the restroom. Lin thanked her for her help. He told himself that the operation had lasted 9 hours. She had probably been patient for a long time. The nurse sat in the bathroom and told herself that the operation was complicated, and if it wasn't for Lin Hao, she probably would have fainted from the shock. She told herself that he looked erotic when he was doing the surgery. She pushed those thoughts away from her and decided she needed to check on things. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The girl opened the door, behind which stood Lin Hao. She was surprised. Lin said that they had completed the operation, and he would clean everything up. He told her to go to bed, as he was obviously very tired. Jolan told him cheerfully that it was as if he had read her mind. She went to bed. Lin said they would see each other later. Shichen and Lin went out into the corridor. They were surprised to see Su Qing standing there. She asked how the operation went. The doctor replied that everything was fine, but her husband wouldn't be able to use his hands for a couple of days, so she would have to help him. The doctor also emphasized that Brother Shityan needs to eat well because the body needs to recover. Hao added that he needs to exercise daily and, most importantly, never go back to drinking and gambling again. Shidian said that by trickery, Pang Da took many of his paintings and sold them profitably. He also wanted to take possession of his favorite painting of Qing bathing. The doctor said he was very curious about who this panda was. He asked how Brother Lin knew him. He replied that it's a long story. Qing said that he was Lin's former manager. Shitian nervously said that he only cared about money. Hao said that he would teach that rascal a lesson. Su Qing said that if the doctor wasn't here, a terrible thing could have happened. Shityan started crying and said it was all because of his gambling addiction, and he's a loser who can't pay for the surgery. Hao said he didn't need to pay. Shichen asked, why was he so kind to him? He replied that maybe they were from the same family. Lin said he was kidnapped and sold as a child, but returned to his homeland to find his family. He said it was possible they were from the same family. A surprised Shichen said he didn't recall a child going missing in their village, but promised to ask his family about it. Lin Hao thanked Lin Shitian. The latter replied that he shouldn't worry, as he was only happy about it. The couple decided to leave, saying the doctor needed to rest after a long surgery. Qing told him to come and visit. Dr. Lin Hao said that if there were any problems, they could always contact him and wished them a safe journey. Lin thought of sending Sister Jolan home so that she too could rest after the operation. He entered the room where the charming Jolan was sleeping. He told himself that she was very beautiful when she slept. He began to push the vulgar thoughts away from him, telling himself that he needed to calm down immediately, lest he do something stupid. He began to rotate his head. He told himself that he couldn't do that to her while she was asleep, because it would only make sense if she was conscious. Lin lay down next to the charming Jolan. He told himself to go to sleep soon and keep himself in control. The nurse rolled onto her other side and felt someone near her and woke up. She didn't realize who it was, and as a consequence, she was frightened and shouted at the whole clinic that there was a maniac. Lin Hao asked her out of fright. What maniac was she talking about, and where was he? Jolan realized that he was the one lying with her and said that he had scared her. He asked her with a smile on the outside of his face what was wrong. He told himself that he was sleeping on his side of the bed after all. Why such a reaction? Jolan looked carefully into his eyes, as if suspecting something. She realized that he didn't seem to be lying. She wondered if perhaps she had rolled onto his side while she slept. Naughty thoughts began to pop into her head. She pushed the dirty thoughts away from her. Jolan immediately began asking the doctor why they were sleeping in the same bed. He replied that there was no other bed in the clinic, so he lay down with her. She asked with particular surprise how he could do such a thing. What would they tell their father if he saw them? Lin Hao smiled slyly and said that he thought her father would only be happy about it. Jolan asked him to stop talking about it. She said she was leaving for work and told him to come over too. Lin scratched the back of his head and wondered why she was so serious. Someone shouted for Hao to come over soon. He realized it was a familiar voice. He decided to hurry, for this could be important. He opened the door and realized whose voice it was. Standing outside the door was Pang Da and his minions. He asked Lin Hao what he had done to his arm and asked him to heal it. Dr. Lin smiled wryly and said that he could heal his arm without any problem, but he didn't know if he could afford it. Pang Da said that the hospital told him that he needed an operation, but it would not give any guarantees. He began to apologize to the doctor for his antics. Lin replied to him that if Pan gave him 1,000,000 yuan, he would cure him without any repercussions. The bandit was outraged at what he heard and asked if he was kidding. Hao asked him what was more important to him, his hand or his money. Pang Da recalled the words of the doctor, who said that even foreign experts couldn't help with this problem. He agreed to the sum of 1,000,000, on the condition that he would pay off the doctor when his arm was fully recovered. Lin angrily asked him, is he bargaining with him? He called Nurse Jolin over to him. The nurse was surprised by Pang Da's presence. She asked what he was doing here. Hao replied that he was here because of his hand and asked to check his phone. Pan shouted that if it didn't work out, the money would have to be returned. The doctor asked him to shut up and just transfer the money. Pang Da asked if they could start the treatment right now. Lin Hao said he would set his bone right now. He set the bandit's injured wrist in a sharp motion. He felt a sharp pain and cried out. Lin said that the operation was over and he could go away. Pan was dumbfounded and asked if he had charged him 1,000,000 for it. The doctor menacingly told him to get out of here, and if he saw him again, more zeros would be added to the price. Evil Pan Da left and said that time would sort things out and threatened to come back. Suddenly, Mr. Shen appeared. He said he was very happy to see the doctor, and he had something for him. Shen said that the case of those bandits was closed. Lin Hao wondered how it all ended. The gentleman replied that only 10,000. He said that in addition to that, the doctor would have to sign a civil compensation agreement. Lin Hao was upset, as he had hoped for at least 80 to 100,000. Jolin said that it was also his father's fault with his terrible driving. The doctor signed the necessary agreement. Mr. Shen smiled and said that he was now free. Zhen Yao shouted to Lin Hao and Jolan that the food was ready and it was time to sit down at the table. The doctor was excited about the food. Lin asked the old man why the food was so unpalatable today. He told him that he should be thankful that it was there at all. Hao said to go to the mountains today to get herbs, as it was necessary for Lin's hands. The old man was indignant because the operation was free. Jolan told his father that when Shidian's hands recovered, he would be able to make good money if he drew a picture for him. The old man said it was true, but first his hands had to recover. Hao asked if he didn't trust his medical skills. Zhen Yao told him to go get the herbs himself, and he passed. Jolan told the doctor that she couldn't go with him either, as she had some nuances. Lin didn't understand what she was talking about. The nurse was embarrassed to say out loud what was happening to her. She said that he understood everything. Hao still didn't understand anything. Yansu asked, is he really so stupid that he doesn't realize what kind of days girls have? Jolan said that she would go home as she needed to rest. Lin Hao wished her a good rest. The doctor asked Yansu, could she at least go with him? Otherwise, he would have to go alone. Yan happily replied that she would go with him because she didn't want to see his sad face. He asked why she was so excited. Lin Hao and Yansu went to the mountains to get some medicinal herbs. The road was not easy, the girl whistled. The doctor asked her to stop whistling, as he now felt like doing the needle. She said that if he needed to take a dump, he could do it and she wouldn't stop him. The girl continued whistling. He asked her to stop whistling. He started yelling that if she kept doing it, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself anymore. Lin asked why she was making fun of him. Yansu said it was a joke, and if he needed to go to the toilet, he could go somewhere else. The doctor angrily told the girl that as soon as he stopped being rude, she would immediately become insolent. She asked him to pay attention to the stream. Yansu said that they would have to find another way. Lin Hao told her that they could cross the stream. He said the creek wasn't very deep and asked her to take off her shoes to start crossing. Yansu froze. She was mesmerized by something. Lin Hao couldn't understand everything that was happening. He asked her in surprise why she was silent. The girl did not answer his questions and stood still. Lin said that since it wasn't her, he would go first. He took off his shoes and began to carry them in his hands. He mockingly asked her not to say that he didn't take off his shoes because he was afraid the fish would die from the smell of her feet. Yansu shouted that it was his feet that smelled so stinky. She said she froze a little as the view here was very beautiful. Lin asked if she wanted him to support her since it was very slippery. Yan said she didn't need any help. She said that she would follow him. Lin Hao said that it was a wise decision and continued walking forward. Yansu said that in addition to being rich, she also possessed a lot of knowledge. Suddenly, the girl stumbled and slipped on the water. She dropped her shoes from her hands and began to fall. Lin Hao was wary as he watched the picture of Yansu falling. She was in a panic. He yelled to her not to panic and started running to her aid. At the last moment, he caught the girl. He sat down on the water and exhaled calmly, for he had managed to save the girl. The girl was lying in his arms. Lin Hao said that because he told her that he could support her and she didn't believe it. He gently touched her chest. Yansu immediately sensed his action. She broke free from his hands and slapped his face, calling him a pervert. He sat on the ground and resentfully told her that he had saved her and she had hit him in return. He asked her not to bite the hand that was feeding her. The girl yelled at him, telling him that helping was the right thing to do, and groping her while doing it was too much. Lin Hao asked why he needed her breasts since Jolan had bigger ones. He said it was an accident and she can't blame him for it. Yansu asked warily, did he do it because he loves her? Lin Hao said that he's only crazy about money. Yan replied that because she was rich, he was trying to get close to her with all his might. The doctor angrily asked her, did he really look like someone who would sell his body for money? Su said he did. Lin turned away from her and said that she would never understand his high aspirations. The girl exclaimed, for she had seen a golden turtle. Lin Hao immediately turned to her and asked where she was. The girl pointed to the turtle. The golden turtle saw the inappropriate behavior of the humans and decided to immediately dive underwater. Yansu was upset that the turtle had swam away. Lin Hao quickly took off his clothes and shouted that the turtle now belonged to him. His eyes filled with anger and he yelled for her to watch him catch her. The doctor stripped naked and dived into the pond at high speed. Yansu was frightened, shouting that the pond was very deep. She was thrown into shock and watched as the doctor tried to fish out the golden turtle. She shouted at him to give up if he couldn't catch him, because he couldn't drown here. 10 minutes had passed. Lin Hao hadn't surfaced since he angrily dived under the water. Yansu cried out in tears that she knew how much he wanted to make love to her. She screamed that she would do anything he wanted. Suddenly, the doctor whined and asked if it was all true. The crying girl replied that it was true. She was sharply surprised. Fires lit up in the boy's eyes. He said that in that case, he would do as she wished. He climbed on top of the lovely Yansu and firmly placed his hands on the ground. The girl looked at him and didn't know what to do. Lin Hao said as she could observe. He was perfectly fine. The guy was still lying on top of her. He asked with a smile, wasn't now the time to keep his promise? The girl was glad that he was alive. She was shocked and said he could do whatever he wanted to her. Her eyes were filled with wonder. Lin Hao was shocked. He looked at her perplexed, as this was the first time he had such a chance. He hugged Yansu tightly and apologized for making him worry. He confessed that he was a very good swimmer. Yan asked what was wrong with him. Lin replied that it was nothing. He asked to wait a little while because he needed to get dressed. The girl covered up and asked him to change somewhere else. Hao asked why she was shy since she had already seen everything. He said that he had found some golden turtles by the pond and added that it was a very nice day. The girl agreed with him. Lin Hao told her that he would give her half of the turtles since she was the one who saw them first. Yansu looked at him with great surprise and asked if it was true, because they cost a lot of money. Lin said that everyone has their share and asked that it be accepted by them as an apology for what happened. Overwhelmed with happiness, Yansu didn't think for long. She kissed the doctor on the cheek. He was shocked. The girl was still surprised and said it was the first time she had seen him so generous. Lin Hao was fascinated and asked if she really liked him. Yan replied to make him dream, because she only likes golden turtles. Su said that they still haven't found what they were looking for, so they need to speed up. Hao said he had completely forgotten about Brother Lin. Jolan rejoiced at their return. She asked how it had gone, and if they had found the herbs they needed. Lin loudly said that everything was fine. Yansu added that they had also found some golden turtles. An overjoyed Yan told the doctor that she would take care of the turtles. Lin said that it looks like these turtles are very important to her. Jolan approached the doctor and said she wanted to ask something. She asked if there was something between the two of them in the mountains. Lin was shocked. He warily asked what could have happened to them. Jolan was glad that everything had gone well, saying that she had been very worried. Lin Hao was wary and wondered if the nurse had any feelings for him and was therefore jealous. Jolan said that while they were gone, a girl from the police came to pick him up, but she didn't wait and left. Lin Hao was surprised. The doctor said she came in for a checkup. The nurse was surprised because she was such a beautiful girl, but her health was not good either. Jolan abruptly began to complain of pain. Lin Hao was frightened and asked what was wrong with her. Was it a stomach ache? The girl said that she always had this when her critical days came. Lin asked why she always endured such pain. He said there was a way to stop her pain and he would help. The girl said she could just take a painkiller. Lin Hao took her to the bed and told her that medicines have side effects. He asked her to undress for a therapeutic massage. Jolan was surprised and asked why she had to take off her clothes. She said she would do without the massage because it was very embarrassing for her. The doctor nervously told her that he was doing it for her own good, because she needed to take care of herself. Watch her diet and regimen, not take pills. Jolan asked for a massage with her clothes on as she was shy and did not want to undress. Lin asked to treat it as a medical procedure and said that if the patient was wearing clothes, the result would not be perfect either. The doctor began a therapeutic massage. She slowly smoothed Jolan's buttocks. He warned that it might be a little uncomfortable, but it would have to be tolerated. He promised that after the massage, she would forget about the pain for the rest of the month. Lin Hao finished with the massage and said that when the next period came, The massage could be repeated. Jolan said that she was uncomfortable. She said the massage really helped. My stomach stopped hurting and my head was clearer. Lin flirtatiously asked if she wanted to stay the night. Jolan refused and said that the last time was an accident. It was night and the girl had gone home. Lin said to himself that it was time for him to get some sleep because he had been so tired in the mountains. Hao pondered in bed. He wondered, since Yansu had kissed him, could she be in love with him? He pushed those thoughts away and went to bed. Since the guy was too tired, he slipped into sleep after a few minutes. It was late at night. The weather outside the window was not very pleasant. Suddenly, thunder and lightning struck. Lightning flashed brightly in the sky. For a split second, the entire sky was illuminated by its bright light. Lin Hao was awakened by a woman's scream. He was alert and realized that it was Yansu's scream. He jumped out of bed and ran to the girl's room and asked her what happened and why she was screaming. The frightened Yansu was wrapped in a blanket and was crying. She said she was frightened by the violent thunder. Lin Hao calmed down and said that he thought that bandits had broken into the house. He asked her to get a good rest and use earplugs if necessary. He turned around and started to leave the room, saying he was going to bed. The frightened girl asked him not to leave. Lin laughed, asking if maybe she had sinned and was afraid the lightning would punish her. Yan said he was the only one who did shameful things. Hao remembered that last time during the thunderstorm, Yansu had slept with Yan Gege. He thought they were lesbians, but it turned out they were just afraid of thunder. He asked the girl not to worry, for he was beside her. The thunder sounded again. The girl was frightened. She was very scared. Suddenly, she pounced on Lin Hao and hugged him tightly. Lin wondered if the girl wasn't wearing pajamas, so her breasts were resting against his back. She said she was very scared. Hao got angry and yelled for her to let him go or he might do something bad to her. He said he was leaving. Yansu begged him not to leave, saying that he could do whatever he wanted to her. She was in tears. Lin immediately became excited and began to fantasize. He wondered what he should do. Should he take it like this? He told himself that if he procrastinated like this, he would never be able to call himself a guy again. He touched Yansu's feet and told himself that they were very smooth. He couldn't make a decision. Outside the window, thunder rumbled very loudly again, and someone knocked on the door. Yansu was still frightened, and Lin was indignant. He wondered what the hell was going on lately, interrupting such beautiful moments. Had someone cursed him? Yansu asked him to open the door. Perhaps it was a patient. Lin wondered why people in this village go to the doctor in the middle of the night. The doctor opened the door and asked indignantly who had disturbed him. A gun was pointed at him. The stranger ordered him to bring a doctor here, or else this place wouldn't be left a stone unturned. Lin was dumbfounded. Lin Hao grabbed his opponent's arm and said that he hated having a gun pointed at him. The opponent screamed in pain. He shouted that he was going to kill the doctor. Xia Shu asked Du Zizhang to be quiet. After all, it was Dr. Lin. Lin began to laugh at his name. Xia asked to forget about him, saying he was a nobody. He started asking the doctor to save the girl. He ordered his subordinates to carry Miss He to the doctor as soon as possible. The girl was bleeding. The miss lost consciousness. A wary Dr. Lin Hao looked at her and realized that she had a bullet wound. She said she had lost a lot of blood and the bullet was close to her heart. Du said he should have taken the girl to the hospital right away. Xia Shu grabbed him and started shouting that he was crazy because she had a bullet wound and the doctors would immediately report it to the police. Xia tearfully begged the doctor to save Miss He as she was an important person in their gang. Lin replied that it was his duty to save lives. He said she needed a blood transfusion and asked what her blood type was. Zizhang said she had type 4 blood. The doctor asked who here has blood type 4. Du asked Xia if he had type 4 blood. He replied that he didn't. Everyone present started asking each other about their blood type. There was an uproar. Lin Hao looked at this and said to himself that there seemed to be nothing that could be done. After all, there was no one with the 4th blood type. Suddenly, Yansu came running in. She said that she had a group 4 and she could help. Lin said she was too weakened for that. Hao asked her to call Jolan to help him perform the operation. Yansu kindly agreed to help. Du asked in a panic, why didn't he take her blood? Lin asked him to shut up, saying that he had the same blood type. Xia Shu asked the doctor to focus, and he would remove Du in return. Lin told him to stay out of the way, or else he would ensure his stomach would bloat. The doctor finished with the blood transfusion. Jolan entered the office. She asked him what had happened. Lin Hao thanked her for being responsive, and told her to prepare for the operation. Jolan was shocked. He examined the patient and asked the nurse to bring him a scalpel and tweezers. Jolan asked if anesthesia should be administered first. The doctor replied to her that he had already anesthetized her with silver needles. The method is effective but short-lived, so we need to hurry. He realized that the bullet had passed close to the heart, and it was very dangerous. Lin realized that he could not cut any further, otherwise he might damage other organs. He got nervous and realized they didn't have the right tools, so he would have to do it with his finger because he had to get the bullet out. The bullet was 2 centimeters from the lung. The doctor still managed to find the bullet, and that made him happy. He asked the nurse for a hemostatic clamp and suture materials. Jolin immediately provided them. Lin Hao said that the operation was going smoothly. He said that there was one last thing to check. He immediately kissed the patient on the lips. Jolan asked what the other test was and called him a pervert. He said he was checking for ruptured lungs and fluid because they don't have a respirator, so that's the only way to go. Lin Hao asked Nurse Jolan, was she really jealous of him, or did she want him to give her CPR as well? The nurse yelled at him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. She asked, how serious is the patient's condition? The doctor said the surgery was a success, and if she could make it through the night, she would be fine. He also said that Miss He's organs were intact, so it wasn't difficult. He asked the nurse to rest, and he would inform Xiashu. He went out to the courtyard where Xiashu and his men were standing, saying that Miss He was now safe. Xia thanked him profusely. The doctor said he had removed the bullet and now she needed a good rest. He said they were on time, or she would have died of blood loss. Xiashi was stunned and said that he owed the doctor again. Lin asked how he would repay. She flirtatiously asked if he wanted to use his body and if it was okay. Hao yelled at him to roll away. Du told the man with the surname Lin to set his arm right. The doctor replied that his name was Lin Hao, not Lin. The insolent man shouted for him to remove the crown from his head. After all, he had only saved Miss He. Lin menacingly asked him to apologize for those ridiculous words. Zizhang angrily replied that there was no way he would apologize to some poor doctor. This made Dr. Lin Hao angry. He said that it looked like he would have to teach him a lesson. He grabbed the guy's hand tightly with a sharp movement. Du asked, why on earth did he do that? Lin twisted his arm. Zihang was in unbearable pain. He cried out in pain and asked, was he really sick of living? Lin Hao told him that if he apologized, he would set his hands right, or else he would become disabled. Zizhang angrily declared that he would give the miserable doctor a painful death today. Xia Shi asked him to stop doing that. Lin asked not to stop him, for he would not learn anything until he knew pain. Xia asked the doctor not to hit him hard. Du Zizhang ordered his subordinates to grab the doctor, but suddenly a woman's voice told them to stop. Everyone was surprised by Xia Yuner's appearance. She asked Zizhang why she treated the doctor like that. After all, he had saved her and Miss He. She asked Lin Hao how He Xingxian was feeling right now. The doctor replied that she was fine and was resting now. Yuner asked him to take her to her. Hao asked why he should take orders from her since she was not his superior. Zizhang intervened and asked him how dare he talk like that. Xia told him to shut up and mind his own business. She asked the doctor not to stoop to Zizhang's level, and said that he was important to both Junitang and Zhuhe. After she explained the situation, Lin Hao still agreed to her entering He Xingxian's chamber. Xia said it was a great job, and he needed to work in a place where his skills would be appreciated. Hao asked if she had a place in mind. Yuner asked, why doesn't he join Junitang? He asked, did she really want him to be part of the gang? She said that although they were considered gangsters, their companies operated all over the world, and he was expected to make 500,000 a year if he agreed. Lin Hao looked at her unhappily and asked, did she really only value his skills at 500,000 yuan? Yuner asked if 500,000 a year wasn't enough for him. Lin replied that money was not the most important thing for him. He walked over to He Xingxian's bed. Xia began to ponder over his words. She didn't understand how money wasn't the most important thing. She wondered if there was something more important to him than money. She tried to figure out what it could be. She assumed it was some man and thought perhaps he had fallen in love with her too, and wanted her to be his wife. She told herself that although he had a hard character, he was good. She realized that she could love him very much. Lin Hao interrupted her charm and asked why she was staring at him. Yuner replied that it was nothing like that. Xia said that since Uncle Li and Xiashu had left, she should go too. Lin Hao said he would let her know when he was well. Zizhang rudely asked him to set his hands right. Hao asked why he was still here. Yuner said to let them sort things out on their own. Du asked the doctor to hurry up because he couldn't take this pain anymore. Lin said that until he apologized, he wouldn't do anything. A nervous Zizhang asked why would he apologize? Did Hao really think he wouldn't find someone else? Lin replied that was exactly the case. The doctor confidently stated that he could search the whole world, but he was the only one who could help. Du said he doesn't believe in that nonsense, and right now he's going to find someone to cure him. Lin Hao offered to bet if he wanted to. Zizhang agreed and asked, did he really think he would make him afraid? The doctor said that if Du won the argument, the BMW X6 in the courtyard would be his. Zizhang agreed to the proposal. He said that if he didn't find anyone, he would give the doctor his adorable red Audi R8. Lin Hao clapped and said that these were marvelous conditions for a bet. He was happy that he could win another car. A nervous Zizhang turned around to his subordinates and told them to go to the hospital with him. Before he left, he told the doctor to stay here and wait for his return. Lin said he would be waiting for him in his Audi. Zizhang was embittered. He asked the doctor how the second-level hospital couldn't do anything about his arm. He threatened the doctor that he could ruin their clinic in an instant. The doctor calmly asked him to calm down. He said they had a patient with the same injury, and it was only treatable by surgery, and that with a success rate of no more than 10%. Zizhang asked for information about this patient. The doctor replied that they do not disclose patient information. The doctor's words made Du very angry. His eyes became red with anger. They were filled with rage. The bandits pointed a gun at the doctor. The doctor said he meant he would provide information now. He provided information about the patient. Zizhang immediately told his subordinates that it was time for them to go to him. At the same time, in a villa somewhere in Guangzhou, Pang Da asked his girlfriend if she missed him. Charming girl was happy about the arrival of her lover and said that she almost fell asleep. The guy said he would be happy to cheer her up. They started to make love under the blanket. The girl asked Pang Da to take his time. Suddenly, their enjoyment of each other was interrupted by a knock on the door. Pan asked in a loud voice who was there. Zizhang entered and mockingly said that it looked like he had interrupted them and apologized for disturbing them. Pan shouted for him to scram. He immediately paid for these words. The bandits pointed their guns at him. He was not confused and asked, "How dare they point guns at him?" Pang Da stated that his cousin is the head of the Green Gang. Du said that no one cares about her, and he is the young master of the Juhe Gang. Pan immediately became nervous. Zizhang asked him not to panic, as he only wanted to know something from him. He showed him his injured hands and asked if he had that injury too. Pang Da dumbfoundedly asked, "Did Lin Hao do the same thing to him?" Zizhang asked him not to say that his arms were also dislocated by him. Pan angrily replied that yes, and he had to give $1 million for the cure. Du asked where he was treated and realized that he would give $1 million and get a BMW X6. He said that he went to many hospitals, but nowhere could help him, so he had to go back to Lin Hao. Zizhang angrily asked, was he really the one who set his arm right? He said to himself that it seems like he messed up this time. Pang Da said that he quickly set his arm right, but it cost $1 million. Zizhang realized that he would have to go to him. Pan apologized for his inhospitality today and asked to stop by for a visit if he had time. Du, Zizhang said with a smile. He didn't even know he was so hospitable. Pang Da said that among the bandits he was known for his generosity and hospitality. He said to himself that it would be good to cooperate with Du. Zizhang was about to leave but still asked if it was true. Pan didn't understand what he meant. Du turned around and said that in that case he should let him make love to his wife. The girl immediately called him a scoundrel, and Pang Da said he couldn't agree to it because it was his wife. He begged Lord Zizhang to spare his wife. He had mercy on them and decided to let her live. He spotted a Mercedes parked in the garden and said that since he had spared his wife, he should lend him the car. Pan Da immediately agreed to give him the car, kindly providing him with the keys. He said the gentleman could ride it as long as he wanted. Zizhang thanked him for his courtesy. He told his companions that it was already time for them to go. Pang Da was upset and wondered why he had been so unlucky lately. He and his wife hugged each other and began to cry. The next day came and Du Zizhang came to the clinic. Yuner asked him why he had come. He said it was all because of his wrists. She suggested that he apologize to Lin Hao, saying that he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Suddenly, Dr. Hao intervened and said that he was not a reckless person, and suggested Du apologize, since no one had helped him so much. He asked Xia to leave Tahe, for she had woken up. Zizhang fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness, begging for his wrists to be set. Lin Hao said, "Now that's the right attitude," and asked, "What about the Audi R8? Zizhang asked her bodyguard to give the doctor the car keys. He asked if he would now set his hands right. Lin Hao took the keys in his hands and told the patient to hold out his hands. He also warned that it would hurt a bit, so you should be patient. A loud crunch was heard. Du Zizhang was astonished, for his wrists had returned to normal. Lin asked him to scram if everything was all right. Du angrily asked, how dare he talk to him like that? Hao grabbed his hands and asked him to repeat what he said. He also said he wouldn't turn down another Audi R8. Zizhang said that he didn't mean that, and didn't say anything like that. He apologized once again. Lin Hao said that admitting one's mistakes was good. The important thing was not to repeat them in the future. He asked to stay here and not to enter. Zizhang said to himself that a wise man knows when to retreat, even though he can't do anything now, but one day he will take revenge. Xia Yuner entered He Xingxin's room and asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was better, but still felt tired. Hao said that it was normal since she had lost a lot of blood. Xia asked him if he had settled everything with Du Zizhang. She introduced He to the doctor who had saved her. Lin was embarrassed and said that he was only doing his doctor's duty. Xingxin said that she should thank him anyway, because if it wasn't for him, she wouldn't be alive anymore. Hao said that she was exaggerating and she should lie down. After all, she shouldn't overexert herself. He smiled sweetly and followed his advice. Lin Hao asked Xia Yuner to take a look at her, saying that this girl, unlike her, was cute. Xia asked the doctor to go to hell. He opened the door and asked her when she was going to move the girl to the hospital. Yuner said that they haven't found the killer yet, so it would be best if she stayed here, because it would be dangerous to transport her to the hospital. Lin was indignant because she was in the operating room and there might be new patients. Xia promised to give him a luxurious gift if he agreed. He was interested in such an offer. He coquettishly asked what kind of gift it was. Would she really be his girlfriend? Xia Yuner said that he was dreaming. She added that they were going to make this clinic a special medical center for Junie Tang. Lin Hao said that he agreed to it, but first, a contract had to be signed. Xia indignantly asked if he didn't trust her. The doctor angrily replied that he didn't trust her. She agreed, but said their counselor had resigned and asked where they could find a lawyer to draw up the contract. Lin Hao said that it would be easy to find a lawyer since he knows someone in this matter. He abruptly took her hand and told her to come with him. Yuner was surprised that he took her hand. They walked out of the clinic, still holding each other's hands. Du Zijing was standing outside. He became furious, for Xia was his fiancée. He asked why they were so close to each other. Hao replied that he was taking her away for an important matter. Lin asked her why she didn't tell him she was his fiancée. She replied that her father had made an arrangement with him without his consent. Zijing started crying and asked what did she mean. Yuner started shouting at him and told him to listen carefully. She said she never had feelings for him. She would date whoever she wanted, and if he called her fiancé, she would break his leg. He stood there in tears. Xia told the doctor that it was time for them to go. Lin Hao said goodbye to young Master Du. They went to settle matters on Lin's new car that Master Zijing had lost to him. Hao said that Zijing seems to be afraid of Xia. She said that he's just a common brat who chickens out in front of stronger people. Yuner also said that she bullied him when she was young, and her father scolded her for it. Hao said he didn't know that their relationship was on the verge of love and hate. Xia objected, saying it was all nonsense and she would gladly hit him every time she saw him. The doctor laughed. They began to drive in silence. The doctor picked up a lot of speed. The road was smooth. Zijing shouted that Lin Hao not only took his car, but also dared to take his woman. He was enraged and called his fellow ghost, telling him to come to Guangzhou. He said that Lin Hao would pay for everything. Yuner began to say that Hunan was the largest organization and had existed since the Qin dynasty. Initially there was only Junie Tang, but gradually the association grew and strengthened in new places. Xia said that unfortunately, Junie Tang was now losing her leadership position. Lin Hao that he understood. He said that to strengthen the gang's position, her father decided to maintain a warm relationship with Junie Tang and sent her to them. Yuner angrily said that he was talking as if she was some kind of thing and could be sent somewhere. Hao asked her not to be angry and said that this He Xingxin must be from a rich family. Xia said that she is the granddaughter of the richest man in Macau. Lin Hao said that he understood what she was talking about. He smiled and continued driving. He clarified. Didn't Zhu Tang send her to make a deal with Junie Tang? He added that it seemed to be a very important matter. Xia said that this is indeed true. He came to discuss the deal of the 8 billion investment in the hotel. Lin said with a smile that Yuner's father is a smart man, hasn't married her off yet, and is already receiving dividends. She asked not to talk about it. He noticed that none of them wanted to go to the big hospital, because if information leaked, cooperation would be jeopardized. Xia Yuner said with a smile that he guessed. She asked if he could try to guess who shot He Xingxin. Lin Hao asked with a smile. How on earth could he think of who the culprit of this crime was? He said that Junie Tang should look for the culprit, not him. Xia said that not only is he judicious, but he also knows how to avoid trouble. Lin said he didn't like unnecessary trouble, but he could help sometimes. He asked with a smile to be called handsome. Yuner smiled back and said that was enough empty talk. She asked where he was taking her. Hao asked if she was the one who said they needed a counselor. He also said they needed a lawyer to draw up the contract. Xia began to guess what it meant. Lin said, he knows someone. She should help. Lin Hao turned off the engine and said that they had come to the right place. Xia Yuner said that the house looked very familiar. The doctor said that Lin Shichin lives in this house. He asked if she knew him. Yuner said with a smile that she knew who it was, and she adored Master Lin's paintings. The girl began to guess and said that out comes the lawyer they are looking for this. Lin interrupted her, saying that yes, it was Shitian's wife. He knocked on the door and asked if Miss Su was home. He shouted his name so she would understand. Su Qing withdrew in surprise and asked Dr. Lin Hao to enter the house. The doctor came in and began to explain what the matter was. The conversation was long. Lin explained all the details. Su Qing smiled and said that since he wanted to work with Miss Xia, she would be happy to draw up a contract for him. She asked which version they require, the handwritten version or the electronic version. Xia Yuner walked over to her and gave her red laptop, telling her to use it. Su said it would be much faster that way. Xia told her to take her time because they were willing to wait. Su Qing sat down on the sofa and began drafting the contract. She entered the necessary data. Sia said that if it wasn't for that accident, their family wouldn't be in this position. Lin said he had recently performed surgery on Shitian. Yunir said she didn't expect him to be able to help him. She said she was not wrong to work with the doctor. Su Qing told Miss Xia that she had finished the project and asked if she wanted to check it. Miss was surprised and said she would check it right away. She took the notebook from Su's hands and looked at the contract she had drawn up. She was surprised to see that it was well written. She looked at the girl with a smile and said that now Junie Tang had not only found herself a doctor, but also a lawyer. Lin Hao said that there was no need to hurry. He pointed his finger at the place where he needed to make some edits. He said the minimum estimate for medical expenses is 2 million and he may not have to pay back the balance. Sia said she didn't think he was that interested in money. Lin replied that 2 million was a lot of money and she was still getting off easy. Yunir asked Su Qing if she wanted to join Junie Tang as an in-house lawyer. Su was surprised. She said she had just recently given birth and had a lot of family stuff to take care of. Sia said she could take care of her family matters first and start work in a few months. She handed the girl a check and said she would pay right now for 6 months in advance. She asked her to accept the check. Lin Hao asked Su Qing to agree to this, saying that if she needed help, she could always turn to him. Su Qing cried and began to thank them. Yunir asked her to take care of her health as it was more important than anything else. The weather was cloudy. Lin Hao asked Miss Hexingshan if she was used to this place. She said it was good here, but she felt weakened. The doctor said it was normal, as she had recently had an operation. Miss Hexingshan was wary. Her eyes were as if she was frightened. She turned to Dr. Lin. She fearfully asked him to get Nurse Jolan, as she had something she needed to ask her. Lin Hao looked at her and began to ponder why she might need a nurse. He kindly agreed to help Miss, saying he would get a nurse right away. Miss He felt very bad, as if she was twisting in pain. She sighed heavily. The doctor went out into the lobby of the clinic and started calling out to Yansu and Jolan. He kept shouting, but no one answered. He was wary and wondered where they both could have gone. He began to ponder. Xingshan's voice came from the room, asking the doctor if he had called for a nurse. Lin Hao was confused. He couldn't find the words to answer the patient. He entered the room and He asked where the nurse was. Hao replied that he was really sorry, but she wasn't here. Apparently she had left on some business. He scratched the back of his head because he was very uncomfortable. He embarrassedly said that it was just the two of them in the clinic. The girl began to clutch at the bedclothes with her hands. She was very uncomfortable. She was barely holding back tears, screaming at the doctor that she could take no more. Lin Hao asked her to wait. He said that he would give her a basin right away. He was wary. The doctor gave Miss Xingshan a basin and said it's very harmful to keep to yourself. He asked him not to look, for she was very embarrassed. Lin Hao covered his face and turned away. Xingshan felt extremely embarrassed since she had to take a leak in the presence of a man. She said it was humiliating. Lin Hao scratched his chin and told her not to think about it. After all, he was her doctor after all. The girl finished her personal business and covered herself with a blanket. Suddenly, someone shouted to the doctor to come out. Lin Hao realized that it was Du Zizhang's voice. He wondered, how dare he show his face again? He Xixin asked the doctor in surprise what had happened between the two of them. Hao replied that Zizhang just likes to be annoying. He said that the girl needed to rest and he would go and settle things with him. Lin said that since one car wasn't enough, then he would make him pay so much that he would learn it for life. He Xingxin watched the doctor with wide-open eyes. She was surprised. Lin Hao walked out and asked Zizhang, did he really have the courage to come again? He said that it seemed like last time wasn't enough for him. Angry Du Zizhang shouted back at him that he had turned his nose up too high. He said he recognizes that the last round was for the doctor, but things are different now and his song is sung. Ghost asked Du, is this really the brat he was talking about? Ghost is one of the 10 martial artists of Juhaitang. Lin said that he was wondering how Zizhang had the guts to come here again, but he had called someone for help. Du started yelling that he was too arrogant and Ghost was the master of their faction. Ghost asked him to leave the guy to him. He glared angrily at Dr. Lin Hao, telling him to show him what he could do. Lin replied to him that he wasn't going to do nothing just because he said so. The upstart Zizhang was hysterically shouting for him to come over here. He was screaming at Ghost to beat him to death. Unexpectedly, the showdown was interrupted by Xia Yuner, who shouted for him to stop right now. She asked Zizhang why he was bothering Lin Hao since he had already healed his hands. He asked how could she be on his side. He kept shouting that he had had enough of the doctor's arrogance, and today he would exact his revenge. Lin Hao coldly told Yuner that he would handle all of this himself. He asked her not to worry. Xia Yuner didn't show it, but she was afraid for him. She gave him a serious look, telling him to stop. She said that in that case, let them deal with it themselves, and asked him not to complain later because she was trying to help him. Lin Hao, as if plotting something, said that he needed a witness. Yuner asked, really a witness to him getting beaten up? Zizhang said that she had the right idea and asked her to just stand still and watch. Lin Hao told him not to be so cocky after all, it was still unknown who would win. Du said it's time to see about it. Lin looked at him angrily and said that he was digging his own grave. He said that if he won, Du would become his subordinate. The ghost approached the opponent and said that little Zhejiang was not showing proper respect. He asked him not to blame him for not showing the doctor mercy. Hao asked him not to act like a coward and not to cheat after losing. The opponents were eating each other up with threatening glances. They both realized that they were both strong. The ghost decided to strike, saying that he would teach him a lesson today. Lin Hao realized that this was a southern fist style. Xia was worried about Lin. After all, Ghost is a Shaolin southern fist master. Zhejiang said that this was his end. Lin Hao tried to block all of his opponent's attacks. He held his body defenses tightly. He realized that Ghost was attacking too fast, and there was no way he could hit him back. He told himself that he couldn't defend himself either. The ghost told him that if Hao admitted his mistakes, he would spare him. Lin said he could only dream of that. Xia Yuner was very worried about the doctor. She shouted at him to give up. After all, the ghost was fighting at full strength. Lin Hao coldly said that the opponent might be fighting seriously, but he was still just warming up. The angry ghost said he would make him shut up forever. He was determined. Du Zhejiang scoffed and told the doctor that it was too late to regret anything now, and it was time for him to go to hell. Ghost threw a straight punch with his left hand, hoping to finish off his opponent. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao dodged the blow. He intercepted his opponent's arm as he struck. The ghost was wary. He couldn't understand how it had happened. His right hand was free. He told the doctor that he could not avoid the blow now, and swung at him. But Lin Hao wasn't confused either. He said that Ghost wouldn't be able to avoid being hit either. As a result of a sharp blow, the opponents clashed fists. The blow was very strong. The ghost didn't give any sign, but he was in a lot of pain. He told himself that the boy's fist was as hard as steel. Lin Hao said, "This is all sheer boredom." He grabbed his opponent's arm and made a dash. A moment later, Ghost lay unconscious on the damp ground. The sound of his fall was loud. Xia Yuner rejoiced at her comrade's victory. Du Zhejiang was angry. He didn't understand how a master could be defeated by some doctor. Lin Hao told Du that he might as well not worry. After all, he hadn't killed Ghost. He was just unconscious. Xia Yuner was genuinely happy for the doctor. She said that she had never expected him to be able to handle the ghost. Lin Hao was proud of himself and confidently told the girl that it was all just nothing. Xia hugged him tightly and said she was afraid Ghost would beat him to death. Hao asked her not to think about such a thing. Du Zhejiang was enraged. He shouted hysterically. How could Yuner hug Lin Hao and celebrate his defeat? He was foaming at the mouth with anger. He didn't know how he was going to take down the wretched doctor. Suddenly, because of the foam, Du began to gasp for air. It was as if he was losing consciousness. His eyes rolled back. Du Zhejiang fell to the ground, losing consciousness in the process. Foam continued to flow out of his mouth. The people around him were dumbfounded. Lin Hao looked at him nervously and asked what was wrong with him. Did he have some kind of disease? Xia Yuner said she hadn't heard anything like that at all. Hao said it would be bad if something happened to him. He asked the people around him to disperse, saying that he needed to examine the man. Zhejiang was lying motionless. Dr. Lin Hao opened the patient's eyes, and after examining him, said that there was nothing serious. He said it was a false alarm. He slapped Du Zhejiang's face and he regained consciousness. He didn't realize what was happening. Lin Hao smiled at him caustically and said that he seemed to have promised something and was now his subordinate. Du glared angrily at him. He abruptly started shouting at Lin Hao, telling him to go to hell, and no one had promised him anything. The doctor responded by asking him if he had forgotten what it was like to walk around with broken arms. The frightened Zhejiang asked him not to break his arms. He said that he agreed to everything and would now obey Lin Hao. The doctor asked the people around him if they had all heard that their boss had recognized him as their boss. He exclaimed that they all obeyed him now. He said that he and Du Zhejiang had one matter to settle, and everyone else could be free to go. Xia Yuner told him with a smile that he was great, and now she should go. Du warily looked at the doctor and asked what kind of interrogation he had decided to give him. Lin Hao answered him rudely, saying that he was the one asking the questions here, and it was his business to answer them. The two of them sat down on the steps in front of the clinic entrance to discuss something important. Lin Hao told Du that he knew he was having seizures. He asked what was wrong with him, since he didn't look like a person who should have them. Du Zhejiang gathered his strength and thought about how he should start his long story. He began to tell me that once he went to Xiangjiang, there were many beautiful girls in the club. He liked one of the beauties and decided to get her drunk in order to make love to her. He said they went to a hotel where he was ready to have some fun with a beautiful girl. He led the red-haired girl to a room where she was able to lie down on the bed and passed out. He said that he had unfortunately taken too long to start. Sweat dripped from his face. Du said he wanted to have a beer and watch adult videos to get in the mood. But when the girl sobered up, she smashed a wine bottle over his head and then ran away. Du Zizhang was lying unconscious on the floor in a dark room. Blood was gushing from his head. After that, he ended up in the hospital where he got a lot of stitches in his wound. That's when the seizures started. Lin Hao listened carefully to his subordinate's story and said that it was no wonder Yun'er didn't know about it. Zizhang became furious and shouted that he didn't even dare to tell her about it. He shouted with all his might. Lin Hao didn't put up with his antics and punched him in the face. He shouted that if he told him to leave, he would shut his mouth and leave. Du Zizhang said that he understood all of his words. He tearfully held onto the slap spot. He started to run away. Lin Hao shouted after him not to go far away because he could call him at any time, and he must appear. Lin Hao sat on the steps and pondered to himself. He realized that he had a professional habit again. He couldn't believe that he was even worried about a fit of the hated Du Zizhang. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a woman. She apologized and turned to him. She wanted to know something from the young man. Lin Hao looked at her charming legs. He literally drooled looking at them. They seduced him with their looks. The girl asked him if he knew Dr. Lin Hao. He said that he did. He looked up at the girl's face and was dumbfounded. He scrutinized the girl's face and realized it was just a simple kid dressed up as a girl. He noticed that although it was a man, he was quite handsome. His eyes were beautiful, but still, he was unpleasant to Lin Hao. He could barely contain his vomit and told himself that appearances were deceiving. The guy warily asked him what was wrong. Lin said he was fine and asked if he wanted something. Liu Bing said that she is Du's personal doctor and he sent her here to take care of Miss He. Hao asked, so she treats Du's seizures? The doctor was dumbfounded and asked how on earth did the doctor know this. Lin replied that it didn't matter at all, and he planned to give Zizhang a skull trepanation. Hao asked the girl if she knew Du's medical history. She advised him to give up the idea. Liu said that although they had surgery to close the injury, they did not expect a hematoma to form. She added that Mr. Du will not survive another surgery like this, so they can only prevent seizures. Dr. Lin Hao listened, and her confidently stated that everything would be fine, and he would take care of the problem. Liu Bing gave a surprised look. Lin asked, did she really want to argue? He told himself that he couldn't bear the sight of her even for 1 second. Louis replied to him that it was a great idea. Her face was surprised, yet scared at the same time. She said that if Hao couldn't cure Mr. Du, he would have to marry her. These words seemed to pierce Lin. He angrily declared that she need not worry, for he would surely cure him. Lin told himself that if he failed, it would be better to die. Bing told him that he was a very confident young man. He entered the clinic and said that He Xingxian was inside and she could come in and examine her. Liu said she understood everything. Lin Hao decided to see how the beautiful Yansu was doing. She was sitting near the turtle tank. Yansu shifted her gaze to Dr. Lin. He interrupted her observations of the turtles. She eyed him warily and didn't understand why he was acting so strangely and what did he want. Lin Hao said that he was bragging, but the task was actually far from easy. He began to feel nervous. Yansu jumped up from her knees. She walked over to the doctor and began to address him. He continued to think about his own thoughts. She tried to reach him, but it was pointless. He wouldn't listen to her. She was wary and wondered if, really, he was pretending not to notice her. This kind of behavior made Yansu angry. She punched Lin Hao in the stomach and asked why he was ignoring her. She asked him with a smile on her face. What happened? She asked him to tell him because she wanted to laugh. Lin Hao angrily asked, "Can't she see what he's thinking?" He started scolding her. Yansu asked fearfully, why is he so nervous? She was deeply surprised and asked what could have bothered Lin Hao so much. He held his head and said that even heroes have their limits. Yansu said that it was very interesting. She asked him to tell her what had happened, because she could think of something. Hao agreed to tell her. He asked the girl to visualize a round bottle with dirt inside, but at the same time, she can't open the bottle. He asked Hao, in that case, to get the dirt out. He said she now realizes she can't find a solution to this problem either. Yansu looked at him in surprise and said that it was actually very easy. She said we need to think bigger, and why not just cut another hole, get the dirt out, and then rebuild the bottle. Yansu asked Dr. Lin Hao what he thought about it. He stood there with his mouth open in surprise. She tipped her gaze to the floor and said that if that option wasn't an option, it was best to just forget it. But Lin Hao, at the same moment, exclaimed with joy. It was as if he was glowing with joy and told Yansu that she was a genius. He immediately gently hugged her and kissed her cheek, telling her that he loved her. Yansu was surprised. She felt a rush of love. It was impossible to describe her feeling. She was both surprised and happy. Her heart began to beat more frequently. Lin Hao was jumping for joy, for he wouldn't have to worry about this anymore. Yansu was still astonished. He told her to have fun and he had work to do. He was full of ideas. He immediately ran from the backyard into the clinic. Yansu was still in a stupor. It was a hot, sunny day. There were no patients at all in the clinic, and Dr. Hao decided to call Du. He called him, told him to hurry up and run to the clinic. Zizhang nervously asked, "What does the boss need?" Lin Hao asked him to be quiet and obey his orders without question. Du immediately rushed to the clinic. The doctor threatened him that if he wasn't there in 10 minutes, he could write his will. Du Zizhang was shaking with fear, sweat streaming down his face. He said that he was already running. Dr. Lin Hao sat on a chair in his office. He sighed heavily. After all, a subordinate is very troublesome. He heard talking outside the door. He told Dr. Liu that she was in pain. She replied that it only hurt in the beginning and she would soon feel better. A light immediately lit up in Lin Hao's eyes. He was curious as to what was going on behind the door. He was overjoyed and told himself that he couldn't miss a moment like this. He started to head toward the ward. Lin Hao excitedly stood at the door and overheard Dr. Liu and Miss He talking. Suddenly Du Zizhang came in. Lin Hao waved his hand and told him to get out of here. But, he asked, didn't he want something from him? Lin looked at him angrily. He hit him on the head and asked how dare he interrupt his fun. He asked if he was all impatient to die. Du Zizhang grabbed the spot where he was hit and apologized to his boss in tears. Suddenly, Dr. Liu Bing came out of the room and asked, "What are they doing here?" She asked Lin Hao if he was going to carry out the operation right now. All of his fantasies were immediately destroyed. He swallowed his saliva and realized that Liu Bing and He Xingxing were behind the door. Sweat was dripping off his face. He stroked the kneeling Du, saying that they had decided to wait outside the door, for the doctor was busy. Bin said that He said she had surgery without anesthesia. She asked how. He must have used acupuncture? Lin Hao smiled at her and said that judging from her tone, she was good at it. He said that in fact, it was just an ordinary massage. Liu said few people could do anesthesia with acupuncture, so it was always considered fraudulent in medicine. Lin told the doctor that she knew more than she was saying. He asked if she trusted his skills now. Dr. Liu Bing condescendingly replied that she had to admit that she was now trusting. She asked him if he could teach her the finer points of acupuncture. Lin asked why he would help her if they were competitors. She said she was trained in Western medicine and wanted to learn something from a smart doctor like him. Hao said he liked her attitude. He smiled at her and promised her that he would show her some tricks after the surgery. Bin said that if the operation failed, he would have to marry her. Lin Hao fell to the floor. He said he remembers the rules of the game, but she needs to realize that he can't lose this time. Liu said she would take Miss He for a walk to give him time to focus on the surgery. Du was alarmed, he asked the doctor. How could he bet on his life? Lin replied that his life was not even worth a gamble. Unexpectedly, the charming nurse Jolan returned. She said that she had bought some fruit and asked Lin Hao if he wanted to try some. He smiled at her because he was glad she was back. He said she was just in time. Jolan was surprised and asked what had happened and what was Du Zizhang even doing here. Liu and he wished the doctor good luck, saying they had faith in him. Lin said he would let them know when he was done. Jolan was still shocked. She asked what was even going on. Hao asked her to prepare the operating room for Du. He leaned over Du Zizhang and sternly asked him to lie down and wait for the operation to begin. Yansu was going about her business, but suddenly a cute female voice addressed her. She immediately turned around and asked what the girl wanted from her. She looked adorable. It was He Xingxin. She asked Yan if she remembered her. She said that she was the patient with the bullet wound, and her name was He Xingxin. Yansu looked at her and asked herself, is this really the same girl? She was surprised. She cheerfully replied that she remembered. Lin Hao had still said back then that she was unable to give her blood. She was very happy to meet He. She asked how she was feeling at the moment. Liu Bing cheerfully said that Dr. Lin was simply peerless, and Miss He was already almost recovered. Yansu asked her who she was. Bing replied that she was Du's personal doctor and he told her to look after Miss He. She also added that Dr. Lin is currently performing surgery on Mr. Du Zizhang. Yansu was wary of what she heard and said to herself, is he really operating on Du? She was angry and trying to figure out what was wrong because the problem he was talking about couldn't be related to surgery. She was still angry and wondered, is Lin Hao really doing this for Liu Bing? She shoved those thoughts away from her and wondered how Liu Yi could possibly like him, since she was clearly prettier. Bing asked her what was wrong. Yansu replied that everything was fine. She told herself that she hoped she was just getting caught up in nothing. Suddenly, a loud shout from the clinic building reached the backyard. Yan warily looked over. Dr. Lin Hao shouted that the operation had come to an end, and he had finished his work. Yansu was astonished because the operation was so fast. She couldn't understand anything. Liu Bing wondered if the operation was really a success. Lin Hao ordered Du Zizhang to get up from the couch immediately. Du asked if the operation was over. Jolan asked Dr. Hao if he had finished the surgery. He smiled and replied that it was a one-time thing. The nurse was shocked and said it was the fastest surgery she had ever seen. Du Zizhang asked his boss, so why is his body shaking and he can't do anything about it? He was terrified and said it couldn't be that the boss didn't fully heal him. Lin Hao looked at him and said that these were side effects from the acupuncture anesthesia. Zizhang said he would go to the hospital so that he could be examined there as well, just in case. Liu Bing congratulated Dr. Lin Hao on the successful completion of the surgery. She asked with a smile, wondering if it was time for them to get on with what they had agreed on. The jealous Zhoulan immediately started yelling at Lin Hao and asking who she was and what they had agreed on. He said he'd explain everything. Yan Su was also angry and said that Sister Zhoulan was right. She asked Lin what was he hiding. Hao was extremely nervous and was bleeding sweat. He tried to calm the girls down to explain the situation. Both girls were burning with anger and rage. It was as if they were burning with anger. Lin Hao was as if he was defenseless in this situation. Louis mockingly told him that he had many groupies. The doctor asked her not to laugh and explained to them how things really are. Liu Bing asked the girls with a smile. After all, they both like Dr. Lin Hao, don't they? Yansu and Zhoulan immediately began to pretend that this was not the case at all. They asked, "Who needs him anyway?" Liu Bing laughed and said that she would now explain to them how things really were. After a while, she finished her explanation. The girls said that everything was clear now. Yansu said that Hao is a good person after all. He decided to teach Liu Yi acupuncture. Lin asked, why then did she just suspect him? Zhoulan apologized to Lin Hao, saying that she'd misunderstood everything. She looked at him with a sad look and admitted that she had flared up too much and was wrong. Lin Hao was embarrassed. He told her to forget about it. He told himself that he didn't think she could be so mean, and he should be more careful. Suddenly the door was opened by a sweating and panting Du Zizhang. He called out for the boss. He had severe shortness of breath. He said he went to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Hao asked, there was no problem, right? Du said with tears of joy in his eyes that the hematoma in his head had completely disappeared. He began to thank his boss. Lin Hao said he didn't need to thank him and held out a box of something. Du asked, was it really a gift for him? The doctor slapped him on the back and told him to never even think of such a thing. Zizhang cried. He said they were acupuncture needles, and he needed Du to find someone to make 10 sets of needles in silver and 20 in gold. He added that this would be the payment for the operation, and asked if the subordinate understood everything. Zizhang said he understood everything. He was very nervous. Lin Hao gave him a stern look in his eyes and asked him why he was still here. Du realized that it was time to run away. The doctor reached out and said that if the task was not completed in half a month, he might not come back. Zizhang ran as fast as he could. Liu Bing was delighted. She said that it was incredible because even the arrogant Mr. Du does whatever Dr. Lin tells him to do. Lin Hao became embarrassed and said with a smile on his face that he had trained him well. Zhoulan told the doctor to stop bragging and offered him some fruit to eat. He accepted. All the girls around him smiled at him. The unidentified man was standing behind a tree. He told his girlfriend on the phone that she would have to give up her vacation for now. A girl was lying on the beach in the coast of Lu City, Southern Province. She asked if they had managed to find He Xingxin. An adorable girl with red hair and a blue swimsuit asked where Xingxin was after all. The man said she was still alive and lying in a clinic in the Stone Village. He said the girl would probably have to come here in person. The girl was stunned by such news. She was silent and didn't know what to say. She asked him to get her a plane ticket and to stop calling her cute since they're not in that kind of relationship. The girl realized that she needed to pack. She put on her glasses and started packing. She told herself that she had to be sure to meet the one who had saved her target. She was determined. 3 days passed. Lin Hao told Ms. He that she needed to find a boyfriend. She asked the doctor why he was saying that. Hao said that her breasts were starting to sag. It would be bad if it continued like this. He shouted that it was because the wound was preventing her from wearing a bra. Liu Bing asked him not to bully the girl under the pretext of examining her. Lin said it was ridiculous. Xingxin asked if she could leave the clinic since her wound had already healed. She said that she had unfinished business. Lin Hao became alarmed and exclaimed that he had almost forgotten something. The girl didn't understand what was going on. He called Yunye and asked why he had not yet been remitted the initial fee, which is 50%. Sia asked him not to remind him about it so often, saying that she had been busy lately and he would be transferred soon. He said that on top of that, He Xingxin wants to check out of the clinic. He asked whether to let her go. Yunye said it was too early to do that, as she had only been able to find a few leads on the hitmen. She added that according to her investigation, the killer was a woman, and she shot from more than 50 meters away. She said it was a single shot, so they think she's a real pro. Lin Hao began to guess and added, it turns out that if the employer realizes that she is alive, they might be able to do something. Xia Yuner confidently said that they would definitely send the assassin again to bring the matter to an end. Hao realized that in that case, the girl needed to stay at the clinic. He asked Xia not to worry and promised to take care of his safety. Xia Yuner was glad that he kindly agreed to help. She thanked him and hung up the phone. The doctor told Miss He that it was still too dangerous outside, so Yunir told her to stay here. Liu Yi asked Miss He not to be sad. It was a hot and sunny day. The sun's rays warmed the windows of the clinic. The sky was blue. Lin Hao sat in his office. He said to himself that there were so many patients in the morning. And now, in this stuffiness, there was no one. Zhou shouted, "Is he here?" Lin asked what had happened. Sis and Zhen Yao stood in front of him. He asked why they had come here in this heat. Zhou said that his father wanted to discuss something with him. The old man said they got $1 million and he thinks they should buy a new house since the clinic is small and it's inconvenient to get to. Lin Hao was shocked. He wondered if Zhen Yao was even thinking about the future of the clinic. Zhen Yao pointed his finger and said he planned to buy this 3-story Western-style building. Zhou said it was Liang Sanbo's house. "My dad said he lost a lot of money in the lottery and now he's selling this house to pay off his debts." Lin Hao smiled and asked, "Turns out the old man is profiting from people in trouble." Zhen Yao said almost without emotion that there was no need to say that, because both sides would remain in the win-win situation. He said that when he bought the house, Hao would take care of setting up the new clink, and the place could be turned into a staff dormitory. Lin Hao asked him. He seemed to have made up his mind. Zhen Yao said that such a great opportunity should not be missed, because there might not be a second time. Lin glanced at him. He was a little unsure of his intentions. His gaze was cold-blooded. He decided to ask the old man why he was asking for his opinion if he had made up his mind. The old man said it was because he was the attending physician at their clinic. Zhou asked how could he make that decision alone. Hao told her they would do what the old man said, because he wanted to make the clinic better. Zhou said he was the one who earned the money. Zhen Yao watched them from the sidelines. He said to himself that their relationship seemed to be going quite well. He realized that after this place became a dormitory, they would have to live under the same roof. The old man told them that he would go to Liang Sanbo to discuss buying a house, so they could not wait for dinner. Zhou angrily told her father not to make such decisions arbitrarily anymore. Zhen Yao shouted as he left that he wouldn't do it again. Lin Hao and Zhou looked at him. They stood motionless and stared unceasingly at the old man. Something was happening in the girl's soul. Lin Hao shifted his gaze and looked into the charming nurse's eyes. Zhou also looked into the doctor's eyes. Lin Hao asked the nurse why on earth she was crying. She wiped her tears and apologized, saying that she was shocked. She said that, honestly, she couldn't imagine what her and her father's life would have been like if Lin hadn't shown up. She tearfully thanked Lin Hao. They were tears of joy because, thanks to him, their lives had changed for the better. Hao embarrassedly asked not to praise him. After all, he had come for his own interests. Zhou promised to help him find his family. He asked her to forget it for now, and reminded her that she owed him a kiss, for she had promised it when he had treated Uncle Yan. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou immediately kissed him on the cheek. Lin Hao's feelings of pleasure could not be conveyed in words. He shouted with joy that the kiss should be on the lips and not on the cheek. The girl asked him not to push his luck. She turned away and said she went to make dinner. Lin Hao told herself that she was very cute when she was angry. Yansu told Zhou that she would help her prepare dinner. Liu Bing said she could rely on her since she had nothing to do anyway. The nurse cheerfully said it would be great if they could help her make dinner. Lin Hao was happy and said that he was touched that everyone was so eager to make something for him. The girls shouted in one voice for him not to flatter himself by pretending it wasn't true at all. He Xingshan told the doctor that they had been busy all day and offered to just observe it. Lin said she was right, because when 3 women come on stage, there would be no room for him there. He praised his sense of humor. Dr. Lin Hao smiled at her. He made himself comfortable in the chair next to where Miss He was sitting. The girls said loudly that it was time to get down to business. Miss Shin said that Liu Bin is an excellent cook. Hao said he couldn't wait for dinner. Lin Hao said he thought so. Dr. Bin is an excellent cook. He smiled at Miss He. He decided to seize the moment and asked her after all she didn't come here just because of the deal with Unitang, right? Miss asked how on earth did he figure it out. Lin replied that he had realized it when he saw her eagerness to get out of the clinic. He said that she wanted to make some investments while she was here after all. She can't just rely on her family all her life. Lin Hao said that he thought she was a spoiled rich girl, and she turned out to be a person who was building her future. Miss He said that he is flattering her. She also added that he could just call her Xingxin. Suddenly, Yan Su walked into the room and asked if he was hungry. She apologized for the wait. Lin Hao smelled the pleasant aroma of the food. He said that the dish smelled very pleasant. Unexpectedly, Zhou and Liu Bing walked in. All 3 of them had plates with charming dishes in their hands. The girl said that dinner was ready. Lin Hao enjoyed his dinner and said that it was delicious. Liu Bing asked him to take his time because there was still plenty of food to eat. She smiled slyly and asked the doctor which dish he liked best. Lin questioned her. Did he hear everything correctly? He didn't understand what it was all about. Liu said he got it right and each of them prepared a dish. Lin Hao thought about it and realized that he should be more careful with his words. He became agitated. The doctor began to smile broadly and was still nervous, for he didn't want to offend anyone. He said each of the dishes was beautiful and asked the girls to join the feast. Liu Yi called him tactful. It was deep night. The moonlight reflected brightly. The sky was starry. The dinner together came to an end. Everyone got up from the table, leaving only unwashed dishes. Jolin asked excitedly, why hadn't her father returned yet since everyone had already gone to bed? Lin Hao asked her, how about going to Liang Sanbo to get her father? The nurse agreed to his suggestion. Hao said that judging from the gate, Liang Sanbo has problems with creditors. Jolan said that if they buy a house, they will help him a lot. The nurse started knocking on the gate. She called out to the Yanan girl, saying it was Jolan. A cute Yanan girl came out. She was Liang Sanbo's daughter. She said that her father was still talking to her dad. Windy Dr. Lin Hao's eyes filled with charm at the sight of the cute girl. He said hello to her. Nurse Jolan was not happy to see what was happening. She was uncomfortable to see him paying attention to another girl. Liang Sanbo told old man Zhen Yao that he could only sell the house with the land and asked him to believe that he would remain in the winnings. The old man grudgingly said he knew what he was talking about. But now he needed a house urgently. An upset Liang Sanbo said that he had his reasons. He was very sad. He asked the old man to help him. He offered to give him the house and land if he would help him pay off his debt of 2,200,000 yuan. Zhen Yao said that he didn't have that kind of money, but only 1,000,000. He had already been called Lin Hao and Jolan. He looked around and, holding back anger, asked the young men what they were even doing here. Jolan exclaimed that they were worried about him since it was so late and he still hadn't come home. She whispered to her father that they had another 1,000,000 since Lin had divorced Pandu. Zhen Yao asked her why she didn't tell her earlier. Jolan replied to him that she was afraid he would spend the money, and it belonged to Lin Hao, not the clinic. The old man told Liang Sanbo that he was willing to pay right now 2,000,000 for the house and land if he agreed. Liang had a headache from nerves and thoughts. He said he needed another 200,000 yuan. He said frustratedly that if he didn't pay them, he would still be in trouble. Zhen Yao asked if it would suit him if he gave him 200,000 yuan as early as tomorrow. Liang Sanbo seemed to blossom at the words of his buddy. He asked if it was true. Zhen Yao said that he was willing to give him that money, but in doing so, he would have to give it back to him. Liang sat on a stump and said that he agreed to this deal. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound. Sanbo's heart immediately filled with fear and panic. He didn't understand what was happening, but he had a hunch. The bald creditor screamed in pain, saying the damn gate was strong enough. He kicked the gate. The creditor, together with his subordinates, appeared before the debtor Sanbo. He looked threatening. He looked at Liang with a very serious look. His face was fierce, as if he was ready to kill him. The mustachioed bandit loudly announced that he was Black Hand, one of the 4 bosses of the Green Gang, and he was here to collect the debt. Liang Sanbo asked in a calm tone, could he please give him some more time? The scumbag said if he let him and his boyfriend play with his little girl, he would defer the debt for 10 days. Liang Sanbo immediately became vocal for this rascal to let his daughter go. After all, she had nothing to do with this. Black Hand recognized that he wasn't that weak and had spirit. He was a little surprised. Suddenly he got angry and swung at Liang, saying that he was about to help him shut his mouth. But suddenly something stopped him. He was startled, for he had already struck a blow. He panicked violently as he felt a sharp and stabbing pain. He did not understand what was happening. The bandit grabbed his left chest and knelt down in pain. It turned out that he had been hit by Dr. Lin. Ling Hao said that he didn't care whether he was a Black Hand or a White Foot. He told him not to dare touch others when he was around. The bandit, agonizing in pain, asked the guy who he even was. His eyes were red with pain. Lin Hao introduced himself and said that he was a doctor, so he should show respect. Black Hand said that he looked more like a schoolboy. Hao said it's up to him to believe or not believe it. But he was in terrible pain last night, wasn't he? The mohawked bandit told the boss not to listen to this nonsense and offered to take the girl for a good laugh. Black Hand got angry and ordered him to shut his mouth, while telling him that he was nobody here. He told the doctor he was right, and last night he almost passed out from the pain. He wondered if he could cure it. The doctor confidently stated that he could help him, but asked why would he do that. This behavior made Black Hand very angry. He shouted at the doctor and asked him not to be conceited. He swung at him and asked, how dare he even dare to mock him? Lin Hao was cold-blooded. When the bandit was about to strike his face, he said he had kidney stones. The bandit was shocked and did not understand how he had been able to tell. Liang Sanbo wondered who this guy was. Jolan watched from the side with astonishment. Hao told the bandit that the hospital would only cure him with surgery, and he had a quick way around it. Black Hand began to tearfully beg Dr. Lin Hao to give his instruction. Lin told him in a calm tone that if he cured him, they would write off Uncle Liang's debt. Black Hand nervously said that he was just a collector, and the money didn't belong to him at all. Lin Hao said that in that case, he should say what is the principal amount of the debt. The bandit said the main part is 2,000,000, and 200,000 is their reward. He asked what Dr. Lin was going to do. Lin Hao said that they would pay back the 2 million debt, but 200,000 should be cancelled. Blackhand was nervous and told himself that his old man had died on the operating table and he didn't want to go under the knife. He blurted out that he agreed to such terms, but the creditor wanted the debt paid immediately. Lin Hao asked Liang Sanbo if he had heard that there was only 2 million left to return. The man replied that he had heard everything. The doctor asked the man if he would agree that they would pay his debt and he would give them the house and land. Old man Zhenyao smiled and told his buddy to agree, for it was a good deal. He added that if he agreed to the deal, they could settle the matter today. Sanbo agreed. He cheerfully announced that he would sell them the house for the payment of his debt. His voice was confident. He added that it was a win-win for everyone, so there was no problem, and offered to sort out the formalities in the morning. Lin Hao watched from the sidelines as both parties were happy with the decision. He told Blackhead to follow him to the clinic. The bandit told the doctor that he was Black Hand, not Head. It was dark and deep night. The doctor and his patient were already in the clinic. Dr. Lin Hao poured unknown drugs into a glass of water to give to the patient. He asked him for a drink. Black Hand warily asked if it would help him get rid of his kidney stones. Lin Hao covered his eyes and confidently said that it would help him to some extent. Black Hand immediately became wary. Sweat was dripping down his forehead, and he thought that perhaps he would actually cure his illness. He immediately grabbed a glass of unknown medicine and began to drink the entire contents of the liquid in a volley. Black Hand drank the glass of medicine in one gulp. His face was covered in sweat. He abruptly exclaimed that he needed to go to the toilet. Lin Hao showed him the direction and asked him not to miss the floor. Zhen Yao asked the doctor with a smile. Had he really decided to dilute the poor man with laxatives? Cholan said he would never do that. Lin Hao smiled slyly and said, "This is far from an ordinary laxative." The old man said he was very resourceful. He added that he did not expect the purchase of the house to go so smoothly. Jolin exclaimed that she thought the land should belong to Lin Hao since he had already done so much for them. Father said that he only wanted the house. But to himself, he said that in any case, everything belonging to Lin Hao would then become his. The unfortunate bandit Blackhand came out of the restroom and said the doctor's remedy wasn't bad. He smiled broadly and confidently stated that the method was indeed effective and the pain was gone. Dr. Lin Hao said that he could get out of here now. Ruka replied to him that he hadn't thanked him yet. The scoundrel threw his leg over the doctor's desk, plotting something incomprehensible. Lin Hao looked at him with a serious look. The bandit said that now that his illness was gone, he had no need to grovel before him, and now he would thank the impertinent lad. Lin Hao was cold-blooded. He calmly asked, turns out now that he had healed him, the scoundrel was going to burn the bridge he had crossed? Blackhand shouted at the top of his voice that it was all just so he could heal him. He asked if he thought he was afraid of him. Lin called him a cretin, and said that after that attitude, he might not even be able to count on his family's medical care. The nasty thug was dumbfounded and asked how his family was even here. He was nervous. Lin Hao said that in truth, medically speaking, he already knew everything. He said that based on his symptoms, kidney stones are a hereditary condition, and there is a high chance that people close to him have them too. The doctor added that he was going to examine his relatives to verify this assumption. But after this ungrateful attitude, this idea can be forgotten as he changed his mind. The nervous bandit immediately exclaimed, "It turns out his mother and sister could have such stones too." He became extremely nervous. Panic gripped his mind. He began to beg Dr. Lin Hao to forgive him. The doctor said this type of kidney stone is very rare, and he seems to be the only doctor in the world who can cure it. The dumbfounded Blackhand bandit wondered what he could do. Jolan excitedly asked if all this was true. Lin Hao asked her not to worry, saying that he was just joking. Blackhand was still nervous. He asked, meaning he was just kidding. He got angry and immediately started yelling at the doctor. He asked if he really let himself be bullied. Dr. Lin Hao was not one of the cowardly ones. He decided to shut the lowly bandit up by banging the table as hard as he could. He rose from his chair and looked sternly at the unfortunate Blackhand. The bandit was silent with fear. Lin shouted that he only scared him with a few words because he was a coward. He added that he just had kidney stones and it wasn't hereditary. He calmed down and said that, however, this rascal did not deserve his wrath, and asked him to get the hell out of the clinic. Blackhand wiped the sweat from his forehead in relief and said that it was very good that he had lied to him. Lin Hao asked him, why was he still standing here? Ruka angrily shouted for him not to get carried away with this. He decided to take revenge on the doctor and asked how dare he provoke him. He clenched his fist tightly. Swinging at the doctor, he shouted that he would be a corpse today. Lin Hao was calm. He told the poor wretch in cold blood that he had asked for it. He stopped his blow. Lin Hao put the gun to Blackhand's forehead and asked him to repeat the words he said. The bandit was dumbfounded, his eyes nearly falling out from fear. He could barely choose his words and stammered and said that he apologized to the great Dr. Lin. He asked him to calm down and not to shoot. Lin coldly lowered his gun and said that he had nothing more to talk to him about. He ordered him to get the hell out of here. black hand dropped to the floor and began to crawl. Panic seized his head. He screamed that he would get away now. Lin Hao asked him why on earth was he crawling. He shouted for him to roll away from here. The bandit ran away with all his might. Jolan was very much surprised and asked Dr. Lin where did he get the gun from. Lin smiled and said that he had completely forgotten to tell her this interesting story. He said it was the lighter Xiaxu gave him. Jolan said she was scared to death. Zhen Yao said he liked Hao more and more. Jolan told the doctor that she and her father would already go home and he should rest. Lin asked them to be careful. Lin Hao closed the door and exhaled. He said that he was making clinics seem to be going uphill. He told himself that he still didn't have any clues about his past, however. Life goes on. But there was something else. Lin told himself that sooner or later, they would discover that he had faked his death to avoid, and then he and his entourage would be in danger. And besides, he still couldn't figure out what their goals were in kidnapping orphans and subjecting them to such training and tests. He pondered and came to the conclusion that he shouldn't make much of a big deal out of it right now. Suddenly, Dr. Lin Hao's thoughts were interrupted by a sweet female voice. He didn't realize what was going on. It was Yan Su who asked the doctor why he was still awake. Lin didn't know how to answer her. The doctor smiled at the girl and said it was a very long story. She was very uncomfortable. 10 minutes passed. Yan Su was surprised because it turned out that he had already managed to buy a house for the new clinic. She was excited because the old clinic would become a dormitory and only they would live in it. Hao said she was a patient and would move to the new clinic. Yan Su said that she was already quite better, so she could stay here as well. Lin Hao asked why she had taken his hand and where she was dragging him to. Yan said with a smile that since he was still awake, why didn't he chat with them? They entered Miss He's room. She asked what they needed. Su told her that Lin Hao wished to communicate with them, but the doctor was uncomfortable. He said with a smile that he didn't think he could join them. Yan Su angrily asked, "Doesn't he want to socialize with two beautiful girls?" Lin said that wasn't what he meant at all. He said he wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise in the conversation between them. Yan asked, "Who said he couldn't get a word in edgewise in their dialogue?" Lin Hao turned his attention to Yan Su's lush breasts. It was as if she was glistening in his eyes. She told him not to worry, because it was just a conversation and he could say whatever he wanted. The important thing was that he stayed with them. Lying Xingchen told the doctor that they would be happy to communicate with him. Honey Yan Su confirmed her words. Lin Hao looked at them condescendingly and said that in that case he would kindly keep them company. He smiled embarrassedly, and scratching the back of his head said that he didn't seem to have any other choice. The doctor took a seat on the chair in front of Miss He's bed. Yan Su sat down on the bed. They got into a conversation. It was a dark night. The killer girl who had been assigned to take out Miss He was counting the number of guards at the clinic. She looked carefully through the binoculars while counting the guards. She pronounced the number 4. She looked even more closely through the binoculars and spotted another, 5th clinic guard. She loaded the gun and wondered if that was all they had prepared for her. She said she would kill He with her own hands. Yan Su whispered to He that Lin looked really creepy. Xingchen smiled and said that she and he were of the same opinion about him. The doctor did not hear their gossip, for he was very tired during the day. He dozed off in his chair. Suddenly his sleep was disturbed by a sudden rumble. The sound was very loud. Hao immediately opened his eyes. He wondered why he was suddenly feeling depressed. He began to wonder if it could be an atmosphere of fear like in the castle. But why did he have this feeling now? Yan Su asked what was wrong. Lin asked if she felt like something was wrong. Lin Hao said that he had a feeling as if something was approaching the clinic. His face was very serious. Suddenly there was another loud sound. Lin, Xingchen, and Yan Su were all wary. They were startled by this rumbling sound. Lin Hao shouted that it was a gunshot. The girls were greatly frightened. The doctor thought of a plan of action. A security guard was lying in blood in front of the clinic entrance. His co-workers were screaming for him to wake up. One of them said he was killed with a single shot. He said it looked like what Miss Xia had feared had happened, but they didn't expect the killers to find them so quickly. The guard ordered the others to be on guard, and to protect the clinic even at the cost of their own lives. Yan Su gently took Lin Hao's hand, saying that she was scared. She was very frightened by what was happening. She asked him who would be the shooter. Lin told her not to worry, because he would protect her. Miss He Xingchen asked the doctor, could it be the assassin who attempted to kill her last time? Lin Hao replied to her that it was quite possible. He said he would check the CCTV footage at the entrance of the clinic. He asked her not to worry, saying that Xia Yuner had posted guards at the entrance of the clinic. At the same time, at the entrance to the clinic, the bodyguards were being gunned down by a hitman. They did not understand where the shots were coming from. When one of the guards was wounded, the other pointed a gun at the spot where the shot came from. But this did not save him. The bullet at the same moment pierced his head with its power. He fell to the ground. 4 dead bodyguards lay in a pool of their own blood in front of the clinic entrance. One of the bodyguards was watching from the roof of the clinic. He was very nervous and pointed his gun at the target. Suddenly, death came to him. The bullet struck him in the forehead and he fell to the floor. Lin Hao, who was reviewing the CCTV footage, was astonished by what he saw. He exclaimed that it seemed that all the bodyguards guarding the clinic had been killed. The girls were terribly frightened. They asked what to do now because there was nowhere to hide. He told them to stay in the clinic and not to leave the building, and also to contact Xia Yuner and Du Zizhang as soon as possible. Hao said he'd have to deal with him himself. Yan discouraged him, saying he was unarmed. Lin said he had his own means. Lin Hao walked outside. He examined the corpses and said that the killer was good because each shot was one corpse. He shouted that he'd had enough of hiding and asked the hitman to come out of his hiding place. He also asked, or does a professional assassin lack the courage to face him? Killer was offended by these words. The girl immediately shot at the doctor. The bullet flew past his head. Lin Hao shouted that the assassin was only a common coward, and he might not even hope to be able to hit him. But he told himself that his words were a bluff. In fact, he was almost in a panic. He realized that the killer was lurking somewhere up ahead near the shore. The assassin fired the entire clip of the gun, but was stunned, for the doctor managed to dodge all the bullets. Lin Hao continued to deftly move from side to side to avoid being caught by the assassin. Suddenly he found the red-haired girl Assassin. He rejoiced at his small victory. The girl was stunned and wondered how he had managed to get so close. Lin said she's holding a German pistol with 13 rounds, and he's been counting her shots and knows she has an empty magazine. Lin Hao immediately jumped onto the criminal in order to thwart her resistance and disarm her. They rolled down the steps together, falling into the water in the process. The killer was stunned. Lin sat on top of her so she couldn't escape him. The girl couldn't resist. The sly Lin Hao decided to seize the moment and grope the girl by her soft breasts. The girl immediately got angry and asked him why he was the one who was allowing himself to grope her breasts. Dr. Lin was astonished as he realized that the murderer turned out to be a cute girl. His astonishment was impossible to describe. The girl screamed, "Is he deaf or blind?" Hao apologized, saying that he didn't immediately notice that she was a girl. She got even more angry and said that he still kept groping her breasts. She was very angry at his behavior. Lin Hao smiled and said that let this be his reward. The girl was shocked, and it was as if she had a nervous breakdown. Her mind seized with anger. She became enraged. Immediately, she took 2 sharp blades in her hands and said she would let him go to meat. When the assassin was about to strike, the agile Lin Hao stopped her hands. He was still cold-blooded. He said in a calm tone that she was no match for him in close combat at all. His gaze was confident. The assassin sternly declared that he dare not underestimate her. Her face was very serious. She took her hand away with a sharp movement. Lin didn't have time to react. The assassin's hand became free. The girl decided not to waste a second of time and struck her opponent with a spinning leg kick. Lin Hao deftly dodged and grabbed the assassin's leg. He smiled slyly and said that she had beautiful legs. Killer screamed that he was a pervert. She asked him to let go of his leg or it would be worse. She lashed out with a sudden movement, doing a backflip in the process. As they landed, the opponents were ready for a fight. The girl asked him who he was and why he was bothering her. Lin asked if she didn't know who he was. The assassin shouted that no one knows about him at all, but she will still kill He Xingxin. She swung at the doctor, but he was no weakling, and with a sharp blow on her arm knocked the knife away. The assassin recognized that he seemed to have some fighting skills. She tried to keep a cool head. She stated that in that case, she would have to get serious. Her intentions were unclear. The girl stood in front of the doctor. Lin Hao realized that he had to do something urgently, or else he would lose. He swooped down on the girl and pulled her to the ground. Lying on top of her, he asked if she was giving up now. She replied that she could dream. Lin grabbed her hand and asked if she really wanted to have fun with him, but she was still young after all. Killer said she was older than him. Lin Hao used a clever fighting move. He pressed down on her leg. The assassin shouted that she was surrendering. He laughed at her and said that now she must tell him who had sent her here. Killer decided to seize the moment, and while he was distracted, he pulled a sharp knife from his holster. She didn't waste a second of her time, and with a sharp sweep of her arm, she threw the knife at the doctor. At the last second before the knife hit his head, Lin Hao managed to dodge it. He squatted down to catch his breath, for he had almost died. He managed to dodge at the last second before he died. He exclaimed and asked the assassin, what other dirty tricks did she dare to use in a fight? The girl took advantage of the moment and got on her bike, saying she recognized that he was stronger than her. She added that he would still answer to her for today. She glared angrily at him. Starting the engine, she touched off and gave one last shout for him to just expect retribution. Lin Hao was wary and looked at her with a serious gaze. He knew that this would not go away without a trace. Lin raised his fist up and exclaimed, what the heck? He had almost managed to capture the assassin. He said he was very exhausted during the recent events. He had no energy. Lin told himself that at least she wasn't sent from the castle. He recognized that she was good. After all, he had fought as hard as he could, but he couldn't wear her down. It was a deep and dark night. The clinic was safe now that the killer had left the premises. Creaking the doors, Lin Hao entered the clinic. Yansu and he were standing by the door, wary. Yan didn't see the doctor and swung the broom and shouted for the vile murderer not to dare touch Xingchen. Standing in the doorway, Lin Hao was dumbfounded and realized that he was about to receive a blow to the head. Yansu was still with her eyes closed and struck at her opponent without realizing that it was a doctor. Xingchen asked her to stop. After all, it wasn't a murderer at all. Yan opened her eyes and asked what was the matter. He said that it was Dr. Lin and she had hit the wrong person. Yansu immediately began to apologize to him. Lin Hao lay on the floor and mumbled that he had already chased the assassin away. He asked how Yan could be so cruel to him. A worried Sue asked him why he was silent. Miss Hay said that he seemed to be unconscious. Xingchen said that he must have fought the killer because his whole body is covered in wounds. She said she called Jolan, but she is just coming here. Sue suggested that Miss He take him to the shower first. Xingchen didn't understand what that was for. Lin Hao, although unconscious, his hand was touching Yansu's left breast. The girl was angered by this. She exclaimed that even in his unconscious state, he was acting like a complete idiot. She said that this time it was forgivable, but she said to herself that she would remind him of it. Xingchen asked her buddy, "Do they really have to undress him?" Yansu said it was necessary. She asked, "Otherwise, how will they dip him in the bathtub?" Xingchen was very uncomfortable, and she said she was shy. She asked, how would they do it? She closed her eyes in discomfort, because she didn't want to look at the naked doctor. She complained that she was embarrassed. Yansu said that in that case, she would do it herself. He heaved a sigh of relief. Yan asked her buddy to hold the unconscious Dr. Lin Hao while she undressed him. She said to herself that when he was treating her for her addiction, he saw everything, and now it was her turn. Sue grasped Dr. Lin Hao's black shorts and was already ready to pull them off him. Suddenly, the process was interrupted by a woman's voice asking if anyone was here. Yansu slipped on the wet floor, pulled off the doctor's shorts with a sudden movement, and began to fall. Jolan walked into the bathroom and said that Xingchen called her and said that they had something going on here. The nurse saw everything happening in front of her. Her mind was filled with anger. It was as if steam was coming out of her head. She started yelling at Yansu and Xingchen with all her might. She asked, what are they doing here? Lin Hao was still unconscious. He was dreaming of meeting the assassin. She told him that he couldn't escape. She smiled slyly at him and told him that he dared to escape from the castle by faking his death. Stabbing him in the stomach with a sharp combat knife, she said that if he craved death, she could help him. Lin Hao told himself that he hadn't realized that he was still in the castle. His mind was gripped by panic. He stood in front of the castle where he and orphans like him were held. Lightning was striking all around him. But suddenly, Lin Hao came to his senses and shouted to the entire room. It turned out that it was just a nightmare. An agitated Yansu asked the doctor if he was having a nightmare. She was frightened. Lin slowly began to come to his senses. He realized that it was not real. Zolan asked Lin Hao what was wrong. Xingchen asked if he was in pain. Everyone was happy to see him come to his senses. He was surprised and told himself that meant it was only a dream. He remembered chasing the killer away and going back to the clinic. Yansu said that he seemed to be fine now, and now she could relax and exhale in relief. Lin Hao was greatly surprised and asked what did she think could have happened to him. He smelled something strange and decided to lift the blanket. The girls looked at him in surprise. Lin Hao exclaimed, "Why is he naked?" Yansu shouted that he was all dirty and they just helped him take a shower. He grabbed his head and exclaimed, "What do you get? They saw everything." He shouted that all was lost. Yansu replied that the only victim was her, and besides, she didn't see anything worthwhile. She smiled slyly and said that she had also taken a picture of it. She asked what his reaction would have been if she had put the picture on the internet. Lin Hao's jaw nearly dropped out in exasperation. He had asked her to be reasonable and not do this. He was very excited and told himself that his impeccable reputation was in danger. He was very scared and begged Yansu not to put the pictures on the internet. He could barely hold back his tears. Hai asked her not to scare the doctor. Jolan laughed and told Sue that he wouldn't be rude to her again. Yansu said she won't post the photos, but she won't delete them just yet either. Lin smiled and asked if she was sure she didn't want to leave them to enjoy them alone. Yansu didn't pay attention to his stupid words. She said that she wasn't talking to him. Jolan told Lin Hao that he had slept long enough and must be hungry. She asked what would he want. He said that if the dish was made by her delicate hands, he would like it. He licked his lips. Jolan smiled and told him to rest while she cooked something for him. Lin Hao said that he understood everything. He covered himself with a blanket and began to rest. The girls left the room to stay out of the way. Meanwhile, it was very sunny in Guangzhou's upscale neighborhood. The weather was glorious. The killer girl was lying on the bed and was angry. She said that she didn't think that Lin Hao would be so difficult to defeat. She also said that she had 5 more days to complete her work. She promised herself that she would kill both him and Hee Seung-shin. Killer, standing in front of the mirror, complained of pain throughout her body. She said that although her opponent was lustful and amateurish, he was quite tough. A phone call rang. There was a man's voice on the call, telling his sweetheart that it was her darling calling. The girl picked up the phone and asked the man if she could change this horrible call to a normal call. The man asked the sweetheart, "How's it going?" The killer told him she had minor injuries, so for now she's recovering. The man asked if it didn't say on her business card that she doesn't fail. He added that it was all just an advertising fiction. The girl got angry and started yelling into the tube that this was her first slip-up and there had never been any before. The man asked her not to worry, saying that one learns from mistakes. The girl angrily told him to shove it. The boss said that since she failed, they would have to hire someone else for the assignment. The killer told him to take his time and rather give her a few more days. She asked him not to look for someone else. He said the client only gave them 10 days to comply, so she only had 5 days to complete the case. The girl said that if he didn't hear from her for 5 days, he could look for a new hitman, and she would return the payment. A black man with a cigarette in his hand said that since she was so outspoken, they would agree to her terms. He hung up the phone and started complaining about his problems and headaches. He was fed up with it all. He added that if even she couldn't handle the task, what to speak of the others? But still another assassin had to be found. Killer told herself that her first failure had happened because of the poor brat. She said he'd gotten himself into it. She began to meditate, sitting on the floor. Killer said that as soon as she regained her strength and recovered from her wounds, she would be sure to take down the man responsible for her failure. The killer was more determined than ever. Lin Hao suddenly choked and sneezed. There was a strange itch in his throat. Jolan asked excitedly, "Did he choke on his food?" Lin replied that it was nothing serious, just an itchy throat. He tasted Jolan's food and said her cooking was delicious and she outdid herself. Jolan looked at him and said to herself that even in his condition he could joke. She said he was hurt protecting them, but she didn't notice it. She stared at his body. She did not take her eyes off Lin Hao. She was very grateful to him, and said to herself that they were all indebted to him. Jolan told the doctor she couldn't bear to look at his bruises all over his body and offered to massage him when he ate. Lin Hao almost choked on his food from what he heard. He asked if she really wanted to give him a massage. He was delighted and said that he would finish everything right away. Jolan laughed and told him not to hurry, for she would wait. The nurse was watching Lin Hao eating. She said that he was acting like a child, but it was very cute. Jolan entered Dr. Lin Hao's room. She closed the door and checked the latch. She said they could start the massage now. Lin wondered what she was up to, even though she had closed the door. The nurse said she brought rubbing alcohol, with which the effect of the massage would be stronger. With a smile on her face, she told Dr. Lin Hao to undress and lie down on his stomach. A stunned Lin looked at her and couldn't believe his ears. He wondered what she was asking him to undress for. Jolan asked him what was the matter. Did he really want her to undress him herself? Lin Hao immediately covered himself with a blanket and said that he didn't want this at all. He asked if it was definitely just a massage. The girl waved her head unhappily and asked him to leave his dirty thoughts behind. Lin Hao looked at her and realized that everything was fine. He agreed with her words and calmed down. The doctor took off his shirt, sat down on the bed, and told the nurse he was ready for the procedure. Jolan opened a vial of rubbing alcohol and rubbed it on his hands and told him to sit still. The girl decided to start the massage from the back, because this is the most important part of the massage. She lightly slapped the back of her hand, which was dipped in rubbing alcohol. Jolan gently began rubbing the alcohol all over the doctor's back. He pressed lightly on the muscles of his back. She continued to gently massage his shoulders, asking Lin Hao if it felt good. He said that it felt good, but that he could push harder. Jolan replied that the alcohol was beginning to have an effect and his body was warming up. The nurse also asked the doctor in a calm tone if he had any wounds on his thigh. Lin Hao replied that no, and asked her in surprise, why did she choose to ask that? Jolan embarrassedly replied that it wasn't comfortable to sit like that, so she wanted to ask him to lie on his stomach so she could sit on his thighs. Lin smiled at her and said that she should have told him not about it right away and not torture herself. The doctor immediately followed her request and smoothly rolled over onto his stomach. He said he was ready for the massage. Jolan sat on his hips and said that now they could continue. Lin was getting indescribable pleasure. Hao told himself that the nurse had such a soft and beautiful body, and she was rubbing against him. It felt really good to him. He enjoyed her soft hands that massaged his body. The sensation of pleasure could not be conveyed in words. Lin nervously told himself that this was too much for a virgin like him, and he wouldn't be able to control himself for long. Jolan said she could fully display her skills in this position and asked if it felt good. Lin moaned with pleasure. Lin Hao said with steam coming out of his mouth that the massage she gives is great. Jolan looked at him and wondered why the heather flowers smelled so bad. Suddenly, the massage treatments were disturbed by Yan Su, who entered the room. She asked, "What's wrong?" The girl warily said she heard some strange noises and then a scream. She was dumbfounded by what she saw. Lin Hao had told her that they weren't doing anything here, and she had misunderstood everything. Yansu exclaimed that he was naked. She asked, were they hiding something from her? The girl got angry. Jolan excitedly said that it wasn't what she thought it was. She added that she was just giving a massage to the doctor. Yansu started shouting with all her might that this was utter nonsense. Lin Hao and the nurse were shocked. Su said she could even smell that disgusting odor. The doctor said the massage was so good that he couldn't contain himself. Yansu started laughing and said that she didn't think he was so sensitive. She asked, is this really his first time? Lin Hao was very hurt to realize this, and he cried. He said that she was right. He said he never in his life could have guessed that his first time would be with a bed. Lin was flooding with tears and was powerless with frustration at himself. She said that his life was meaningless. Jolene could not contain her emotions and cried. She told the doctor that it was all because of her. She hugged him and said it was all because of his good massage. Lin replied that it was too juvenile. Yansu didn't understand what was even going on. Lin Hao once again took advantage of the moment and told the nurse that her breasts were marvelous. The girl immediately stopped hugging him and pushed him away from her, screaming that he was a pervert. She gave him the shorts and told him to hurry up and get dressed as quickly as possible. Jolin told the doctor that if he was tired, he should go to bed and she would call him when dinner was ready. She began to head towards the door and told Yansu that it was already time for them to go. The girl agreed with her. Yansu turned around and looked at Lin Hao with sadness in her eyes. It was as if she felt resentful because she had feelings for him. The doctor sat on the bed in confusion. He was covered with a blanket and decided it was time to get dressed. He decided he didn't feel like sleeping at all and grabbed the shorts that were on his legs. After getting dressed, the doctor went to the window and began to ponder. He said it was all an oppressive emptiness. His gaze was deep as if there was a drop of disappointment and misunderstanding in it. He told himself that it was a very windy day and he felt unbearably dreary. He continued to gaze out of the window. Suddenly his musings were interrupted by someone's voices, which were calling the doctor with all their might. He turned around warily and wondered who it was. Lin Hao waved to his guests and asked, had they all come here to see him? Xia Yuner said he was dreaming, and they are not here because of him. Mr. Shen told Dr. Lin that they are here for another reason. He said he never would have thought that Miss He would show up here, and on top of that, be involved in the murder of 5 people. Yuner said it was no longer safe at the clinic, and she was going to take Xingchen to Juni Tang so she wouldn't be threatened by hitmen. Shen told Xia to leave Mrs. Security to the police. Yuner said she wasn't sure they could handle it, so it was better to take her away. Lin Hao, scratching the back of his head, said that he felt that he should first find out what Miss He thought about this matter. Xingchen said that her family already knew about it, and she told them that she would stay here as she had unfinished business. Yuner warily told her that although everything was fine this time, they wouldn't leave her alone. Miss He said that everything was fine. She said that because she insisted on staying here, her family sent her personal bodyguards. Mr. Shen said that in that case, since she had made up her mind, he would not change her mind. He said they would still station a special unit nearby, and if anything happened, she could call any time. Lin Hao happily thanked him and said that he would feel safe under the protection of the police. Miss He excitedly told Xia Yuner that she hoped she would be understanding in this situation. Mr. Shen told the doctor that he was amazed by his fighting skills. After all, 5 bodyguards couldn't do anything to the assassin, and he was able to do it alone. The gentleman inquired, where did he become so proficient in martial arts after all? Lin Hao embarrassedly replied that it was all a long time ago, and asked him to just close the matter. Mr. Shen laughed and said that he was just curious, and the question could be unanswered. He said that since they were done, it was time for him to head to the station, and if they needed help, they could call any time. Yuner said that since Xingchen had decided to stay here, she should go too. She asked the doctor to take care of her. The doctor waved her off and promised that Miss He would be fine. He showed her that he could be trusted. When they left, Dr. Lin Hao exhaled with relief, and said that at least they had left. Xingchen thanked the doctor for not only protecting her, but also allowing her to stay here. She didn't know how to thank him. A tired Lin said that it was all nothing, and he just wanted to go to bed first. Hei immediately excitedly asked if he was serious. She said she didn't expect him to have such thoughts about her. Lin immediately began to reassure her. He said that she had misunderstood, and he meant that he just wanted to lie down and sleep. Xingchen immediately calmed down and realized that he really did want to rest. Hao said he would be happier if she wanted to keep him company. Hei refused, saying she could find him another girl. The doctor said he was joking. He said that now that she was almost recovered, he was thinking of making her a healing bath. Xingchen was surprised that he started talking about medicinal baths. She listened to the doctor attentively. He pointed to the bathtub and told her that he had mixed in it the substances needed for her recovery. Hei asked if it was something like bath salts, right? Lin said that's exactly what it was, but he picked up the medication using his methodology, and it would help restore the firmness of her breasts and relieve the tension. Xingchen got excited and said that it was amazing. She asked, "Does it really work?" The doctor said it really works, and there are many other recipes that can be used to make a remedy for any occasion. Xingchen was delighted with the doctor. She took his hands and told him that he was the one. Hao didn't understand what she meant. She said she actually wanted to open a beauty salon, and since he was so knowledgeable about it, they could partner up. Lin Hao was interested in the proposal and said that the idea wasn't bad, but it was only a matter of investment. He excitedly replied to him that she only had 100 million. Lin cheerfully replied that it was more than enough. Xingchen said they need to find a place and contractors to build the salon. Lin said he didn't have money, but he had a place for it. He said the location was quite good, and he had just recently taken possession of the land, so construction could begin. He got excited and said they would split the proceeds in half, and if the business went bust, she would take responsibility. Jolan entered the room and said that she had been looking for Lin Hao all day. She said that dinner was already ready. Lin said that he had discussed a project worth hundreds of millions, so he would not refuse dinner. Jolan was astonished at the amount he said. She asked the doctor if she had misheard him. Yansu warily asked Lin Hao, had she and Xingchen decided to play a prank on them? Lin asked her to calm down. His gaze was cold-blooded, and he himself was calm in this situation. Xingchen was happy and said that Dr. Lin had prepared her a bath that would make her breasts firm. Jolan said to herself that Hao said she had bigger breasts than Yuner, and now she's secretly making baths for he so she can't fall behind. She offered Yansu to go swimming with her. The girl agreed. Xingchen said it was a good idea, as she would be bored alone. Lin said to himself that he was truly brilliant, for he had prepared enough water for 3 people to fit in there. The doctor began to fantasize about vulgar topics to the point where drool was flowing from his mouth. Suddenly, his obscene fantasies were interrupted by a 2-sided punch. The girls exclaimed, "What was he daydreaming about?" Jolan said he should go eat and go to bed as he still had a lot to do with the new clinic. Yansu supported her and said that they would try out the bathtub for now. Lin Hao said that he would gladly eat without them. It was night. The sky was brightly illuminated by a huge number of stars. Lin Hao lay on the bed and pondered. It was a new day. It was the opening day of the new clinic. Jolan and Lin welcomed the guests. Dr. Hao said he didn't think that old house could be rebuilt like that. Jolan agreed with him and cheerfully said that they did a great job for it. Zhen Yao stood on the stage and began to greet the clinic guests. He thanked everyone for attending. He said that today is a significant day for the clinic, and in celebration of their opening, 3 days of consultations will be free. He introduced Dr. Miracle Worker Lin Hao and said that he thought everyone was already familiar with him. The doctor was embarrassed. The doctor also added with a smile on his face that patients need not worry and he would accept them all. All the attendees were happy and thanked the esteemed Dr. Lin Hao. All of the doctor's former patients came to the opening. The ceremony was over and the young doctor began his work. It was a hot, sunny day. Lin said he was very exhausted, and even in the castle he was not so tired. Jolan massaged his shoulders and said he had had a hard day today. She said that with the official opening of the clinic, his salary will be higher. He will get insurance and other benefits. She tiredly asked if, as a reward for the 3-day free counseling session, she wanted to spend the night together. Jolin grudgingly told him to put his dirty thoughts out of his head and stop dreaming about it. Lin Hao stood up from the table and said sadly, he was tired and frustrated. The nurse told him not to get discouraged, and added that his father had gone out drinking with his friends, and it was time for them to go home. The girl said that even though they had moved to a new place, she missed her old home. Hao said that she had lived here for a long time. The doctor smelled a pleasant and delicate aroma, and drool began to flow from his mouth. He said it smelled delicious. Jolan said that she didn't expect Yansu to decide to cook something for them. Lin said that he thought it was Xingchen. The nurse said it was most likely Yansu, because he came from a rich family and she hardly had any cooking experience. Hao offered her a bet, and if he won, she would sleep with him, and if he lost, he would give up the raise. Jolan wanted to give him a raise. Lin Hao smiled slyly and said that it wasn't a big deal, and asked if she was willing to bet. Suddenly they saw Yansu, who was busy preparing dinner for them. Yan was surprised by their arrival. She asked if they had already returned home. Jolan and Lin Hao were surprised. Su told them that she was a little busy right now. She asked them to wait a little while, telling them that dinner would be ready soon. Jolan cheerfully told him that just as she said, Yansu was cooking dinner. Lin Hao angrily said that it couldn't be. Suddenly Xingchen appeared. She called out for the doctor and the nurse. She was very happy to see them coming. The girl smiled and said that she had prepared the dishes of Mako cuisine. She also said that she burned herself and Yansu decided to help her. Lin smiled slyly and asked Jolan what about their bet. The nurse asked did he really get that smell. She called him sly. Xingchen asked Yansu if the dish was ready. The girl answered her that it was ready. She invited everyone to the table. Lin Hao smiled slyly and told Jolan not to forget about their bet after dinner. The nurse didn't know how to respond, but she knew it was a matter of honor. She said she would know more after dinner. Jolan cheerfully announced that it was time to celebrate the opening of the clinic and dormitory. The doctor wanted to start eating as soon as possible. Xingxin opened a bottle of pink wine and offered a drink to Dr. Lin Hao. She said she thanks him not only for his skills, but also for the land for the salon, and hopes their business goes from strength to strength. Dr. Lin said there was no need to thank him and hoped that they would make a lot of money from this case. They clinked glasses filled with a gorgeous pink wine. Lin exclaimed that they should drink to the bottom. Yansu and Jolan immediately warily inquired about the salon in question. After all, he hadn't said anything. Yan said he did a mean thing by not telling them. She said she had already planned a golden turtle breeding business. Lin Hao told her that he had no problem joining her business and would make sure the turtles were healthy. Jolan asked him to conserve his health and not to overload himself. Lin said that he was in great shape, so she didn't have to worry. He asked the doctor to taste the food from her province. Lin asked, "So why is everyone only eating?" He suggested a drink. The doctor, happy and full of energy, asked what had happened to the girls. He didn't understand anything at all. All three girls were sleeping right at the table. The doctor said it looked like everyone was already drunk. Yansu was sleeping and talking in her sleep. She thoroughly exclaimed that this is not here. Lin realized that she was talking in her sleep. He said he would carry her to her room right away. Su continued talking. The doctor quickly carried the girl to her room. He gently laid her on the bed and started to leave. Lin Hao told the sleeping Yansu that they had a good time, but sleep was still necessary for every person. The doctor tipped a few glances at the sleeping girl and decided it was time for him to leave. When he had already opened the door to leave the room, Yansu woke up and exclaimed for him not to leave. She was excited and holding her chest asked if he wanted to stay with her. Lin Hao was immediately stunned by her suggestion. She turned around and didn't know what he should reply to her. Yansu asked him, "Is he really that stupid, or is he just pretending?" She wondered if he really didn't notice anything at all, as if she was tired of hinting at him. Lin looked at the girl. What did she mean and what did she think he was missing? He smiled embarrassedly at her and told her it would probably be best if he went away and left her to herself. When the doctor left almost out the door, the beautiful Yansu loudly told him to wait and stay. She decided she needed to get over herself. She said in an instant that she liked him. The girl stared intently into his eyes. Lin Hao found himself in a stupor after Yansu's confession. He opened his eyes wide and stared at her. He said to himself that he hadn't expected her to feel anything for him. He didn't know how to act. Yansu exclaimed that if he also felt something for her, he should stay. Lin wondered, how long has she had feelings for him? Lin Hao was resolute and told himself that he should stay. Sweat ran down his face from excitement. The doctor walked up to the charming Yansu. He gazed intently into her eyes. Lin decided he needed to get over himself. He gently placed his hand on the girl's left shoulder. He said to himself that she actually knew how he felt, he was just too cowardly. In an instant, Lin Hao firmly and confidently declared that today he would become a real man. Yansu liked his determined mood. She looked him in the eyes and said that she would do anything for him. Suddenly they were interrupted by Jolan, who asked what was going on here. She asked how could they have something if he didn't wait for her. The nurse looked at the whole picture and asked what they were doing here. She didn't understand anything. Jolan asked in a calm tone, "Are they also discussing a multi-million-dollar project?" Lin nervously began to explain that she had misunderstood everything and he had just helped Yansu to the room. Charming Yan immediately shouted for Lin Hao to stop this and not even try to make excuses. She shouted at the top of her voice, telling Jolan that she actually liked Lin Hao and they were going to do it. The enraged nurse started yelling at her. She asked what they were going to do here. Lin Hao was seized with panic and he began to calm Jolan down, telling her to take it easy and promise to wait, explain. A frustrated Jolan ducked her face into the bed and said she seemed to realize if something tasty was behind her back. Suddenly the girl was silent and there was silence all around. A light snore was heard. Lin Hao exhaled with great relief and said that it looked like the nurse had fallen asleep. Yansu put her hand on his shoulder and said that she didn't really care that he was trying to hide it. She offered to look into the matter. Lin Hao was shocked and realized that Yansu was determined and he couldn't avoid it. He thought deeply and asked himself, would he really be able to refuse her? He realized that all this was inevitable. Suddenly the doctor relaxed. Yansu and Lin Hao kissed each other passionately on the lips. Suddenly the young couple's enjoyment was interrupted by Du Zizhang. He called out to the boss for help. Lin Hao abruptly tore his lips away from the charming Yansu and became wary as he heard the voice of a subordinate. Yan angrily told him to ignore him. Lin couldn't say anything back to her. She looked up at him with her mesmerizing eyes and told him to forget about him, because they were all that mattered right now. Lin seemed to be stunned by her enchanting, bottomless green eyes. He said he agreed with her. As they were about to make a passionate kiss again, Du shouted to his boss, Is he here? Zizhang shouted that he had a wounded man in his arms and she was about to bleed out. He called out for help with all his might. Lin Hao, hearing these words, pulled his lips away from the girl and became extremely wary. The seriousness of his gaze could not be conveyed in words. Yansu was frightened and was very agitated. She only turned to Lin. Her gaze was pitiful. She said frustratedly that he'd better hurry up, because if anything happened to the man, she wouldn't be able to forgive it to herself. Lin looked into the eyes of the distraught pretty girl. He wanted to comfort her, but there was no time for that. He abruptly ran out of the room and told her to go to bed as she needed to rest. Lin Hao ran out to Du Zizhang, and opening the door he asked, why did he bring the injured here if the clinic was moved to another place? Du said that the new clinic was now closed. He began to tell how he was calmly driving along the road, and suddenly this girl jumped out onto the road. Zizhang almost fainted from panic. He told the boss that he had to save the girl. Lin Hao examined the girl and said that she had lost a lot of blood. He asked why didn't he take her to the hospital. He also looked under the girl's dress and asked if he was sure he had hit her and not done something else. Du said that it was no time for jokes now. The doctor asked him who was even joking around here. He said that, from the look of him, he was afraid of getting caught for drunk driving. Zizhang was proving to his boss that he had only had a little bit to drink, and the girl really did pop up on the road out of nowhere. Lin Hao coldly said that he would help and take care of the girl. He asked the subordinate to leave. Du Zizhang calmed down a little and said that he understood everything. Lin took the unconscious girl in his arms. The door to the building slammed loudly. The red-haired girl came to her senses and asked the doctor if she was going to die. Lin said with a smile that he wouldn't let that happen. After all, he is a miracle doctor. He added that her wound was not serious at all. He said that even though she was covered in blood, her skin was still soft. The doctor added that he had never seen such a beauty. Suddenly, the girl put a gun to his left side. She told him that was enough talk. She looked at him angrily and, holding the gun to his body, told him to do his job or she would shoot him. Lin Hao asked, did she really decide to finally show herself? He smiled at the girl. The red-haired girl looked at him with a serious look and asked, did he really know about everything? Lin Hao acted coldly. He asked the girl what she wanted, his money or his body. He added that he didn't have any money, but his body was the best. Killer got angry after what he said. He bared his teeth and was ready to kill him. She pointed the gun and said that he had not yet realized the position he was in. She added that she didn't want his money, but his life. Lin laughed and asked her not to overestimate herself. The assassin asked, does he really dare to look down on her? Lin Hao smiled slyly and told her that before killing him, she should take a look at her wrist. Killer immediately looked at her wrist and was stunned. Her hand had turned blue, as if something had been injected into it. She became very alarmed and asked the doctor what else was going on with her arm. Hao said that when Du brought her, he immediately suspected something wrong and injected her with poison while checking her pulse. He said that the poison would spread through her body until it reached her heart. She would be paralyzed and seized with a terrible itch that would eventually drive her insane. The girl looked at him angrily and asked if he thought she would believe it. She told him not to try to deceive her. Lin calmly told her that she could shoot if she wanted. But in the whole world, he was the only one with the antidote. The girl said it was time for him to go to hell. The killer did not hesitate in his decision and was determined to kill him. But the gun's magazine was empty. Killer immediately became nervous and wondered what was wrong and why the gun wasn't firing. Hao asked, did she really think he hadn't seen this coming? He said he'd found her gun when he'd carried it here, and he'd done something with it. He also smiled at her and told her that apart from that, he knew police officer Shen Jingbin. The assassin looked at him puzzled and asked why she cared that he knew him. But suddenly, something came to the girl's mind. She asked the doctor, so when he said something crazy, he meant him. Lin Hao smiled and idly said that she was thinking fast. He was completely confident in himself. He told the killer that she had better listen to him, or she would either go crazy or be arrested. He touched a protruding hair on her voice and said he thought she understood. The girl was enraged. She screamed that she couldn't believe she had screwed up so badly. It had long since gotten dark outside. It was deep night. The moon and stars brightly illuminated the sky. There were 2 cups of hot coffee on the table. Lin Hao said, now the assassin has to say who she is and who sent her here. She said her name was Leng Yuehan, and that was all she could say, as she was not at liberty to disseminate information about the client. Lin said he was surprised because he didn't think she followed the rules of professional ethics so well. Lan thanked him for the compliment. The doctor said he knew about her coming here to kill Xingxin. He asked if cutting off her hair could really be called camouflage. Lin smiled slyly at her and offered to make a deal. He would remove the poison from her system and she would not kill Xingxin and would protect her. She looked into her eyes coldly, but seriously, for she was ready for anything. He asked if she agreed. The doctor said sharply that judging from the state of her body, she was unlikely to turn down such a deal. Lan became alarmed and asked what was the matter. She said she couldn't move her arm and it was very itchy. Lin said that apparently the poison inside her body had begun to take effect. He asked if she accepted the deal. The girl grudgingly turned away from him and said that so be it, she agreed. Lin took her in his arms and said that just like he said, she was smart. He put Lung Yuehan on the soft bed and said that he would take the poison out of her body right now. The girl was lying on her stomach. She suspected something wrong and exclaimed for him to wait. She asked what he was doing, and why undress her if he had to remove the poison. Lin replied that that was what he was doing. He said it was medically required, so she would have to be patient. The girl was still lying on her stomach. The girl said with a little excitement that since she had no other choice, he should wear a rubber band. Lin Hao didn't pay much attention to her words and said in a calm tone that it would be ineffective this way. Lung Yuehan was embarrassed by these words and she shouted at the top of her voice for him to stop. Lan began to scream as hard as she could. She thought the doctor was going to do something other than treat her. Lin finished and asked if she felt better now. He said that, like he said, it was better without the rubber band. He added that only with his bare hands can he unleash his acupuncture skills to the maximum. The girl asked, so when he said rubber band, he meant rubber gloves? Lin Hao gave her a perplexed look and said that of course he meant the gloves. What else? He began to leave the room and said that the medical procedures were over and she could get dressed. Lan told herself that he had succeeded in deceiving her, but he had taken the poison out of her, and now he had nothing to oppose her. Lin Hao knew that the girl could not be trusted. He asked her, did she really think that if he took out the poison one could forget about their arrangement? He pointed his gun at her and said that he had only delayed the effects of the poison, and if not treated within 10 days, the effects of the poison would resume. The girl was amazed by his words. She asked, does he have a trump card up his sleeve? Lin smiled and said that it was worth being careful when dealing with assassins like her. Lung Yuehan became nervous and said that it looked like he wouldn't just leave her alone. Lin Hao pressed the trigger, but unexpectedly his finger popped off. He was a little surprised. Lung Yuehan grabbed her head and panicked. She screamed that she was going to die. Lin pulled the trigger and a small light came out of the gun. He smiled at her and told her that as long as she kept her end of the bargain, she had nothing to worry about. The girl looked at him angrily, and as she left the room told him not to forget it. Lin Hao shouted after her that he wished her a happy journey. The girl shouted for him to keep it. When Leng Yuehan left, the doctor began to complain that he was very tired today. He hadn't expected such an adventure. He said to himself that the foolish Du Zizhang didn't understand his hint at all. He was angry with him. Gorgeous Tintin yelled at Xiao Qiu and asked him to stop acting like a bull, but he continued to act like an animal. Tintin fought him off and excitedly asked her uncle and aunt how Xiao Qiu had gotten to this point. She asked for their help. Xiao Qiu's father said she was his fiancée and should take care of him. His mother said that Tintin couldn't control him while he was drunk. Liang Guangqiang asked Nendu and Nanner to help the young master get to his room. The two young men kindly obeyed Liang and said they would do it right away. Tintin asked her mother and father Xiao Qiu if she could go home, since she hadn't been there for a long time and missed her father. Lei Shuiyan said that this was her home now, and if she wanted to see her father, they could call him here and let him stay here. Tintin gave her a frustrated look and said that in that case she agreed. Liang said that on top of everything else, he sent people to find out what kind of doctor dared to hit Xiao Qiu back then. He said it turned out that the camera footage for that day had been deleted, and he learned that this doctor had saved Vice Mayor Ren Xian's family. Liang Guangqiang asked Tintin if she thought it would be difficult to get along with this doctor. The girl said that the doctor is quite good at martial arts, and according to her father, is under Hunan's protection. Liang hesitated and said that he had good connections. Lei angrily shouted that it didn't matter because he dared to beat up their son and they should take revenge. Guangqiang yelled and said that she continued that the most important thing right now is to take care of Xiao Qiu, and one must act deliberately. Lei Shuiyan listened to the words in consort and fell silent. Her face was pensive. Tintin told herself that she decided to marry Xiao Qiu to achieve a high position in society, so how did it come to this? Guangqiang told Ting Ting to rest, and Xiao Qiu wouldn't give her any trouble. He also said that he would invite her father here. Tin said to herself that they were not married yet and she was already being held here, though they thought rightly, for she would have run away long ago. Lei asked Liang what they should do since he is not young anymore and they will have another child. He asked her to start the topic. Guangqiang thought deeply and realized that taking revenge on the doctor wouldn't be that easy since he was well connected. He realized that his outstanding combat and medical skills could play against them. Lei was excited. Lin Hao, meanwhile, didn't suspect anything wrong. He yawned and said that he was very sleepy. He sat with bags under his eyes but kept working. He shouted that the next patient could come in. Jolan held up a glass of water. She asked the doctor to drink some water, for it is quite difficult in the morning. Lin immediately smiled widely. He happily took the shiny glass of water and said that with the water from his sister, his energy would quickly return. Jolan went over to the doctor to help him deal with the patients. Lin Hao shouted for the next patient to come in. Lin tiredly said that this day had just started and he was already very tired. He could barely speak from fatigue. Suddenly he became alert and opened his eyes wide. His face was too perplexed. 3 black cars stopped in front of the clinic. Lin wondered what kind of ceremonial motorcade was this. He was glad to see Dr. and Nurse Jolan return. She said she was just about to take care of something. Lin Hao asked Xingxin. It turns out that this motorcade came for her? Jolan remained silent and listened. Miss Hay said he got it right. She asked to be allowed to introduce. These are her bodyguards. Jolan was amazed and asked, does he really have a twin sister? Lin said that despite their similarities, Xingxin is more attractive. Miss Hay thanked the doctor for the compliment and said that it was actually her doppelganger. The doppelganger miss asked her bewilderedly, how can she reveal this secret to everyone? Xingxin told her that they are good guys. Jolan and Dr. Lin Hao were astonished and said that this was all very unexpected to them. Xia Yunair was sitting in one of the cars. She asked the miss if she was ready to leave. She told Xingxin to hurry up and get in the car soon. Lin was surprised by Xia's arrival. Xingxin enthusiastically asked Yunair to give her a moment of time. It was as if she was begging her. Miss He walked up to Dr. Lin Hao and said that she wanted to ask him something. She leaned her hands on her cheeks and asked the doctor embarrassedly, what was his salary? Lin was astonished. He said that with the move to the new clinic, his salary has increased to 8,000, and that's not too bad. He told him that she thought so, and if he continued like this, he wouldn't even earn her bodyguard's monthly salary in 10 years. Lin Hao was thrown into shock. He asked her, her guards get $1 million a month? Xingxin told the doctor that if he worked for her, she would pay him even more. Hao was shocked. Jolan was very excited. She was frightened by these words because she realized that the doctor might be poached. Xingxin got into the car and gave one last shout that he could answer when she got back. Lin Hao was pensive. Nurse Jolan walked over to him and addressed him. He shifted his gaze to her. She put her hands together. She was very uncomfortable. She said their clinic couldn't pay him more, even though he was very competent. Lin discerned a great sadness and pain in her eyes and said it didn't upset him. Jolan squinted her eyes as she could barely hold back her tears and said that if he decided to leave, she wouldn't stop him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a woman's voice. The girl on the red car shouted that she had finally caught Lin Hao on duty. A blue-haired girl with pink glasses stepped out of a red BMW. She smilingly asked the doctor if he had already forgotten her. Lin Hao turned his attention to her and transferred his gaze to her, trying to figure out who it was. The girl was also looking at him. Jolan was surprised and silently observed. Dr. Lin asked Sufei what brought her here. The girl smiled at him and asked, hadn't he told her she could come whenever she wanted? She said they usually had a long line and she had timed her appointment with them. She asked if he wanted to eat somewhere with her. Lin Hao was embarrassed. He told the girl that he had unfortunately already arranged to eat. Jolan discreetly nudged him with her elbow and told Officer Su that the doctor would have time for her. She said smilingly that she still couldn't thank her enough for helping solve her father's problems. The officer smiled at the nurse and said it was wonderful. She had a nice and well-groomed face. Jolan told Lin not to refuse, for a man who rarely sees him would not come for nothing. The doctor said he understood. Lin and the girl began to head toward the car. He told the nurse to eat without him. Officer Su started the car's engine and abruptly moved from her seat. Jolan watched them. She, barely holding back tears of joy, told herself that because of her unrivaled skills, Lin Hao was very much in demand. She held up her hand and said that she really shouldn't keep him in this little clinic. Meanwhile, the cute girl told Dr. Lin Hao that she admired his achievements and called him a good boy. She said she didn't expect him to open a clinic, in which case if he took patients from Guangzhou, there would be even more. Lin said that in that case, the road should be repaired, because people won't come if the road is inconvenient. The officer said with a smile that with his skills it wouldn't be hard to rebuild the road. Suddenly, Lin Hao and Sufei became wary. He exclaimed that there seemed to be something going on. On the roadside, a suspicious man put his arm around the girl. The girl started to pull out of his arms as hard as she could. The man tried with all his might to hold her down. He made strange moaning sounds. The girl was angry and lashed out. Sufei was astonished and exclaimed, "Is this really some kind of bandit?" She didn't understand what the matter was. The officer immediately decided to stop the car to get out and see what was going on. Lin and Su got out of the car. Fei exclaimed for the man to move away from the girl. Hao said he shouldn't run away, as it would only make things worse. The man, sweating with nerves, looked at them with a serious look and said that their arrival was wonderful. He shouted at the top of his voice for them to save his daughter. Lin Hao warily asked, "What is going on here?" Tian Shiju was Tian Meihua's father. He said that his daughter had gone crazy and he didn't have the money to go to a big hospital. Su Fei excitedly told Lin Hao that this was already a job in his profile. The doctor said that the man could entrust it to a professional. He gripped the crazy girl tightly around the waist and began to perform medically incomprehensible actions. Tian exclaimed, "What is he doing with his daughter?" Lin said that he didn't have to worry because he was a doctor from the clinic and the girl was just sleeping. He said that judging by her irregular pulse, she was hysterical. But until they got back to the clinic, he couldn't say anything concrete. Su Fei told everyone to get into her car. Tian asked, was he really the same Lin Hao? The doctor asked, when did he have time to become the one? The doctor told the girl that he was in a calm and safe place, and no one would disturb her here. Tian Meihua felt bad and said that she was still scared. She was lying down with squinted eyes. Lin sat down next to her bed. He said to himself that she seemed to have really serious psychological problems. He also said that his hypnosis wasn't helping her, so he would have to get creative on this one. Tian stood in the hallway and asked Su why Dr. Lin was there for so long. Was his daughter incurable? Fei said he could be calm. She added in a calm tone and with a smile on her face that she was confident that Lin Hao would cure his daughter. The doctor walked out of the girl's room. Tian immediately nervously began to question what was wrong with his daughter. Lin said that her illness was mental-related, but he still didn't understand exactly how the affliction affected her. Due to this, it would be a bit challenging. Shiju panicked and asked, is even Dr. Lin unable to help his daughter? He started crying and saying it was all because he was always at work and not paying attention to his daughter. Su Fei anxiously asked Dr. Lin Hao, is this disease so difficult to cure? Lin replied in a calm tone that it was nothing complicated. The main thing was to determine the reason. Tian said that his daughter's main focus is on school. He asked the girl's father, in what kind of environment does Tian Meihua feel so calm that he can fall asleep? Mr. Tian looked at him with tears in his eyes and didn't know what to answer him at all. He exclaimed that when she was little, he used to sing her one song every time she cried, and she always fell asleep listening to it. Lin Hao got excited and said that was what it was. He asked Mr. if he could sing it. Tian agreed to do so. Tian Shiju tearfully began to hum a song of his beloved daughter. The song sang that she could sleep, and he would guide her into her dreams. Lin Hao and Su Fei couldn't listen to this horrible singing. It was as if their ears were about to bleed. Su told Mr. to stop singing because they hadn't done anything wrong to him. The doctor said that was enough, and he understood. Tian asked the doctor if all this would help. He said that if the song would cure his daughter, he could sing it here even daily. Lin said it was unnecessary, and he wasn't sure if his daughter would be helped by the song, and if he sang it to him, the doctor would develop the same disease. Dr. Lin Hao calmly asked Mr. Tian Shiju to wait for him here. He gave him a condescending glance. Mr. Tian was still very anxious and nervous. He kindly agreed to wait for the doctor. Su Fei said to herself that she was afraid that Meihua had become like this because of her father's frequent singing. She was scared. The doctor took care of the girl and put headphones on her. Tian Meihua lay back and enjoyed the music. She said softly that she didn't know why, but she felt peaceful. She felt very good. The doctor sat by her bedside. He said to himself that singing seemed to help, and thank God he had his hearing. He spoke to Meihua in a calm tone through the microphone. He asked if she was worried about something, and if she could share it with him. Tian said that when she was a child, her parents divorced and she lived with her father. Later, he went to work and she lived with her grandfather and grandmother. But despite all this, she continued to study hard and develop daily. But that was all before she moved to the old school where she met Zhang Min, the arrogant rich daughter of a powerful man. She constantly bullied everyone and no one could resist her. But one day, Tanya couldn't stand it any longer and decided to fight back. But the arrogant girl was infuriated by this, and she threatened the innocent Tian that she would make her suffer. And the next day, the girl brought some 2 guys with her. After school, they surrounded her in the street, where there was absolutely no one. It was raining heavily. Tian Meihua was surrounded by unknown people. Her eyes were filled with fear. She didn't know what awaited her. The scoundrels beat up a nice girl. She was lying in a puddle and shedding her own tears. The conniving blonde stood beside the body of the lying girl. She mocked her and told her she was weak. She gave her an angry look and told the 2 guys to get rid of her. One of them said he didn't want to be found later. The wily girl laughed lightly, calling them cowards. She started to leave and shouted for them to follow her. Tian Meihua was beaten and was still lying in a puddle. She was powerless and just cried. After that, Zhang Min circulated a photo of her beating, and everyone around her began to mock her. Tian Meihua had long endured all the taunts and antics of the conniving girl. All of this was accumulating inside her, but one day her cup of patience burst, and she couldn't take it anymore. Since then, she's been having periodic seizures, and no one can contain them. The doctor put his hands on the girl's forehead and said that she had really suffered through all this time. He felt very sorry for the girl. Meihua said that she was very scared and she was afraid of herself. Lin looked at her anxiously. Lin Hao told her that her life experience was tragic, but his was no better. At least she has a loving father, and he didn't know his parents. Meihua was astonished and asked the doctor, Does it turn out that he is an orphan? Her state of shock was impossible to describe. Lin Hao shifted his gaze downward and replied softly to the girl that yes, he was an orphan. He began to tell me that as a child he had been kidnapped by traffickers. It was hell to live in fear every day. Suddenly Yan-su walked in, who was alarmed by the news. She said that she didn't know about the doctor's past at all. Lin said he was doing therapy and asked her why she had come. Yan said she felt sorry for him. Manhwa is amazed by Lin Hao's story. She told the doctor that he was right and she should take an example from him. Lin Hao and Yan-su listened to Qian Manhwa's speech with great surprise and attentiveness. The girl said that even though they have gone through a lot of hardships, they need to accept their past and strive for something more. Her eyes were bottomless. She said confidently that she couldn't live forever in the shadow of the past. She promised to try to deal with herself. Yan-su wiped her tears and told Manhwa that her words moved her. Lin Hao asked Su why she was interfering. She didn't answer his question and exclaimed that she had something to say. Her eyes sparkled. Yan-su said that he was breeding golden turtles and he needed people. She asked if Manhwa wanted to join them. Lin Hao smiled and said that it was a great idea. She was glad that Yan had taken the initiative. He told Manhwa that she should join him so that she could get well sooner. The girl said she didn't mind. But what about paying for his services? The doctor told her not to worry about it and the treatment would be free. And for him, the best reward would be her health. Tian Manhwa couldn't hold back her tears. She looked at the doctor and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Lin Hao and Yan-su smiled sincerely at the girl. They treated her with kindness. The girl wiped away her tears. Her father asked her if she would stay to help. The girl said that after everything they were so kind to her, so she was going to work hard. Father said he would be happy if they could make it work. Manhwa said he should also watch his health and not work too much. Suddenly, a loud phone ringing with a vibration sounded in Tian Shiju's pants pocket. He picked up the phone and immediately gestured to thank Wang Kai. He said that Lin Hao said that his daughter would be fine in a couple of days. Wang Tse was happy for him too, and said that no thanks were needed as he had just set him up with a doctor. The landlord stood next to the boss, who was sitting on the throne. They watched Wensai talking on the phone. The landlord told Guangqiang that Lin Hao was very competent. Liang said that it was time to meet him in person. Yan-su asked Lin Hao, how could he lie down when a lady like her came to see him? He said that he was very tired, and would not be able to please her. The tired doctor said he had seen about 100 patients in the morning. He asked why she shouldn't help him a little. Yan said that her services cost a lot. She asked if he was sure and if he could afford it. Lin Hao threw her a bill. It was $1. He shouted for him to get paid and start providing services. Yan-su got angry and asked, does he really think that's enough? Lin said the rest would be after his paycheck and he really needs a massage. The girl was upset and said that it looked like she had no other choice and would have to get a massage. She sat on the doctor's thighs and began to pull off her socks. Her actions were very arousing. Yan-su said in a gentle tone that she was about to show him what she was really capable of. She began to massage Lin Hao's back with her bare foot. She did it gently. At one point, she said that she was about to set the bone. Dr. Lin was immediately alert and his eyes bulged with surprise. Sweat began to run down his face. A scream began to come from all around the room. The scream was so loud that it could be heard outside the dormitory. An hour passed and Lin said he felt much better. Yan-su said that she learned something when he gave her a massage. Lin Hao at one point asked her to show pictures when he fainted and she had to wash him. He said he wanted to see what size he was. Yan-su smiled and said it was bigger than he could imagine. Lin picked up her phone and began to look at the picture. He was amazed to see it. He continued to stare at his obscene picture. In it, he was lying unconscious and naked. Suddenly he exclaimed that this violated his rights and the necessary immediate removal of this photo. Yan-su grabbed her phone and tried to take it back so he wouldn't delete anything. She shouted that she was against it. Unexpectedly, their small conflict was interrupted by the appearance of He Xingxin and Xia Yuner. They apologized for the intrusion. Yan-su smiled and calmly put the phone away while disconnecting it. He Xingxin clenched her fist and coughed into it as if she was about to start saying something. She said that her father found out that the killer was sent by someone from Heshengtong, and now they plan to officially cooperate with Junitong's family. Lin Hao asked the girls in surprise. It comes out that their families had officially become partners from now on? Xia Yuner was happy and replied that this was indeed the case, and they would even hold a ceremony to celebrate it. Unexpectedly, Du Zhejiang appeared and interrupted their conversation. He told Yuner that he had to return to Mako immediately. He was nervous and said that he had gotten a message that they were starting to prepare for war with Heshengtang. Xia said they had to go. She asked to remember what they were talking about. A nervous Zhejiang asked her to save the talking for later. Yan-su said that she would also go as she was not interested in talking about violence. Lin Hao shouted after her to remember to delete the photo. He Xingxin was very embarrassed. She told the doctor that she wanted to ask him something and asked him not to refuse. She was very uncomfortable and struggled to find the strength to say the words. She said that because of the ceremony, she had to go home. Even though she's protected by 4 bodyguards, she's at ease with the doctor. Lin Hao began to scratch his chin and ponder over her suggestion. His face was very pensive. The deliberation did not last long. After a few seconds, the doctor exclaimed with a smile that he agreed to her proposal. Xingchen immediately jumped up with happiness and expressed great gratitude to Dr. Lin Hao. She smiled at him sincerely and told him she didn't know how to thank him. Her heart was full of gratitude to the doctor. Lin looked her in the eyes and said that she could use her body to thank her. Lin Hao reached his lips towards the charming beauty Xingchen. He thought that he was about to receive a tender kiss, but suddenly he saw that the girl didn't want it at all. His eyes were full of surprise. I told him that he wouldn't be able to get his hands on her body until 2,000 years from now. She smiled and slammed the door behind her. Frustrated by this, Lin Hao stood in one place. The wind was blowing around his body, but he almost didn't feel it. The next day came. The weather outside was sunny. The sky was clear, and the sun's rays warmed the windows of the clinic. Dr. Lin Hao sat at the desk in his office. Nurse Jolan was standing next to him. Suddenly, someone began to call out to the doctor for help. The door to the doctor's office was opened by a company of wounded men. There were 4 of them, and each of them had many beatings. Lin Hao looked at one of the men and told himself that he only had a few bruises, and he wouldn't make much from this. The red-haired guy said his name was Juan, and he was from Junitang. He said he had heard that the doctor was a professional in his field, and hoped he could help him. Lin Hao pointed at the guy with purple hair. He called him the guy with the dying face and called him over. The boy looked at the doctor seriously and asked him if he was sure he wanted to be the one to be approached. Lin Hao grabbed him by his hair and dragged him behind him, saying that he didn't have time to hang around here with him. He put the bloody patient on the operating table and told him not to move. The doctor began to put on rubber gloves and said he was getting ready for surgery. Jolan was excited. He began the operation by saying he was doing a quick water resuscitation using 500 milliliters of saline. Next, Dr. Lin filled a syringe with 100 milligrams of lidocaine. He began to inject it into the patient's wound. Alarmed, Jolan asked the doctor if it was all too rough. She watched it painfully. Lin Hao opened the patient's wound and asked if it was gentle enough now. He began to deal with the wound. He said it would not help the patient much, and he would still be in terrible pain, for the infection would not take long to set in. Lin said that kindness to one's enemies means cruelty to oneself, and sympathy for the patient only hinders the medical profession. Jolan told herself that when she was studying, she hated surgeries. But every surgery together with Lin Hao becomes a pleasure. She told herself that she sweats a lot after every surgery. It was as if it embarrassed her. She began to complain to herself that even now she was soaking wet. Sweat ran down her thighs. Still, she wasn't upset, and with a smile on her face, she told herself that she was used to it by now. Lin Hao said to make sure the patient rested and asked the nurse to remember to give him antibiotics. But Jolan paid no attention to him. He turned to her once more, not understanding what was the matter. Lin smiled coquettishly and asked why she was blushing so much. Was she fantasizing? Jolan exclaimed for him not to talk nonsense. Suddenly, a crowd of unknown men entered the clinic. At the head was a huge blue-haired man. He was angry and behaving in a boorish manner. He immediately reached out his big hand and grabbed the young man. He held a frightened young guy with a bandage on his forehead by his shirt, and asked loudly, "Where is the guy surnamed Lin here?" Nahal continued to hold the young man. He asked if the man he was looking for was inside. The red-haired guy said that Dr. Lin treats patients inside. He asked the man who he was and what was his name. The big guy replied that if from the Green Gang and their boss is one of the great ones, so he better get out of the way or he'll get a medical bill. The red-haired boy acted cold-blooded. He sniffed and pulled himself together. He didn't like this boorish behavior. He gathered all his strength into his fist and delivered a side punch to his opponent's jaw. The big guy didn't expect such a blow. The bandit was enraged by this action of the young boy. He literally became furious and was ready to kill him. Oni swung his fist with all his might and shouted, "Did the red-haired man really want to die?" But suddenly, the guy unbuttoned his shirt and revealed a tattoo. He declared that he was one of the 13 dragons of the Zhonggil Hall. Huang! He looked angrily at the bandit and asked if he dared touch him. The frightened big man said he dared not. He began to shout at the lout, saying that even the 4 great ones dare not show before him. The bandit began to beg him for forgiveness on his knees. Unexpectedly, Juyuan received a backhanded slap. He didn't realize what was even happening. He grabbed the back of his head and was angered by this action. He asked, "What the hell is this?" Lin Hao walked up to him and asked him, after all, he was in so much pain and he was still showing his strength. He also asked if he wanted to be cured. The doctor yelled at him and told him not to bring a bunch of people here because he makes scandals. Juan said the men were from the Green Gang. The startled big guy told the doctor that it was all a misunderstanding and they wanted slightly different things. Lin smiled slyly and said that now that they were all here, They should have counseling, and if they weren't sick, he would make them sick. Lin Hao gathered all his strength into his fist and struck the big man's stomach. He called it an orphan punch. The bandit immediately started coughing up blood, but the doctor did not stop and crushed his opponents with all his might. He was kicking and punching. A few minutes later, all the Green Gang henchmen who had come to the clinic were lying on its doorstep. As they began to run away, Lin shouted after them that he could cure them all cheaply, and even at a discount. Juan asked, "How dare this bunch of kids come here and wreak havoc? Do they think they are so great?" Lin Hao punched him once more and asked him not to talk nonsense, and to enter the study now. He told all 4 patients that he took care of them, and told them to stick around and behave themselves throughout the process. But unexpectedly, Dr. Lin Hao's attention was interrupted by a stunning brown-haired woman in a pink dress. She asked for an apology. She asked confusedly, "Is Dr. Lin Hao here?" The doctor turned around to her. All 4 of the doctor's patients looked at her with bulging eyes. She made an indescribable impression with her charm. A gorgeous, beautiful girl asked the doctor if he was Dr. Lin. He said he was, and asked if she was here for a consultation. Did she call him handsome and say he had a great sense of humor? Did she ask him if he thought she would have slept with him if she hadn't? Lin Hao smiled at her and said that he didn't mind being used. He invited her to enter. He asked the girl how she felt. The girl asked him to let the nurse go for a minute, because she didn't want anyone else to know. Nurse Jolan immediately left the doctor's office so as not to disturb him from examining the patient. Jolan slammed the door behind her. She was alone with herself and her thoughts on the situation. She was slightly wary and said to herself that this woman was clearly a seductress. The girl said her name is Yuni Yani, and lately she's been feeling dizzy, and most importantly, her intimate parts are itchy. Lin Hao touched the girl's pulse and asked how many times a month she usually had sexual intercourse with her husband. The girl replied with a smile that she engaged in carnal pleasures daily, 3 times a day. Dr. Lin was amazed and asked how, and wouldn't that dry up her husband? Yuni gave a slightly displeased look and said that she had more than one husband, so it was quite normal. Dr. Lin Hao was surprised by her confession. He began to imagine a rough picture of her relationships with men. A frightened Yani asked the doctor if he knew what was happening to her, and would he be able to verify it? The doctor got up from the table and asked her to wait for a second. The girl asked excitedly what he was going to do. Lin said the regulations require a male doctor to have a nurse or family members of the patient to accompany the female patient. A confused Junie asked why he was so strict about following the rules. She said she wanted him to watch. The doctor sternly replied to her that if she wanted to be examined, he had to call a nurse. Those were the rules. An excited Junie Yani said that in that case, she had no other choice. She started looking for something on her phone. She looked menacingly at the doctor and said that since he wouldn't obey her, she would have to make him. She started messing up her hair and shouted at the entire office at the top of her voice. Lin didn't understand her intentions. Yuni screamed for him to move away and not come near her. She begged him not to come and touch her. Suddenly, he decided to give her a final hold. She grabbed herself by the dress around her breasts. With a small effort and a sudden movement of her hands, Johnny ripped her dress off. She was wearing only a bra. Lin Hao was astonished. His bewilderment and surprise could not be described in words. He wondered what now. He said to himself that she seemed to be suffering not from kidney failure or itching, but from mania. Yuni continued to scream. She screamed at the top of her voice for the doctor to get away from her and not dare touch her. Suddenly, the door to Dr. Lin Hao's office was kicked open by a man wearing a black patent shoe. It turned out to be a police squad. The cops pointed a gun at the doctor and ordered him to put his hands up and move. Lin Hao was as cold-blooded as ever. He said in a calm tone, "Officers make things difficult." He asked the cops with a smile on his face. Did they want him to stay still or put his hands up? One of the police officers asked Junie Yani how she was feeling. The girl was in tears, saying that the doctor had tried to rape her. These words infuriated the policeman, and he ordered the immediate arrest of this cretin. Jolin stopped the police officers and claimed that this girl was lying. She said she was filming everything on her phone through the door window. She handed the phone to the officer and said it had all the evidence on it. The police officer thanked her for providing the evidence. Jolan asked the officer why he didn't watch the video. Was he in cahoots with the woman? He replied that the police did not need her help. Lin put his hands on the nurse's shoulders and asked what made her think they would believe her. He called them crazy. Jolan wondered what was wrong with him, and why was he telling her off. She realized he was hinting at something with his gaze. Nurse Jolan realized that it seemed to be about a person named Shen Jingbin. At the same time, Jingbin played the role of a migrant farm laborer to protect Qingxin. The officer shouted for Lin Hao to be arrested immediately. Someone said that he could provide it to them. Lin smiled slyly and asked them to check out his secret trick. He said it was called Meridians of Ecstasy Shiatsu. He deftly pressed the officer on points and called this cervical spondylopathy, herniated lumbar disc, and renal failure. He said 1 finger, 1 disease killed, and it is completely environmentally friendly and has no side effects. An irate police officer called his colleagues idiots. He asked if he really needed to do such a simple thing himself. Dr. Lin continued to massage his back, but suddenly the officer exclaimed that he wasn't here for a massage. He pointed the gun at the doctor and said he almost forgot, but he was sent to arrest him, so he should just turn himself in. The officer realized he had said something stupid. He covered his mouth and wondered why the hell he had said it. Lin was cold-blooded at gunpoint and asked, was he sent to arrest him? The officer started yelling with anger in his eyes to stop talking nonsense, and he should go with them. Lin Hao was calm and completely emotionless. One of the police officers approached him and asked him with a bit of fear not to move. Jolan told Sheng that she gave the evidence to the officer, and he wouldn't even look. Jingbin glared angrily at him. The officer was shocked. The officer began to justify himself, saying that he came here on the orders of Chief Zhao. Shen asked him to just give him the phone. The police officer smiled at him and graciously agreed to give him the phone. Inwardly, he suppressed the fear in him. Jingbin was greatly surprised, but the phone was completely empty. Jolan was puzzled and exclaimed that it was impossible. She asked what was going on and where was her phone's memory card. She stated that when he picked it up, it was inside. The policeman said that there was no evidence and they just wanted to interfere. Shen said that in that case, the only thing left to do is to take them to the station. The officer confidently asked to handcuff Lin Hao, and then bring him to the station so he could interview him. He told himself that he'd see how else they'd stop him without evidence. Angry Jolan said he must have stolen the memory card from her phone. Unexpectedly, the nurse decided to prevent the arrest of the innocent Lin Hao. She asked him to wait for a moment. She asked, did they really think she was stupid enough to give up evidence so easily? The officer was getting angry. Jolan said that they should always be prepared for accidents, so she sent a backup to Yansu. She yelled at Yan and asked why she was still wasting time. Did she really want Lin Hao to be taken away? Everyone present began to look at the video with evidence of the doctor's innocence. In the video, he was sitting with a patient. Everyone was attentively watching the video clip. The doctor's question about how often a girl has sexual intercourse sounded in it. 4 of the attendees laughed at some points in the video. Someone said this woman was really faking it. Yuni told herself that while they were busy with the video, she'd better run. But Shen Jingbin saw what she was doing. He menacingly asked her where she was going. He began to hold her hands and question why she was trying to frame Dr. Lin, and who was behind it. Shen said that he knew right away that she was one of the 4 greats of the Green Gang, namely Black Heart. He said he would sue her for slander. Jolan said this farce is finally over, and although she doesn't know who's behind it, she should get Best Actress for it. The nurse was watching the mesmerizingly beautiful sunset. Suddenly, she was disturbed. It was Lin Hao. He smiled at the girl and thanked her, saying that if she hadn't been with him this time, there was no telling what would have happened to him. The girl was a little embarrassed. She covered her mouth and scoffed slightly. She told him to just be more careful in the future. Meanwhile, Guangqiang's thug was reporting to him that the local chef had just called and said he couldn't get him. He said that Liang's plans could also force the doctor to cure Xiaochu. He couldn't imagine that they would be hindered by a little girl. He also added that as far as he knows, the guy is very good at medicine. Liang said that Xiaochu's illness can't wait any longer. Guangqiang was cold-blooded and sipped hot coffee. The bandit asked her what he wanted to say with this. Liang nervously said that since they couldn't fool him, one must take the hard way. Shen Jingbin said that the police would send more than 100 guards for Miss He, and in case of danger, it would be enough. Xia Yuner said that with the police, she believes that even if the emperor appears, there will be no trouble. Lin was sitting at the table with He. He said that Yansu has critical days, so she can't go back to the dormitory, so it's just the 2 of them today. Xinxin was a little embarrassed. She embarrassedly replied that she could get used to it as well. Lin asked her, "Isn't this great?" He added that this was their chance to be alone after all. He stood up from the table. Lin nervously told himself that this was another girl. This wasn't Yansu, and he shouldn't be as swaggering as he was with her. Xinxin held a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on a tray. She asked, didn't he want to be with the 2 of them? But right now there was only her here. Lin asked with a smile, late at night, a man together with a woman alone drinking wine, "Is everything really normal?" The journalist said they were attending an important event, namely the laying of the foundation stone of cooperation between He Shengtan and Yuni Tan. Suddenly the driver of the black car braked sharply in the parking space. The car looked important. Lin Hao got out of the car. He said to stay in the car and he would check the situation. He asked him to just wait for him. He got out of the car and froze in place. He stared at the center in front of him. The doctor thought perhaps he was imagining things. He took off his black glasses to get a better look at the building. Yunier told the girl that she would love the arrangement, and she picked out the beautiful flowers there herself. The blonde girl said she loved flowers. Lin Hao became angry and shouted that this place must have been chosen by a brainless idiot. He calmed down and turned his back to Xia Yuner. But these words made the girl angry, and it was as if she was on fire with anger. She started yelling at Lin Hao, saying that this place was her choice. She asked what the hell was wrong with this choice. He shouted that the upper floors were perfect sniper points. He advised me to get someone to look at every floor right now. The reporter approached Miss He. She asked what strategic direction they would choose in developing the alliance between the organizations. But at the same time, the assassin didn't doze off and took his chance to accomplish the task. He saw Xingxin's head in the scope. Without a moment's thought, a shot was fired from the sniper rifle. It was followed by a loud sound. The bullet struck Miss He Xingxin's right side. Her blue dress was immediately covered in blood. The reporter was shocked. There was mass panic all around. People were running from side to side. The reporter shouted that the killer was here. Xia Yuner was excited and asked what was going on there. Lin Hao shouted that it was a rifle shot. He told her to run to the car. Out of fright, Yuner fell right on top of him. Lin Hao, Yuner, and the cute blonde were lying on the ground in panic. Lin wondered what he was touching. What he was touching was very soft, and it felt good to touch. It was as if Xia had told him in her mind that this wasn't the right time to do this. The doctor replied with a smile that he wasn't doing it on purpose. The sniper rifle shots continued, the killer firing at the car. Hay was on her feet and bleeding. Lin Hao shouted that a large caliber bullet from a sniper rifle could penetrate even a tank, so they could be shot through the vehicles. He immediately grabbed Xia Yuner and the blonde girl's hands tightly. He began to lead them away from there. The girls were panicking and screaming to get away from the cars as soon as possible. The sniper looked through the scope. He kept firing shots and shouting that no one he wanted to kill would be able to get away. The assassin was sneaky and cunning. He Xingxin was puzzled and showed that gasoline was leaking from the gas tank. A big explosion erupted. Lin Hao, Xia Yuner, and the real Xingxin were lying on the ground. They were told to keep their heads as low as possible. The wounded and bloody twin girl He Xingxin tried to crawl on the pavement. She turned to Miss He and said with tears in her eyes that she was afraid she could no longer protect her. One of the agents of the bandits radioed the hitman that girl was not He Xingxin. She added that she was only a double and the real target must be nearby. The killer asked, "Where is the real target then?" Lin Hao, Xia Yuner, and He Xingxin hid behind one of the cars. The doctor said it was better to wait it out here for now. He looked out from behind the car warily to survey the situation. The 3 bodyguards ran toward them as hard as they could and shouted that they would protect Miss He. Lin shouted to them not to run here. Lin Hao stated that because of them their location was discovered. The bodyguard shouted for Miss He not to be afraid. But in the same minute, his life was ended by a direct hit from a sniper rifle. The bullet pierced him through and through. The body of the young bodyguard fell to the pavement. The sniper rifle shots continued. Xingxin shouted in panic that she didn't want to die. Lin Hao nervously said that they should get out of here. He asked the guards why they ran down here. One of them said it was Zia's order, not to let Miss He get hurt, even at the cost of his life. Lin Hao angrily and with all his might shouted that if the shot hit the gas tank, they would all die. He shouted once more that they were all going to die because of this. A crowd of bodyguards gathered around the car. Killer looked through the sniper scope and said it would be the most glorious moment of her career as an assassin. She tried to make out the silhouette of the real He Xingxin in the scope of the sniper rifle. But suddenly her long-awaited triumph was not to be. A shot rang out and the bloody murderer flew down the building. The death of the assassin was hastened by Leng Yuehan, who had previously wanted to massacre Xingxin herself. Lin Hao was surprised to see a red-haired girl in the distance on a high floor of a building. Her silhouette was familiar. He finally realized who it was and exclaimed that it was Leng Yuehan. He was watching the whole situation with a serious look. Lin cried and exclaimed that his poisoning efforts had borne fruit. Yuner said she should have listened to him and sent someone to check the floors. Hao said that even so, it would have been hard to find the killer. He seriously looked at Xia Yuner and said that in any case, one should get out of here right now. The reporter was still at the scene. She apologized and asked He Xingxin if she was real. She introduced herself as a city news reporter and asked if she could ask her a couple questions. She smiled slyly and with a dose of anger at He Xingxin and angrily asked for a response while pointing the microphone. Lin Hao immediately pushed Xingxin aside while shouting for her to be careful. The nimble and strong doctor immediately kicked the reporter with all his might. She flew sideways, dropping the weapon from her hands. A few seconds later, the green-haired assassin had already bumped her back against a car in the parking lot. Lin seriously stated that they really shouldn't linger here, so they should get out of here immediately. Xingxin was shocked and agreed. The doctor took her and Xia Yuner by the hand. They began to walk briskly towards the car. Walking up to the car, Lin Hao gave the driver a serious look. His appearance was threatening. The driver looked innocently into his eyes, not understanding anything. Lin told him to get out of the car. The driver did so. Yunner said he looked unfamiliar and asked who was his boss. The bald-headed man turned out to be another cunning killer. He smiled slyly and pulled a gun from his pocket. He reloaded the gun and put it to the forehead of the dazed Xingxin. He was ready to fire a shot. But unexpectedly, the villain's plans were thwarted by Dr. Lin Hao, who flew into him while he wasn't expecting. The assassin stepped aside. After a few seconds, he recovered and reloaded the gun again. He smiled slyly and broadly at his opponents, while even laughing at them. The assassin pointed the gun at He Xingxin again. He continued to laugh. Lin Hao was not going to give up. It was as if a fire had been kindled in his eyes, and he was ready to take any step to save Miss. He was not confused at gunpoint, and while the bald-headed cretin was laughing, he ran up to him and grabbed his arm. The bandit was confused. Lin Hao laughed and asked, "Is it a misfire?" He swung his right hand at the assassin with a sharp movement. A moment later, a sidekick to the confused underdog's face was already delivered. The bandit spat out blood from the blow. The force of the blow was crushing, and the assassin was swept aside. He screamed in fear. Hei's 4 bodyguards caught the bald-headed bandit as he was about to fall to the ground. Lin Hao sat behind the wheel and asked He Xingxin to hold on to something as tightly as possible. He started the car and sharply depressed the gas pedal and began to turn the steering wheel. He was confident in his driving skills. One of the guards started running after Mrs. Carr. The others were beating the killer. The ringleader ordered not to kill him as he had not yet been interrogated. He Xingxin and Lin Hao continued to ride in the car. Suddenly, Mrs. phone rang. She immediately pulled her phone out of her pants pocket to pick it up as soon as possible. The bearded man asked Miss He where she was now and if she was all right. Lin Hao picked up the phone. He said that she was with him now and asked that his men go back to the clinic and make sure it was safe. Suddenly, for safety reasons, the doctor decided to stop. They left the car and got into a hitchhiking cab. After getting into the car, Lin asked the cab driver to drive away from here as soon as possible. The driver was a bearded and long-haired man. Lin told Xingxin that everything was fine and she was safe now. But he didn't feel at ease. She looked at him with a frustrated and worried look. The girl was restless at heart, and it was unclear from the outside what was happening to her. Suddenly, she clung tightly to Lin Hao and began to hug him with all her might. She started crying and screaming. The doctor didn't understand anything. Lin began to calm Xingxin down and asked her not to cry. He said that if she cried, the driver would laugh. The driver said that he was blind. The doctor immediately warily asked him how he could drive if he was blind. The driver did not give a clear answer to this question. In response, he just hummed an incomprehensible song and kept on steering. He said that women can cry for all sorts of reasons and you can't blame them for it. Even rain can be the reason for her tears. Lin Hao replied that he didn't understand him, but he must be very wise and had a lot to say. He also asked him not to make things worse. After a while, they arrived at the mall. Xingxin seemed to have already calmed down a bit and tried on t-shirts on the doctor. She enthusiastically asked Lin Hao if he wanted to go to the movies with her. The doctor asked, "Why a movie?" Xingxin began to ask him, "Because she is scared to death, and the killers do not assume that they can go to the movie." They were looking at the poster. Lin wondered what kind of idiot would think of making a movie where a cucumber fights against an eggplant. They bought 2 glasses of popcorn to watch the movie. Hei's eyes shone and she said that there were only 2 viewers, and it was them. Xingxin beckoned him over. Lin said that no other normal people and no one else would go to see a movie with that title. Hao told Hei that she needs to tell her family to ask for more guards. She said this is her first time watching a movie with a man. Lin Yu was bored and said to himself that spending money on a movie like this wasn't particularly satisfying anyway. Xingxin said that she was very tired. She asked the guy if she could use his shoulder. The girl was transported into memories. In them, her father was telling little Hei that he wanted to have fun with her mom after work. Elder brother Xingxin told her that she didn't have to worry, because he was with her and promised to protect her for the rest of her life. Next was the memory of her father holding her dead brother in his arms. He was screaming, "How could that bloody gang do that to a child?" Her father told Hei in tears that he couldn't protect her big brother. Little Hei cried and said that her brother was a liar, for he had promised to protect her. Xingxin, reminiscing her life, also said that she never had any friends, and she was under heavy guard at all times, so she was always virtually alone. She remembered her father telling her that one day she and her mother would die, and hoped she would find someone to share a rich life with. At that moment, Xingxin told herself that one day she would find someone who would love her regardless of her family's wealth. She promised herself that she would break the shackles that held her back and live a free and happy life with him. Unexpectedly, He Xingxin asked Lin Hao if he liked anyone and if he had kissed anyone. The doctor couldn't find an answer. He stared into her eyes and struggled to find the right words to answer her. But Xingxin was more determined than Lin Hao. She kissed him on the lips at the same moment. The doctor was surprised.